Let us pray. O God, we come together in your name in this Parliament to debate our nation's affairs and pass laws for the betterment and welfare of all Fijians. Guide us in our deliberations and grant us the wisdom to do what is just and fair. We ask you to bless our beloved nation and grant every Fijian peace, prosperity, and equal opportunity. Help us to serve our citizens with honesty, integrity, and without fear or favor, to keep the trust of those who have sent us here. We seek your divine guidance to continue to build a better nation for all Fijians. In your name, Amen. Honourable members, please be seated. Secretary General.
Confirmation of minutes.
I now call on the Leader of Government in Parliament, the Honourable Inia Seruiratu, to move his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the minutes of the sitting of Parliament held on Tuesday, 1st September 2020, as previously circulated, be taken as read and be confirmed.
Is there a seconder?
Honourable Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Parliament will now vote on the motion. The question is that the minutes of the sitting of Parliament held on Tuesday, 1st September 2020, as previously circulated, be taken as read and be confirmed. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
Communications from the Chair.
I welcome all honourable members to today's sitting of Parliament. I also welcome all those watching the live broadcast and the live streaming of today's proceedings from the comforts of their home, offices and mobile phones. Thank you for taking an interest in your Parliament. Secretary General.
Presentation of papers and certain documents.
Honourable members, I have been advised that there are no papers for presentation today. Secretary General.
Presentation of reports of committees.
I now call on the Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Social Affairs, the Honourable Vian Pillay, to table his report. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I am pleased to present the report of the Standing Committee on Social Affairs on the annual review of the Fiji airports for the year ended 31st December 2017. This review was undertaken in accordance with the Standing Order 109-2B, which mandates the committee to look into issues related to health, education, social service, labour, culture and media. The review looked at 9 key areas covering the period from January to December 2017, conducted into Fiji Airport's administration, structure, budgetary allocation, programs and activities, policies, challenges, highlights, priorities for the coming years and its implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. The committee first met on 25th and 26th of April 2020 to deliberate on and formulate questions pertaining to the 2017 annual report of Fiji Airports. We were unable to conduct a public hearing with Fiji airports due to COVID-19 restrictions put in place around the country when the hearing was scheduled to take place. In order to comply with health directives and social distancing measures in place, the committee requested for a written response from Fiji airports in lieu of an annual review hearing. Following our deliberations on its written response, we wrote to Fiji airports requesting for further clarifications on other related matters. Upon receipt of all relevant information from Fiji airports on the committee's queries, the committee compiled its finding in the annual report and subsequently endorsed its report in the latter part of August. At this juncture, also would like to, I wish to thank the former Chief Executive Officer of Fiji Airports, very dedicated and hardworking person, the late Mr. Faiz Khan, and his staff for their assistance in this review process. Also extend my gratitude to my committee colleagues, namely Honorable George Vagnathan, the Deputy Chairperson, the Honorable Alipati Nagata, Honorable Salote Randundu, and Honorable Dr. Ratu Antonio Lalamalabu for their contributions. Finally, I thank the Secretariat for providing support to the committee. On behalf of the Standing Committee on Social Affairs, I commend the report on the Fiji Airports 2017 Annual Report to Parliament and request all members of this August House to take note of the report. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Sir.
Please hand the report to the Secretary General.
Honourable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 121, Clause 5, I hereby move a motion without notice that a debate on the content of the report is initiated at a future sitting. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Is there a seconder?
Honourable Speaker, I second the motion.
The Parliament will now vote, and the question is that a debate on the content of the report is initiated at a future sitting. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General,
Presentation of reports of committees.
I now call on the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Justice, Law and Human Rights, the Honorable Alvik Maharaj, to table his report. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, the Standing Committee on Justice, Law and Human Rights was referred the Fiji Human Rights and Anti-Discrimination Commission Annual Report 2017. The committee was mandated to review the annual report and table its finding back to the Parliament. The report will provide the finding and recommendation of the committee with respect to the issues noted from the contents of Fiji Human Rights and Anti-Discrimination Commission Annual Report 2017. The report is divided into three main parts, and they are as follows: the introduction, committee observation and findings, and the recommendation. The committee reviewed the annual report and identified a few pertinent issues, which were then brought to the attention of the Commission and discussed extensively. Some of the main areas of discussion which were noted by the committee are as follows: the work of the Commission in looking into matters concerning human rights, and it's worth noting the Commission efforts in standing up for the people of Fiji and have had their rights abused. The Commission's work and collaboration with the United Nations Development Programme, commonly referred to as UNDP, the European Union, the civil society organization, on awareness on the first hour procedure for persons detained by the police. Secondly, the work by the Commission in partnering with other statutory authorities to ensure that there is no gender discrimination when it comes to registration and investigation of complaints. Thirdly, the Commission recommendation of adopting and implementing a monitoring framework such as national mechanism for implementation report and follow-up, and fully integrated national recommendation tracking database. Consent noted in respect to the pre-judicial activities being carried out by certain landlords, especially those living in squatter settlement. The issue regarding persons seeking refugee status and the Commission's role and efforts in intervening in such matters, for example, the case concerning an Iranian refugee seeking refugee status in Fiji, the Commission's work on awareness and advocacy programs on human rights related issues, the need for easy access to human rights services for people of Fiji in all 4 divisions, and commendable step taken by the Commission in looking to decentralize the Commission's office beginning from Western Division. The Commission's work, which relates to the United Nations 2030 Global Agenda and monitoring of these goals, specifically with regards to human rights and institutions in Fiji. And furthermore, the concerns on the delay of furnishing the accounts of audit as required under the Financial Management Act. At the conclusion of the review, the committee commends the great work carried out by Fiji Human Rights and Anti-Discrimination Commission, but also recommends the following for consideration by the Commission, as it believes would assist the Commission in its work. Number 1, the committee knows the need of accessibility for the service provided by the Commission to the people of Fiji and appreciates the effort in setting up office in the Western Division. The committee thus recommends that there be more decentralization of Commission's office. Number 2, the committee notes and comments the Commission's recommendations for the implementation and adoption of the National Mechanism of Implementing Report and Follow-up, which is a monitoring tool for human rights. And thirdly, additionally, the committee notes and the endeavors of the Commission in providing a strategic plan, thus recommends that the support be given to ensure the realization of the strategic plan at the earliest possible time. At this juncture, I would like to acknowledge and thank the honorable members of Justice, Law and Human Rights Committee, Honorable Rohit Sharma, Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Ratu Suliano Matni Tambua, Honorable Dr. Salid Govind, and Honorable Moses Sebulitavu for their deliberation and input, the Secretariat and the officers of the Fiji Human Rights Commission who made themselves available to make a submission, and for taking an interest in the proceedings of the committee and Parliament. On behalf of the committee, I commend the report on Fiji Human Rights and Anti-Discrimination Commission Annual Report 2017 to Parliament and seek support of all the members of this August House for the recommendation by the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Please hand the report to the Secretary General.
Honorable Speaker say, pursuant to Standing Order 121, Clause 5, I hereby move a motion without notice that a debate on the content of the report is initiated at a future sitting.
Is there a seconder?
Honourable Speaker, sir, I beg to second the motion.
The Parliament will now vote, and the question is that the debate on the content of the report is initiated at a future sitting. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General,
Presentation of reports of committees.
I now call on the Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Economic Affairs, the Honourable Vijay Nath, to table his report. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Standing Committee on Economic Affairs is pleased to report to Parliament the consolidated review report of the Sugar Industry Tribunal 2011 to 2015 annual reports. The committee visited the Sugar Industry Tribunal headquarters earlier this year to be able to better understand the functions and operations of the tribunal. The committee noted the number of disputes that were brought to the Industrial Commissioner and commends him for his unwavering commitments in ensuring that all disputes reported to his office are dealt with efficiently. After scrutinizing the report and understanding the function and the operations of the tribunal, the committee believes that the review of the component of the master award be considered where necessary. Furthermore, the committee agreed that the annual report could be inclusive of more comprehensive assessment of Sugar Industry Tribunal seats performance against its objective, as it would enable the committee to analyze their performance more effectively. Finally, I would like to thank the committee members who are part of the team that produced this report. Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Bina Bhatnagar, Honorable George Vagnathan, Honorable Inosi Kundrani, Honorable Ro Filipetri Sawau, I also take this opportunity to thank Mr. Tim Brown of the Sugar Industry Tribunal and his team for the input during the site visit. I also acknowledge the support rendered by the Secretariat during this process. On behalf of the Standing Committee on Economic Affairs, I commend the Committee Consolidated Review Report on the Sugar Industry Tribunal 2011 to 2015 Annual Report to the Parliament.
Thank you. Please hand the report to the Secretary General.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 121, Clause 5, I hereby move a motion without notice that a debate on this content of the report is initiated at the future sitting.
Is there a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I second the motion.
The Parliament will now vote, and the question is that a debate on the content of the report is initiated at a future sitting. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
Presentation of reports of committees.
I now call on the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Social Affairs, the Honorable V.M. Pillay, to table his report. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. Honorable Speaker, sir, I am pleased to present the report of the Standing Committee on Social Affairs on the annual review of the Fiji Museum for the period 2016 to 2017, January to July 2016 and 2015. This review was undertaken in accordance with the Standing Order 109-2B, which mandates the committee to look into issues related to health, education, social service, labor, culture, and media. The review looked at 9 key areas covering the period from January 2015 to July 2017, conducted into the Fiji Museum's administration structure, budgetary allocation, programs and activities, policies, challenges, highlights, priorities for the coming years, and its implementation of the Sustainable Development Goal. The committee first met between the 2nd to 4th March 2020 to deliberate on and formulate questions pertaining to the 3 annual reports of the Fiji Museum. We were unable to conduct a public hearing with the Fiji Museum due to COVID-19 restrictions put in place around the country when the hearing was scheduled to take place. In order to comply with health directives and social distancing measures in place, the committee requested for a written response from the Fiji Museum in lieu of an annual review hearing. Following our deliberation on its written response, we wrote to the Fiji Museum requesting for further clarification on the other related matters. Upon receipt of all relevant information from Fiji Museum on the committee's queries, the committee compiled its finding on the annual report and subsequently endorsed its report in the latter part of August. Honorable Speaker, sir, at this juncture, I would also wish to thank the Director of Fiji Museum, Mr. Cipriano Nemani, and his staff for their assistance in the review process. I also extend my gratitude to my committee colleagues, namely Honorable George Pegnaden, the Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Alipate Nagata, Honorable Salute Randondo, Honorable Dr. Antonio Lalambalavu for their contributions. Finally, I thank the Secretariat for the support provided during the committee's deliberations. On behalf of the Standing Committee on Social Affairs, I commend the committee's report on the Fiji Museum 2016 to 2017, January to July 2016 and 2015 annual reports to Parliament, and request all members of this August House to take note of the report. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Please hand the report to the Secretary General.
Honourable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 121, Clause 5, I hereby move a motion without notice that a debate on the content of the report is initiated at a future sitting. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Is there a seconder?
Honorable Speaker, sir, I second the motion.
The Parliament will now vote, And the question is that a debate on the content of the report is initiated at a future sitting. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General,
Presentation of reports of committees.
I now call on the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, the Honorable Alvik Maharaj, to table his report. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the committee, I am pleased to present the review report on the performance audit report of the Office of Auditor General on the 1. Management of Rural Electrification Program, and 2. The progress of implementation of policies and strategies in the Fiji Forest Policy Statement 2007. For information purposes, the management of Rural Electrification Program is coordinated by Ministry of Infrastructure and Meteorological Services and Energy Fiji Limited. The Ministry of Forestry oversees the progress of implementation of policies and strategies in Fiji Forest Policy Statement. The review of this performance audit were conducted through interviews, collection of evidence and information from the respective line ministries and departments. The scope of scrutiny made by committee is aligned to the audit objective as outlined in the audit report. It should be noted that this report is a follow-up audit that was conducted by Auditor General's Office to examine whether the Department of Energy and the Ministry of Forestry has effectively implemented and recommendations that were made in the initial audit report titled Management of Rural Electrification Program and the Progress of Implementation of Policies and Strategies in the Fiji Forest Policy Statement 2007, Parliamentary Paper number 7 of 2015. The committee oversized the function to scrutinize and examine this audit report was possible through the assistance of the Office of Auditor General and the support of respective ministries and departments in providing detailed responses on the audit issues highlighted by the members. The report covers two very important sectors. Firstly, through Rural Electrification Program, hundreds and thousands of households around Fiji finally have power supply at their residence, a dream of thousands of Fijians which they never hoped would become a reality. With the above statement, committee has two recommendations which are as follows. Number 1, the Rural Electrification Revised Policy should be finalized and submitted to Cabinet for consideration and approval together with necessary budgetary provision for its implementation. And 2, review the staff structure and training needs for its officers to ensure continuing efficient and effective administration of Rural Electrification Program. Second part of this report is about implementation of policies and strategies in the Fiji Forest Policy, which would have a huge impact on climate change. Therefore, the committee has provided following recommendations. Number 1, the land use plan should be finalized in consultation with Ministry of Economy's Strategic Planning Unit. Number 2, the committee knows that the efforts of Ministry of Forest in mitigating climate change resilience by ensuring no deforestation in areas with an elevation not more than 30 degrees inclined. Number 3, the committee knows the efforts of Ministry in collaborating with the various CSOs, namely Nature Fiji, Conservation National, Wildlife Conservation Society, National Trust of Fiji, Songo Songo Wakamarama, International Union for Conservation of Nature, and Grace TRI FAM. The committee recommends that the committee should facilitate the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between Nature Fiji, Conservation National, International, Wildlife Conservation Society, and International Union for Conservation of Nature. Number 4, the ministry needs to formulate a digital platform through Digital Fiji program to ensure all relevant data is safely uploaded for proper record management. Number 5, the committee commends the work of the Ministry of Forestry for coming up with the management plan for conserving the forest in areas such as Bauma Forest Park, Dolai Suba, and Sovi Basin. The committee therefore recommends that the ministry considers engaging with relevant stakeholders for additional conservation and preservation of forest park. The Standing Committee on Public Accounts has conducted the review of this performance audit report and recommends that Parliament takes note of the recommendation highlighted in each of the compliance audits that were carried out. Furthermore, I wish to extend my appreciation to all honourable members of the committee who were part of the successful compilation of this bipartisan report, namely Honourable Joseph Nunn, Honourable Aseri Randondro, Honourable Vijendra Prakash, and Honourable Rotemu Mukepa. I also extend my appreciation to the Secretariat for the staff for the support during this process. With those few words, I commend this report to Parliament.
Thank you. Please hand the report to the Secretary General.
Honourable Speaker say, pursuant to Standing Order 121 Clause 5, I hereby move a motion without notice that the debate on the content of the report is initiated at a future sitting. Vinaka.
Is there a seconder?
Honourable Speaker, sir, I stand to second the motion.
Parliament will now vote, and the question is that a debate on the content of the report is initiated at a future sitting. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
Presentation of reports of committees.
I now call on the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Social Affairs, the Honourable V.M. Pillay, to table his report. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I am pleased to present the report of the Standing Committee on Social Affairs on the review of Fiji National Sports Commission, August 2017 to July-August 2018 annual report. In accordance with this established annual report review process, the committee examines annual reports of agencies in order to investigate, inquire into and make recommendations related to the agency's administration, legislative or proposed legislative programs, budget, functions, organizational structure, and policy formulation. As part of this process, the committee received written and supplementary responses from the Fiji National Sports Commission to gather additional information. The process has proven to be an effective means of gauging its progress and maintaining a high level of scrutiny of the agencies under review. The committee undertook this review in accordance with the Standing Order 109-2B, which mandates it to look into issues related to health, education, social service, labour, culture, and media. The review looked at 9 key areas covering the period from 1st August 2017 to 31st July 2018, conducted into the Commission's administration, structure, budgetary allocations, programs and activities, policies, challenges, highlights, priorities for the coming years, and its implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. At this juncture, I wish to thank the Executive Chairman, Mr. Peter Mezzi, and his staff for their assistance in this review process. Also extend my gratitude to my committee colleague, Honourable George Vagnathan, the Deputy Chairperson, the Honourable Alipate Nagata, the Honourable Salotwe Randondro, and Honourable Dr. Ratu and Tenio Lalambalabu for their contributions. Finally, I thank the Secretariat for the support during this process. On behalf of the Standing Committee on Social Affairs, I commend the review report on the Fiji National Sports Commission, August 2017 to July 2018, annual report to Parliament, and request all members of this August House to take note of the committee's report. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Please hand the report to the Secretary General.
Honourable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 121, Clause 5, I hereby move a motion without notice that a debate on the content of the report is initiated at a future sitting. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Is there a seconder?
Honourable Speaker, sir, I second the motion.
The Parliament will now vote, and the question is that a debate on the content of the report is initiated at a future sitting. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
Presentation of reports of committees.
I now call on the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources, the Honorable Sanjay Kirpal, to table his report. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. Honorable Speaker, sir, I stand to present the review report of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources on the petition government to provide reliable, safe and affordable shipping services for the Lao Group. The committee conducted a public consultation with the people of Lao for 4 days in July 2019 and collected evidence to quantify its findings on the grievances stated in the petition. Upon that tour, the villagers communities gathered in numbers at the demarcated village halls to share their views in regards to the shipping services provided in the Lao Group. The stakeholders and individual submissions were also received by the committee in Parliament as evidence. 2 public consultations were held in the appropriated Lao communities in the Lemi and Asinu areas where a large number attended. Areas of concern has been identified by the committee during the review process that vessel owners and the relevant stakeholders needed to address in order to improve the shipping services in the Lao Group. However, it is noted that the government of the day has been comprehensive and diligent in providing and supporting private entities in providing the transportation services as per the Constitution. The limitations to provisions of an efficient, safe and comfortable services are some failures on the part of the passenger boat owners. In this report, the committee has articulated other factors related to the shipping services in Lao Group. The committee further aligned its report to the respective sustainable development goals in its effort to be inclusive in achieving the target as set out in the 5-year and 20-year National Development Plan for Fiji, including the Lao Group and the Maritime Islands. The target is to improve transport and digital connectivity all throughout the country, including the maritime zones that will support human capital in development, commerce and trade, hence leaving no one behind. The committee appreciates the government initiative in increasing shipping franchise scheme to 15 years and coastal license to 20 years. Government's advocacy for the Look North policy has been very successful. The committee suggests government advocates a Look North policy. I extend my appreciation to the honourable members of the committee, namely Honourable Charlie Singrara, the Deputy Chairman, Honourable Alexander O'Connor, Honourable Pedeni Wasnibola, Honourable Michele Boliniuda, and as well as alternate members, namely Honourable Chese Sakuru and Honourable Selai Adi Maitonga, and Honourable Mekeli Lewere. I also thank the support rendered by the Secretary during this process. On behalf of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources, I commend this report to Parliament.
Thank you. Please hand the report to the Secretary General.
Honourable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 121, Clause 5, I hereby move a motion without notice that a debate on the content of the report is initiated at a future sitting.
Is there a seconder?
Yes, Honourable Speaker, the second motion.
The Parliament will now vote, and the question is that a debate on the content of the report is initiated at a future sitting. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
Ministerial statements.
Honourable members, the following ministers have given notice to make ministerial statements under Standing Orders 40. 1. Attorney General and Minister for Economy, Civil Service and Communications, and 2. Minister for Education, Heritage and arts. Honourable members, the ministers may speak for up to 20 minutes. After the minister, I will then invite the leader of the opposition or his designate to speak on the statement for no more than 5 minutes. There will also be a response from the leader of the NFP or his designate to also speak for 5 minutes. There will be no other debate. Honourable members, I now call on the Attorney General and Minister for Economy, Civil Service and Communications, the Honourable Aya Syed Qayyum, to deliver his statement. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to make a ministerial statement on the financial position of our national carrier, Fiji Airways, given the devastating impact of the global COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, sir, please let me begin with a badly needed reality check. We are living through the worst crisis in the aviation sector since the start of commercial air travel. Every airline on earth is teetering at the cliff's edge. Jobs are being cut by the thousands, by the tens of thousands, I should say. Governments are stepping in to keep their national carriers afloat. No one is thinking about expansion. No one is thinking about profits. Airlines are focused on survival. And without drastic financial interventions, many airlines, most airlines, in fact, will not survive. Fiji Airways was an award-winning carrier with steady growth in passengers and revenue over the past 5 years. But no airline can lean on its pre-pandemic success to weather this storm. Look no further than our neighbourhood. Last week, the New Zealand government stepped in to prop up Air New Zealand with a 2-year loan of up to 900 million New Zealand dollars, direct taxpayers' funds. Upon announcement of the loan, the New Zealand Finance Minister said, and I quote, "Without this intervention, Air New Zealand, or New Zealand in fact, was at risk of not having a national carrier," unquote. Around the world, that same recognition is obvious to every government and every opposition, with even an ounce of strategic nous, as this historic crisis has been, met with historic levels of support. A, Finnair received a government guarantee of a loan of euro 600 million. B, SSAS Scandinavian received from the governments of Sweden and Denmark a guaranteed loan of US 300 million. Air France KLM received a government guarantee of a loan of euro 4 billion, plus a government loan of 3 billion euros. Lufthansa received the government loans of euro 9 billion. And Korean Air and Asiana Airlines have been granted bailout aid worth US dollars 2.35 billion from state-backed lenders. And US carriers like American Airlines, Delta, United Airlines and others shared a USD $25 billion bailout from the US federal government, which has also made an extra US $30 billion available in unsecured loans and tax breaks. With Fiji Airways fleet mostly grounded and monthly fixed costs needing to be paid, Mr. Speaker, sir, we stepped in to save our carrier. Following necessary parliamentary approval, government granted guarantees to Fiji Airways in the sum of 455 million Fijian dollars. When we presented the package to Parliament, all the financials were clearly laid out. The motion was approved unanimously. For one brief moment, it appeared we had bipartisan commitment to the future of our carrier and the future of our country at a time when unity was clearly the best option available to us. But what has happened since then, Mr. Speaker, sir? Several members of the opposition and a few self-appointed aviation experts outside of this chamber have pulled a complete 180 degrees. They're backtracking on their support to our airline, choosing instead to undermine it by taking potshots through the rag newspaper. Now Fiji's national carrier is the only airline on the planet forced to contend with two crises: a pandemic overseas and an all-out campaign of devious lies led by opposition politicians. It is malicious. It is unpatriotic, Mr. Speaker, sir. It is unforgivable. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, sir, it should never be forgotten. Mr. Speaker, sir, we've seen absurd allegations about Wangavuka Financing Limited, a company whose purpose we clearly explained numerous times, including back in February. You can Google it. There are articles dating back 7 years ago explaining what this company is and what purpose it serves. We have Honorable Bhiman Prasad asking for Fiji Airways financials. If he bothered to scrounge up $10.90, he could easily obtain Fiji Airways financial statements dating back to its date of incorporation as required by the Companies Act. Opposition supporters are demanding to know how we are able to share profits with Fiji Airways staff when the fleet is currently grounded. Of course, there were last year's profits, had anyone actually bothered to check financial year Jan to December. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have politicians claiming our carrier is technically insolvent and bankrupt. Both wrong. If it was, it would not be able to access outside financing, which it has. Honorable Prasad has said that because the company has deferred loan repayments, it is technically insolvent. As I've explained to Honorable Prasad, many companies, including some large companies that he is familiar with, we are familiar with, have deferred loan repayments. They no longer have a cash flow. If they're operating proud, they're operating tapus, the sales are down, a lot of companies. They go to the bank and say, please defer my principal repayments. Does not mean they're technically insolvent. That does not mean, Mr. Speaker, sir, that they're technically insolvent. Of course, if your source of revenue is withered away, cash flow will be affected. That does not mean, again, you're insolvent. In fact, Prouds and Tapus at the airport, because they get duty-free access to all these goods, for example, chocolates, they said we no longer can sell because nobody's coming through. Can you make it duty-free for us if we sold it within Fiji? We agreed to that. Does that mean they're technically insolvent? Mr. Speaker, sir, we even have some people claiming that Fiji Airways was overly expensive and overly ambitious in the lead up to its unpredictable pandemic. But they were quiet when they saw the new A350s arrive. They were quiet when we reopened Japan, when we went to Singapore, when we increased the flights to San Francisco, scheduled flights. Those new routes and acquisitions added new jobs for pilots, flight attendants, caterers, ATS workers, more catering required. They brought more tourists and more revenue into the country. The truth is, due to competition from Qantas on its bread and butter routes, the airline intended to invest in its competitiveness to seize a greater share of our traditional markets and open flows of new arrivals from the other parts of the world. Otherwise, COVID or not, its viability could be in jeopardy. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want those who spent the past few weeks attacking Fiji Airways to take a good look at themselves in the mirror and ask, why are we doing this? They should ask, why are we undermining a Fijian company so critical to our economic comeback? And who possibly gains from our attacks? Mr. Speaker, sir, right now we should be a united front, ready to defend our carrier through thick and thin. We should all be doing everything possible to protect the future jobs it will bring back and the future activity it will generate for our economy. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want those attacking our airline, our national airline, to put their egos aside and imagine a Fiji without Fiji Airways, with air travel into and out of Fiji at the mercy of a foreign carrier. Fares to get in and out of Fiji would shoot through the roof. We have no control. We depend entirely on overseas airlines who may only run regular routes in the peak season. Unlike Fiji Airways, which operates on a daily basis, generating much needed foreign exchange. Mr. Speaker, sir, Fiji would not see a cent of that foreign exchange should we see the demise of Fiji Airways. All of that economic activity would be shipped offshore. The crew of every flight would be foreign, taking jobs from our people. The catering would be done overseas, no more ATS catering. The engineering would occur overseas, shipping ATS jobs offshore, along with every ancillary business to the airline industry. As we highlighted the other day, there are many people who actually live off the industry, even in the informal sector. Farmers, Fijian farmers who supply vegetables, Yangon, LA, San Francisco, Sydney, Brisbane, they would potentially lose out the market because they would be beholden to a foreign carrier. Our farmers who export root crops overseas on a weekly basis, some of them 3 times a week, would be subject to the whims of a foreign company. Mr. Speaker, it's clear some of the members on the opposite side have not thought any of this through. They can barely see past their own noses, much less through to the next month or next year. They won't see the suffering that will come from our national carrier going under until that very moment is upon us. But some of our critics know exactly what they're doing. They're looking past this crisis all the way to 2022. They're intentionally being hypocrites, and their sights are set on crippling our carrier, crippling our recovery, and crippling our economy. Also, they can point the finger at government in the next elections. One of these dishonest hypocrites used to serve as a minister for finance and indeed at once was the Prime Minister of Fiji. In 2008, that year actually, he claimed Fiji Airways was overly, I must say this. Now he's claiming that Fiji Airways was overly ambitious pre-COVID. But 12 years ago, he was singing to a very different tune as he called on the then Air Pacific to modernize its fleet, explore new destinations. In his own words from a press release stated on 27 May 2008, some of you are now singing the same mantra of Mahendra Chaudhry. He says, and I quote, he said then, Air Pacific is a stagnating airline. Its profit is declining. It is not expanding. No new major international destinations have been added to its flight network in the past 2 decades. He says again, it is ridiculous for anyone to say that as a major shareholder, the Fiji government should sit back and not take timely action to set things right to avert. He then says, as Fiji's flagship carrier, it is expected to contribute to a vibrant tourism industry by exploring expansion into new markets and destinations. But we have not seen the national airline embark on new initiatives in the past 2 decades. All of this, Mr. Speaker, sir, what he claimed then should have been done, actually has been done. But now, Mr. Speaker, sir, when Fiji Airways actually has gone on to realize that objective, he could have never, which he never himself would have implemented, he may be bitter about that. But there's no excuse to start arguing against the very points he made 12 years ago. And some of you are actually now saying the same things. Mr. Speaker, so let's again look at New Zealand. Despite the fact that they're heading into an election next month, I should say, the government's loan to the airline hasn't turned ugly and become some hotly contested political issue. The CEO of Air New Zealand isn't having to defend the airline from being turned into a political football. Lucky for him, he operates in a country where the opposition understands how a globally integrated economy works. Sadly, it's becoming clear we can't say the same for Fiji. And we ask the critics who have spent this global pandemic sniping at Fiji Airways, do you seriously think that Kiwis should be handling things differently? Or is supporting a national carrier only a problem when Fiji does it? Mr. Speaker, sir, while they think on that, every Fijian should be asking why. Only in Fiji does the opposition fight us on doing what must be done to save our national airline. In truth, our people should be more committed to our national carrier than most. We don't live in a country where people can simply hop into a car and drive across the border. We're an island nation. Our national carrier is an essential part of our economic infrastructure. We cannot give such a critical piece of our economy away to foreign interests. Just look at Qantas. They have an interest in Fiji Airways, but they have not contributed a single cent, not a single cent during this crisis. Now we have opposition members seriously saying we should sell to Qantas or bring back Qantas or Air New Zealand. I heard one of the supporters on the other day on social media saying, sell it to Air New Zealand. It's shameful that these people are lackeys for foreign companies with no pride in their carrier or their country and not a shred of foresight. They want to tear down our national carrier, burn down Fiji's one bridge to the rest of the world. Because that is what Fiji Airways means for Fijians. Our bridge to the world. It is how visitors come to us. It is how we visit friends and families and relatives in other countries. It is how our farmers and exporters deliver their goods to foreign markets. It is how many of our citizens have returned to Fiji during this global pandemic. Yes, today the world may be closed, but it won't always be closed. And if we don't support our carrier through this crisis, the world will never open up to us in the same way again. There will be no full recovery for tourism. The jobs will not come back. There will be no future economic comeback. There will be no returning to life as it was. Instead, we will cement ourselves in economic purgatory and leave our children in an economic worse position than what we inherited. Mr. Speaker, sir, no one is doubting the future is uncertain. We'd have better luck forecasting a coin flip than predicting the full return of normalized passenger air travel. It could be months. It could be years. No one knows. But Mr. Speaker, sir, we know without a doubt that when borders reopen, we must be in a position to seize on that opportunity. Until that day arrives, we need support from all quarters to ensure Fiji Airways weathers the present storm. There is plan A, B, and C. There is no alternative. we will continue doing everything possible to see that our national carrier survives, all the way until the day our borders reopen. Today, our commitment to the Fijian carrier and to the Fijian economy demands we defend Fiji Airways, the pride of our people, from the faithless, from those who cannot see further than their own political future. Mr. Speaker, since late February 2020, we've taken steps to reduce costs, preserve cash and bolster the cash reserves with many financing activities to ensure Fiji Airways survives the COVID-19 pandemic and thrives once again when border restrictions actually ease up. Since the execution of government guarantees, Fiji Airways is continuing to take concrete steps to ensure its sustainability. We'll explain some of that today and put a definitive end to the unfounded political speculation on the airline's financial position. The Fiji Airways Group, Mr. Speaker, sir, which includes Fiji Airways, the national carrier, our domestic operator subsidiary Fiji Link, and a 38.75% stake in the Sofitel Fiji Resort, earned a profit before tax for the year ended 31 December 2019 of Fijian $61.2 million in the financial year 2019, compared to Fijian $55.3 million for the previous financial year. In July 2019, Fiji Airways faced a forecasted full-year operating loss of around Fijian $100 million, compared with a full-year operating profit in 2018 of Fijian $50 million. This dramatic decline in forecasted financial results was caused by the impact for the year of further fuel price increases, Fijian $29 million, impact of the stronger US dollar exchange rates on all US dollar costs, Fijian $11 million, and most importantly, the expected negative impacts on profits resulting from Qantas commencing direct flights in direct competition with Fiji Airways from Sydney to Nadi from 31 July 2019, Fijian $65 million. The significance, Mr. Speaker, sir, of turning a full-year forecasted operating loss of Fijian $100 million in 5 months to an operating profit of Fijian $61.2 million is way more than just being profitable. It speaks volumes about Fiji Airways and Fiji Link's leadership and the board. Were it not for Qantas reducing the number of code share passengers placed on Fiji Airways in 2019 by 99,000 compared to 2018, growth for 2019 would have been actually 8% as opposed to 2%. Mr. Speaker, sir, with the closure of the borders of the core markets, Australia, New Zealand, USA, Hong Kong, and Singapore, and the resultant drop in travel, Fiji Airways suspended all international passenger services from 1 April 2020. That is, grounded 95% of its aircraft fleet. This resulted in the monthly revenue earned dropping to almost zero. While grounding this fleet saves variable operating costs, it still has to pay recurrent fixed costs close to Fijian $38 million per month. Fiji Airways' recurring monthly fixed costs on 1st April 2020 was Fijian $38 million, comprising primarily of aircraft ownership and lease costs of Fijian $24.5 million, employee payroll costs of Fijian $7.5 million, and insurances, property rentals, etc. of Fijian $6 million. The ongoing cost savings and cash preservation initiatives, including aircraft loan and rental payment deferrals, have progressively reduced the monthly recurring fixed costs by August 2020 to around Fijian $20 million until June 2021. Urgent ongoing steps and measures were taken from early March 2020 to save costs and preserve cash. Further steps were implemented regarding employees on 25 March 2020. These include, Mr. Speaker, sir, 1, the early return of leased aircraft. Negotiations are in process with the lessors for the early return of the 2 Airbus A330-200 aircraft, as well as 1 Boeing 737-800 aircraft. Insurance premium adjustment and deferral. As most of the fleet is currently grounded, Fiji Airways has negotiated with the insurers for ground risk cover only because the planes aren't flying, which comes at a discounted rate of 35% at the full all-risk premium. Reduction in deferral of property rentals. Fiji Airways has arranged a deferral of all property rentals until December 2020, including some recurring reductions. You must remember they have actually properties offshore that they are renting. Supplier payment deferrals and reduction in charges. All key suppliers have been requested to agree to payment deferral arrangements, as well as negotiations are in progress for reduction in future fees and charges. And non-essential projects frozen. All non-essential projects have been stopped to prevent future cash outlays. Reduction of employee costs, Mr. Speaker, sir. 8 expatriate executives had their employment terminated. while 5 remaining, including the CEO, with only 5 remaining in the CEO. All 79 expatriate pilots had their contracts terminated. 51% of the employees from across the airline who did not have work on 25 May 2020 had their employment terminated. A 20% permanent salary reduction was implemented for all retained employees from 1 June 2020. Expatriate executives had their salaries reduced by 30%. And last, retained employees are rostered to work between 2 to 5 days per week and are only paid for actual days worked. Fiji Airways in March 2020, Mr. Speaker, Sir, prepared a wide range of worst case and best case detailed monthly cash receipts and payment forecasts for the years 2020 until 2027. The management and board have used a worst case as the base case, which assumes no flying until January 2021, with a very slow ramp up to only 70% of past normal by the end of 2021. Fiji Airways base case of cash forecast for 2020 until 2027 have been independently validated by BNP Paribas. Those of you know in the finance market, BNP Paribas is actually an international merchant bank, a lending international aviation consultancy too, which ADB has actually hired to assess Fiji Airways' cash base to ensure that they are able to lend to a company that actually can pay their loans. The Fijian, Mr. Speaker, sir, $60 million recovery rebate package will provide a further Fiji $400 stipend per passenger for the first 150 passengers who book, travel and stay in Fiji using a holiday package. We are happy that Fiji Airways has agreed to be entrusted to lead and administer the recovery rebate package program, where the stipend will be shared between Fiji Airways and the hotels for the enticing holiday packages developed and sold. Some people have said we should use that money to pay workers. But Mr. Speaker said we're trying to get them employment by actually getting more tourists in. If you are going to simply just do that for unemployment benefit, which you already have $100 million, we will still won't be generating employment. And employment, by generation of employment, it means other people also get employed, not only those who are directly employed by the tourism sector or the airline. Again, Mr. Speaker, so that type of thinking exhibits a fundamental lack of understanding about how the economy works. By supporting tourism, we support actual jobs. That's what we need for our recovery: jobs, economic activity, and investments. Mr. Speaker, so last but not least, I've only got one page left. It has introduced and grown freight flights to 10 a week to Sydney now, to Sydney, Auckland, LA, Hong Kong, and Port Vila, to provide a vital service to our exporters and to bring urgent supplies to Fiji. These freight flights cover variable operating costs with a very small margin. Mr. Speaker, sir, I've received text messages from people exporting yangona and various other agricultural produce saying it's great that Fiji Airways is here because nobody else is actually going to take our yangona to LA. Air New Zealand is going to come specifically to Fiji to take our agricultural produce to LA or San Francisco or Brisbane. Mr. Speaker, sir, Fiji Airways growth, Mr. Speaker, sir, in the past years have been around 8% per year on average. That is the target they've set and announced publicly for years. We've been struggling to understand why the measures we've taken have become so political when the facts are so clear. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Fijian government and the Fijian people stand firmly with Fiji Airways. We will see our national carrier ride out this difficult chapter for the global aviation industry, and that is travel ready to bring back visitors to our shores as soon as our borders open. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I thank the Attorney General for his ministerial statement. The Leader of the Opposition has given his apologies that he's attending a funeral today, and I now call on his designated Speaker, the Honourable Rofilipe Tuisawa. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, sir. There has been a lot of hype from government since 2013 on Fiji Airways, especially on its finances and the acquisition of new aircraft for our national air carrier. In relation also to its financial position, debts and profits doesn't add up, especially on the issue of aircraft acquisition. It is not clear to the public whether the aircraft has been purchased or leased. It seems that government continues to claim that Fiji Airways owns this new aircraft, 3 Airbus A330, 3 Boeing 74 MAX 8, 2 A350s. This gives the wrong picture to the nation of national prosperity and progress. Wanga Vuka Financing Limited has been mentioned as some kind of intermediary between purchaser, vendor, and lender. Based on desktop research, the following observations can be made. Wanga Vuka Financing Limited is a private company limited by shares registered in Ireland. The lone shareholder of Wanga Vuka Financing is Vistra Capital Market Ireland Limited and has the same registered address as Wanga Vuka Financing Limited. The company directors of Wanga Vuka Financing Limited are also directors of 139 other Irish companies. 32 of those companies are now closed. Vistra Capital Markets Ireland Limited has one shareholder, which is Vistra Alternative Investments Ireland Limited. The directors of Wanga Vuka Financing since 2016 is one Ms. Hardinan, also listed as director of 132 other Irish companies. No information can be obtained online about Ms. Hardiman. She seems to be a ghost investor. This sounds like the Panama Papers scandal involving the Panamanian company Mossack Fonseca, which set up rogue offshore companies for prominent figures to hide assets and avoid tax. We believe that a loan provided by FNPF was provided by FNPF. This is based on announcement in 2013 by CEO David Friedger that the FNPF lent about 200 million, US dollars 113 million, for the purchase of 3 aircraft A330-200s. Friedger confirmed the catalog price of the planes of US dollars 200 million each, and that 85% of the funding would be provided by offshore banks. Chao Chikoroi, CEO of FNPF, has stated publicly that he cannot disclose details of FNPF loan to Fiji Airways. Why? Fiji Airways is 51% owned by the people, so why he cannot disclose that? We are not aware of these offshore banks, nor the bridging financing that they provided. 3 Airbus A330s have plugs announcing they are owned by Wanga Vuka Financing Limited. In 2015, Fiji Airways acquired the 4th Airbus A330-200. Friedger also announced the aircraft was financed through CIT Group, Commercial Investment Trust, headquarters in New York, listed on the New York Stock Exchange. The question is, why was this loan not brought to Parliament for loan guarantee? With regard to the recent acquisition, 2 A350-900 leased from Dubai Aerospace Enterprise, DAE Capital, which is a globally recognized aerospace operator, one of the largest aircraft leasing companies in the world, it is difficult to get the leasing details, arrangement details, because according to the Minister of Economy, when he answered our question in Parliament earlier this year, he said this is a private commercial agreement. However, it is guaranteed by government, therefore the people of Fiji as a shareholder must be informed to ensure transparency and accountability. Fiji Airways is 51% owned by the people, which is a subsidiary of Air Pacific. We need to know the facts. The need for clarity on the terms of financing or leasing arrangements and the costs must be disclosed. The whole thing adds to national debt, a threat to national security, financially, economic, and credibility. We need to find out more information on the acquisition, the modality of payments, and its impacts on the contingent liability. There is a need to review Air Pacific, Fiji Airways account profitability in the short term, and the acquisition of the 7 aircrafts as mentioned. On annual reports, Fiji Ports Corporation is 41% owned by government, while Fiji Airways is 51%. So why are those annual reports not presented here? He said we should access it through Google. Why? Not Google. It is 51% owned by government. And it needs to be presented as a formal report to the Parliament. What is the Honorable Minister of Economy and Fiji Airways hiding from the people of Fiji? If Fiji Airways situation is not addressed urgently,
it's a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I did not say that he should get the annual report from Google. I said a Google search will tell you about Wanga Vuka. The annual report, I said, is in the company's office for $10.90. I didn't say Google for annual report.
I withdraw that and correct it. Honorable, if Fiji Airways is not addressed urgently, honestly and transparently, it will bankrupt the nation. Do not mislead the nation, Honorable Minister of Economy. We want Fiji Airways to survive. We don't want it to go down. It is a strategic asset with prudent financial management, transparency, good governance and accountability. That's how we want it to survive. Thank you.
Order. Order. I now give the floor to the Honourable Leader of the National Federation Party, Honourable Professor Biman Prasad. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is rather unfortunate that our good friend, Honourable Attorney General, spent quite a bit of time attacking the opposition and attacking people who have raised legitimate questions, including the former Prime Minister Mahendra Chaudhary, who is not here to defend himself. But let me. Order. Let me say this, Mr. Speaker. The Minister said that the facts are clear. The fact of the matter is that the facts are not clear. That is the problem. The facts are not clear. When the opposition decided to support the guarantee of $455 million, Mr. Speaker, we did that with good intention. We wanted to support the airline. We wanted to support the workers. And immediately after that, they kicked the guts of the workers. They didn't even respect the agreement. Let me tell this, about the facts. Let me tell this as well. There's an email from a CEO, Fiji Airways CEO, to one of the senior managers, where he's actually expressing concern about the leaking of disclosure information with respect to the agreement between KfW, the German bank, and the Wangabuka. So, the point is, Mr. Speaker, that the facts are not clear. There is no transparency. And the Minister for Economy should explain that. And again, all this creates the perception that there is some kind of shady dealing, the secrecy. And this is the reason, Mr. Speaker, we, for the last 4 or 5 years, have asked this government to bring Fiji Airways annual reports and table it in Parliament, so that the report goes to the appropriate committee, so that the Parliament discusses it, the people of this country know every detail, because we are the major shareholders. And Mr. Speaker, it is quite illogical for this government to keep saying, oh no, past governments didn't do that. I mean, of course, you were here to correct past government's mistake, and you are now saying, because the past governments didn't produce the report, you don't want to do that as well. Mr. Speaker, last week, I sent one of my staff members to the company's office, and the staff actually spent 4 hours and found only 3 copies of annual financial statements. 4 hours, Mr. Speaker. And that too at a cost of about $10 for the first 10 pages and 50 cents per page thereafter. So I want to know from the Honourable Attorney General, I want to know from you, if all copies of financial statements are available in the company's office, why we were only able to access 3 copies? We are told that the others are not there. The question is, where are the other financial statements?
When did you go?
Just last week, the staff went. Last week, the staff went there. I spent 4 hours. 4 hours.
Order.
Is there a Fiji Airways group file in the office? If yes, why are only 3 years of financial statements in Air Pacific file? Things don't just add up. Last month, this is another reason, another confusion. Last month, when speaking at the Nandi Chamber of Commerce meeting, the CEO of Fiji Airways, who is also now incidentally the chair of the Fiji Development Bank, said that the lease and loan agreements that bound Fiji Airways were a noose around the airline's neck. He said that. And then he also said that deferment of lease repayments were not an option for the airline, as defaulting one lease arrangement payment would mean losing all, in other words, every other asset. This is what he said at that meeting. This was in total contradiction to what the minister said on the 25th of May in Parliament. You know, so naturally, there would be serious questions about what has happened. And if that's what the CEO was saying, then technically it meant the Fiji Airways was insolvent. You know? So, Mr. Speaker, instead of coming here and blaming every Tom, Dick and Harry, as he calls it, you know, about that we are trying to derail the airline, what he should do is to present to Parliament, you know, all the financial statements, a detailed plan of how Fiji Airways is going to ride this through. We need to discuss that. The Economic Affairs Committee needs to look at all those annual reports. That's when we will have clarity, that's when the facts will be clear, that's when we can move ahead, Mr. Speaker. So it's no point blaming the opposition of being unpatriotic and, you know, trying to get the airline down. We all understand the economics of it. We all understand the economics of it. You know, how it's related to the economy, what it's going to do and what not. So it's no point coming here and explaining all that to us. You know, we know that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Biman Prasad for his statement. Honourable members, on that note, we will suspend proceedings for refreshments and Parliament will resume in half an hour. Suspend proceedings. Honourable members, please be seated. Honourable members, I now call on the Minister for Education, Heritage and the Arts, the Honourable Rosie Akbar, to deliver a statement. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Honourable Prime Minister, the Leader of Opposition, Honourable Cabinet colleagues, Honourable Members of Parliament, and to the thousands of Fijians watching this on the Fijian Government Facebook page, Ministry of Education Facebook page, and other mediums across the country. Mr. Mula Vinaka, Assalamu alaikum, a very good morning to you all. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to talk about how the Ministry of Education is taking on the challenge that COVID-19 has presented, and also to correct some misinformation from the opposition, from the other side. Mr. Speaker, sir, when COVID-19 first hit our shores, it triggered a protective instinct for our young ones, at least for this side of the House. We knew we needed to protect them from the virus, but we also knew we had to find ways to ensure a minimum impact on education. Of course, it took a lot of planning and hard work led by the Honourable Prime Minister to keep Fiji COVID contained, and we were finally able to send safely our young ones back to school. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to take this opportunity to urge parents and students to ensure that our efforts to get you back to school does not go in vain. Mr. Speaker, sir, the 2020-21 Fijian national budget enabled us to continue with the many initiatives that directly benefit Fijian children from all backgrounds. Initiatives such as free tuition fees, free textbooks continue to ensure that hundreds of thousands of Fijian children get an education. Subsidized bus fares further ensures that children from low-income families get the opportunity to reach school and back home. And of course, this will continue. Mr. Speaker, there are a total of 151,692 primary school students and a total of 64,019 secondary school students and thousands of ECE students were assisted through the free education grant in the last financial year alone. And this will also continue. Of course, this also includes the toppers and the TELS scheme to enable that our students also reach tertiary education. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me remind everyone watching that before the Bainimarama and the Fiji First government, we all know the hardships that parents had to face in sending their children to school. Many of our own parents and grandparents know this very well, and we also know that. And we must not forget the challenges and sacrifices they made to ensure that we are where we are today. And the government of the day has taken a lot of responsibilities off the shoulders of the parents to ensure that children continue to reach our schools. We, Mr. Speaker, says, honourable members of the House, the least we can do is ensure that our children are responsible. We ensure that we teach discipline in our homes and ensure that all children who are supposed to be in school reach our schools, utilizing the assistance provided by the government. Mr. Speaker, say all schools have received, from the Ministry of Education, received free education grant, which is commonly known as FEG. And these are provided to the schools after they submit their audited financial accounts, and a requirement that every management and every school head is very well aware of. This grant that we call the free education grant is for the general management of the school premises and is to be used on things such as science lab equipment, computer lab equipment, PMEC equipment, building and other asset management, maintenance, and of course it is also to pay for non-teaching staff such as librarians, caretakers, bursars, and administrative staff. Schools, like I said, must submit the audited financial accounts before the deadline, and this is 31st of March, to ensure efficient and timely release of their timely grants. Mr. Speaker said these audited financial accounts provide transparency on how the free education grant is utilized. Schools also provide updates on their monthly spending details. Mr. Speaker said the reason we require schools to be compliant and provide accountability is that we want to know that funds are spent efficiently, especially in this case, because the future of our young ones is at stake. 100% Term 1 2020 grant was released to 706 primary schools, out of the 735 primary schools, as these schools were the only compliant schools. The ministry's audit team works very closely with those schools which have non-compliant issues to ensure that we don't centralize the grant. When there are cases of non-compliance received by the ministry, in many cases it is resolved, but in some cases when the accounts are not in order, the ministry centralizes the grants, but we still ensure that the grant is released for the school's operation, but from the headquarters. 100% of TEM 1 2020 grant was released to 171 compliant secondary schools of the 172 secondary schools. So we've seen an increase in compliance from our schools and management, and I'd like to thank them for that. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about FEC grant, the amount that is given to individual students depends on the level and the classification of the schools. For primary school, for ECE, the FEC grant per year is $150. And for primary schools, the allocation ranges from $157 to $232, with small schools with the numbers less than 200 receiving a base grant. So if the school has a roll of 51 students, 200, we give them additional base grant of $10,000 to assist them with the operations. In terms of secondary school FEC allocation, Mr. Speaker, the per capita grant per child per year ranges from $367 to $852. Obviously, the schools have to give us an updated account of the number of students per stream, and then we release these grants to them. Other than the primary education grant, we have special schools which are provided with special education grant, which is of $500 per child. And this is apart from the FEC grant, which is used to assist children needing assistance in our special school. Mr. Speaker, apart from that, we also have the boat and the outboard motor engine grant, the printing of textbooks that we do, the textbooks, per capita grant for primary boarding and secondary boarding. These are the boarding schools that are run by school managements. These are not the government boarding schools. And in most of these schools, it's a management-run boarding schools where parents contribute to the students, but we give them a supplementary grant. To date, we have about 49 schools that the government, that schools are managed by managements, and the government gives them a per capita grant per student per term for their boarding expenses. We have government boarding schools, ration grant that's about $2.8 million to ensure that our children are fed well in the government schools. Then, of course, we mentioned the tuition subsidy grant for ECE. This year we've been given close to $2.5 million, and the transport assistance that we talked about yesterday comes at a total of $21.4 million. So this all contributes to ensuring that our children remain in schools. Apart from that, Mr. Speaker, we have per capita grant for our vocational students. You are all aware that the Technical Colleges of Fiji has been now transferred to FNU, but we have 39 schools, 39 secondary schools that continue to have vocational classes for our students, and they get a per capita grant of $610, and they are engaged in Certificate 1 and Certificate 2 vocational level courses. And like I mentioned, the special education children get $500. Mr. Speaker, because of the amount of money that is given towards the free education, we do not condone any forms of abuse and mismanagement and unnecessary expenditures carried out, and of course non-compliance issues such as reporting on deadlines, submission of the financial accounts, spending details that are not updated, class audits that are not conducted, and therefore we sometimes stop the schools from receiving grants until they become compliant. But again, if I can say, we've noted an improvement in schools on these issues as well, and that has been because of the school's audit team going out and talking to the school managements and the heads of schools about the usage of these grants. Mr. Speaker, all the payment processes for the particular school will be controlled by the Ministry for non-compliance for that term only until the school becomes compliant. We do understand that sometimes it causes inconvenience for the operations of school, but we want to ensure that schools comply to that. And Mr. Speaker, if a particular school has unused amount, then these become savings for them and they accumulate it over the years, and then the management and the schools request the ministry through the permanent secretary if that savings could be utilized for other development works within the school. So we also accommodate that. Mr. Speaker, for schools that are run by managements, We also, like I said, provide supplementary hostel grants, and these management's work is coordinated by the school management handbook. Mr. Speaker, there's a separate allocation for textbooks, and since the ministry has started to provide textbooks to the students, we have spent a substantial amount in ensuring that children receive textbooks on time. However, we've also noted irresponsibility on the part of some students and actually parents not keeping those books in the condition that the books have been given to the children. And every year, the ministry utilizes the funds allocated for textbooks to top up the book scheme in the schools. So from 2021, Mr. Speaker said there is going to be a textbook policy where we are going to hold the children and parents more responsible. We want to ensure that the books given to them is returned for those students who will be using it in the next years. Mr. Speaker says school heads and school managements in managing the free education grant have the guidance of the School Management Handbook 2020 and for the financial management arrangements for school policies. The ministry, in conjunction with the Ministry of Economy and Solicitor General's Office, is also working on a draft grant agreement for schools. Unfortunately, we never had any grant agreements for schools since the time the free education grant started. So we are now working on that. We are in the final stages of a grant agreement together with the handbook and our policies, which will form the framework for prudent management in schools regarding the free education grant and assistance that is provided. We urge those responsible for guiding our young ones to utilize these funds prudently and minimize unnecessary expenditure, especially in times where we've had our free education grant reduced. And this is just to ensure efficiently we use our taxpayers' dollars, but also set an example to the very students we are looking at. Mr. Speaker, the current fiscal year budget for the free education grant is 60.7 million, 31.5 million for primary schools, 29.2 million for secondary schools, and for ECE subsidy, we've got 2.598 million, 2.59. Mr. Speaker, they're talking about grants. And I'd like to continue on from where I left yesterday during the question sessions, again on the government's provision of school lunches. I made it clear yesterday that heads of schools had been advised, we've spoken to them, we've consulted with them on the way they need to approach this in their own schools, because they are in a better position to know the assistance that their children need. The line of attack that has come against the government and the Ministry of Education, personally to me, Mr. Speaker, clearly indicates, again, I'm going to you, Mr. Honorable Biman Prasad, probably have no idea about how reality works and completely lacks the understanding of how school systems work. Providing lunch, providing nutritious lunch has always been a parental responsibility for decades. Honorable Kepa, you'll agree with me. Mr. Speaker said there are more than 1,000 schools across the country with more than 250,000 children and close to 13,000 teachers. The government already provides relief assistance to families affected by COVID-19 in the form of unemployment benefit every fortnight. And again, it has been mentioned in the House that 100 million has been set aside further for unemployment benefits. Mr. Speaker said the ministry cannot dictate what food parents want to give to their child. We need to understand food allergies, we need to understand dietary preferences, we need to understand faith-based schools with the restrictions, we need to understand religious beliefs, we do not allow certain foods to be consumed by children, we need to understand food safety and storage, we need to ensure OHS standards are met, and we also need to look at what happens in the case of food contamination. Who will take responsibility? So I suggest we let that be a parental responsibility. These are the choices we leave to the parents while we assist them with many other incentives like free education, water electricity subsidies, other grants and benefits, including those that have lost out on employment with the unemployment benefits. Heads of schools, I will again put it to the Parliament, have been briefed and will act according to look after the interests of the children in the care. The participation of parents in the educational process means that teachers and parents share the responsibility to teach students and work together to achieve our educational goals. This is the time for us to come together and help each other, Mr. Speaker, instead of criticizing government's initiatives for the sake of politics. I'd like to thank everybody and the many religious groups, youth groups, NGOs, entities, individuals, donors and sponsors, corporate bodies who have taken action to provide help to our young Fijians during this pandemic, including our school children. So thank you very much for all your helping hands. But Mr. Speaker said, in what can only be deemed as a crazy rant, NFP leader Honorable Biman Prasad launched a video on his Facebook page attacking me and making all kinds of allegations. Mr. Speaker, sir, we as honorable members of the House are being watched by children and must set a good example in all and everything that we do. I was disappointed that the learned professor appeared on a video and used such terrible grammar, setting the worst example for aspiring students who may have come across the video. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'd like to remind the Honorable Prasad that I am a minister, politician, mother, sister, daughter, friend. I was very disgusted at the level of disrespect shown by the NFP leader to me as a woman when he called me a motormouth. Honorable Prasad, you don't have to look far. You don't have to look far to tell yourself who a motormouth is. So I'd rather you look behind you. Don't get me wrong. I was not disgusted for myself. I was disgusted for every individual who must have watched that. And believe me, it is not right for them to think it is acceptable for a man to disrespect and insult any woman. Please do not set a
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have to just say, I'm sorry, after listening to Honorable V.M. Pillay talk about me the way he did in this august House, with no help from the ladies on the other side, I think it's rich that the Honorable Minister for Education comes here and talks about respect for women. That is my point of order. If you want respect, you have to learn to give it as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, order. You have the floor. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think by now, the members of this House and the women in this House have learned we need to fight our own battles. We will fight our own battles, like it or not. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Order.
Mr. Speaker, sir, again, let me put it straight. Disgusted that the precedent set by Honorable Prasad for all those men and boys watching who might think it is okay to insult women in this manner instead of debating on the points. Honorable Biman Prasad, what happened? What happened when you used to call me, when you used to write to me, when you used to text me about issues? I used to deal with those. What happened? Because you might not have got those political scoring points when you were writing to me asking, Minister, can this be done? Minister, please look into that. It was not in the public space. So suddenly you wanted to go in the public space and create or score more political points. Stop that. Stop that. You can still call me, you can still write to me, you still have my number, and I will deal with the issues. But stop your ranting, please. In fact, Honorable Prasad, I think you are misguided and you need a reality check. Mr. Speaker said, he said, I completely lost the plot when it comes to looking after the welfare of the teachers and students. Honorable Prasad, you could benefit from some education. While you were making your nonsense videos, approximately 151,000 school students, primary, and 64,000 secondary school students were assisted through free education last year alone, and it will continue. That's 24% of our total population. Almost a quarter of the population has been helped and continue to be helped, which Honorable Prasad doesn't seem to see. For what reasons, I don't know. You know, I really wanted to say, you said I lost the plot. I wanted to say something else, but I'll say it in a very nice manner. I think you've just lost the cause. Mr. Speaker said, I lack human values, understanding and compassion, according to Honorable Prasad. I wonder, Mr. Speaker, say where Honorable Prasad's human values, understanding and compassion were when he openly called for civil servants to get a pay cut in Fiji Times and on your website. Was the welfare for people not important then? No, I have a screenshot of it. Mr. Speaker said, it was the Fiji First government who ensured that all civil servants, including teachers, had their welfare. No, I have a screenshot, Honorable Prasad. We didn't listen to him. No amount of misinformation and insults by the learned professor will ever change the truth about the Fiji First government. Mr. Speaker said, coming to another issue, Honorable Randrondro, when Honorable Randrondro claimed, when Honorable Salote Randrondro claimed, oh, let it be, let me come to you. When Honorable Salote Randrondro claimed that she was denied entry in a school in Lambasa, that was also false, Honorable Randrondro, you know that. Honorable Prasad, you jumped on the bandwagon and said, the minister must stop this nonsense. There's no nonsense. You were advised by the teacher. Let me clarify this. You take it to the media for clarification. Let me use my parliamentary privileges no. I have a written explanation from the teacher what happened. She advised you to write for permission, not to the minister, to the permanent secretary. You didn't do that, but you ran to your favorite newspaper. Lies, 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 lies. Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable Minister, I think you started off well, but then you started to go astray and started going this way and that way. So I hope you stick to what you were originally.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I take note of that. Mr. Speaker, sir, there never has been a government like this one, and everybody knows, including the opposition, that they cannot form anything close to this. All you are doing is throwing obstacles in our path. We have done so much, and we will continue to do so, Mr. Speaker, sir. We care about our people, we respect each other, and we will continue to be tolerant to your misinformation. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Order.
Mr. Speaker, sir, many of these Fijians recognize the enormous task at hand, and they appreciate our never-ending efforts to keep our children in schools, even in these trying times. They know that teachers and other civil servants are true Fijian heroes who are striving to continue to serve the nation. We may come from many different backgrounds, but we want the same, the best for our people. Security for ourselves and our families, education and health for our children, opportunities for most of all. Fijian people want peace and a better Fiji for everyone. They know that this government, with the Fiji First government, they are cared for. And they know that our Honorable Prime Minister will do whatever it takes to keep Fiji and all Fijians safe. Because they've seen it time and again, through actions and not words. I'd like to once again sincerely thank the thousands of healthcare workers, teachers and civil servants, religious groups, youth groups, NGOs and Fijians who are ensuring a Fiji is safe every single day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the Honourable Minister for the ministerial statement. And I now give the floor to the designated speaker for the opposition, the Honourable Lawere.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Minister for her ministerial statement, but with due respect, instead of her concentrating on the FEG, she started casting a session on the Honourable Biman Prasad. Only she should have concentrated on what she's supposed to talk about this morning, FEG, but she has digressed and go everywhere, meandering all over the place. And that's why we do not know how to respond to our ministerial statement. Mr. Speaker, sir, in her statement, she mentioned about the handbook, which is a good initiative by the Ministry of Education. But that handbook alone cannot work by itself. It has to be taken out to the schools, especially for school management to be trained to know, especially on the acquittal of funds, especially on FEG, because when it comes to the release of these funds, it takes quite a while for these funds to reach the schools. Take into consideration, Mr. Speaker, sir, the location of these schools. Some are maritime schools, rural schools, and the reachable is very difficult. So in that regard, the ministry should be more affordable in terms of getting to these schools to know what they should do in terms of curriculum. I'm very concerned about the release, and especially on the allocation funds on the student population. The distribution of grants depends on the number of student population, which is what has been introduced in those years when the SVT government introduced this idea, and now taken on board by the Fiji First government. And it is an initiative that has been there from those years until now. But the issue here, Mr. Speaker, sir, is how it is distributed. Because in some schools, like the Honorable Minister has mentioned, the number of students will depend on the amount of grant that is given to them. And this unequal distribution is not very good. Take, for example, a school like a remote school in Itasiri and a remote school or a town school. The disparity is there because of the number of student population. There should be a formula. They should work out a formula so that equal distribution of these grants reach the school. Because of the schools, some of them are very, in terms of the school buildings, IT, electricity, they need these grants. And the smaller the grants, the amount of work that the school will do is will not help them in terms of moving forward. And the other issue, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to raise here is the condition of government schools in terms of the school buildings. There is a need for Ministry of Education to look more into this. We'll look at RKS, we'll look at QVS, ACS. They need more rehabilitation in terms of the school buildings because they are falling into pieces, and I'm sure the ministry, with the funds available in Ed 50, they could use some of that to rehabilitate some of the schools there. And on another note, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Honourable Minister, where is school zoning? Where is it now? Is it in force, or has it died, or what has happened to it? There needs to be some information coming from the Honourable Minister on how the school zoning is monitored. And just yesterday, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Honourable Minister spoke at length about RKS. That should have come in a ministerial statement instead of wasting a lot of question time. And that should come up so that everybody and everyone, and even the nation, should know what is happening at RKS, so that people will know, and at least some work done to make sure that the students go back to RKS, and it is not good. And the government is saying that all children have the right to education because of free education, and whether they pass or fail, they still go up to higher levels. There is no quality of education there, Mr. Speaker, sir. And what is the ministry doing about this? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I thank the honourable member for his statement. I now give the floor to the leader of the National Federation Party, the Honourable Professor Biman Prasad. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you rightly observed that the Honourable Minister started on a right note, but then meandered into his personal diatribe and attack. I hope she feels better after what she said today. But what I want to tell the people of this country, Mr. Speaker, and to her as well, and to all the teachers and students in this country, when I refer to the Minister for Education, I don't refer to Rosie Akbar as a woman. I refer to her as Minister for Education, responsible for the work of the Ministry of Education. That's what I refer to. So all these ridiculous insinuation that I'm insulting women and all that is a whole lot of rubbish. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, this lie that's been perpetuated, and I see that it's continuing. If they go and look at my video on our NFPU Facebook on 16th March 2020, they will see exactly what I said about the civil service pay cut and what we need to do. And I'm glad that after that suggestion, we members of Parliament actually took that. But the important thing, Mr. Speaker, is this. When I raised this issue in the budget process, and I asked the Honourable Minister a very pointed question whether there would be any room within the ministry's budget, the grants, to ensure that some of those grants could be diverted for providing lunches to students. He said there was no money. And essentially, when she goes to a school and says, oh, we are not providing grants or for lunches or whatever because we don't want teachers to pound garlic and onions and all that. I thought that was a ridiculous statement. That's not the reason why she said in Parliament the grant is not being diverted for lunches. Now, I want to thank again, Mr. Speaker, many of those parents, community workers, NGOs, religious organizations who are working hard, volunteering. They're not involving any teachers. And that is what I was saying in Parliament, that the government should provide funds to these NGOs, these religious bodies, so that they can help. And I, Mr. Speaker, I've been around the place, I've been talking to those people. In fact, they're telling me that the situation in the West, in some parts of the West, is actually easing. And I want to mention this because they want to actually thank the Minister for Agriculture. Because some of them are saying that the seeds and all that were supplied actually helped some of the farmers, parents, to actually raise food and raise a little bit of income. So, that's a real, sort of contribution coming from the Minister of Agriculture. And this is what people are saying. And I want to say thank you to the Minister and the Ministry for actually doing that. But let me also get this thing that this government, Mr. Speaker, they keep bragging about. Plus, but before I go into that, when Honourable Ndrondo was talking about being stopped, Mr. Speaker, let me give you an example. We went to a Reki school because we also provided donations for that organization, and they wanted to visit us. We went there, we thanked the people we saw. None of the teachers were involved, the parents, community. And then, after we left, there was an email from the Ministry of Education saying, what was Biman Prasad doing here? Can you explain that? I mean, this is the kind of fear somehow that these people on this side have, that, if an opposition member goes to a school, that somehow, they're going to talk about the government, they're going to put them, they're so worried about us not being part of, this is the agenda. Right now, in the middle of the pandemic, this is a government which is more worried about how they look. They're thinking about 2022 and blaming the opposition of playing politics. We're not, Mr. Speaker. And this is the trouble with it. They will put everything. They will use the state apparatus, the state institutions to get the opposition wherever they can. And this is the politics that they play. So, stopping an honourable member of parliament to go to a school, Mr. Speaker, and speak to the students, what's wrong with that? She doesn't want to explain that, Mr. Speaker. And yet, when I say, when I talk about the Minister for Education, saying something which is irrelevant, Mr. Speaker, she takes it personally. She's accusing me of, insulting women in this country. What a load of crap! What a load of crap! Every woman knows in this country, Mr. Speaker, what I stand for. What I stand for. So let's not get into that cheap politics coming into this house and abusing the time that the minister had in explaining the people of this country, the parents and the students. She's gone on a personal attack. But I hope, Mr. Speaker, I hope that tonight she will sleep well because she's been able to use that attack on me. And I want to thank her. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, you are not the Speaker. I'm talking to the Speaker. Tell the Speaker. Don't tell the Speaker. The Speaker will tell me what I do. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Secretary General.
Consideration of bills.
Honorable members, I have been advised there are no bills for consideration today. Secretary General.
Motion in the name of the Honourable Attorney General pursuant to Standing Order 130.
I now call on the Attorney General and Minister for Economy, Civil Service and Communications, the Honorable Ayaz Syed Qayyum, to move his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and Defence review the agreement between the Republic of Fiji and the Solomon Islands concerning the maritime boundary. Thank you.
Is there a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to second the motion.
Honourable members, the Honourable Attorney General has moved a motion to refer the treaty to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and Defence. I confirm that the Honourable Attorney General has approved or provided me with copies of the treaty and the written analysis as required by Standing Orders 130, Clause 2. Therefore, pursuant to Standing Orders 130, Clause 3, the treaty and analysis stand referred to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and Defence for consideration and review. The committee may table a report to Parliament no later than 30 days from today. We move on. Secretary General.
Motion in the name of the Honourable Attorney General pursuant to Standing Order 130.
I now call on the Attorney General and Minister for Economy, Civil Service and Communications, the Honourable Ayaz Syed Qayyum, to move his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, I move that the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and Defence review the amendments to the Framework Agreement of the Paris Declaration on the International Solar Alliance of 30th November 2014. Thank you.
Is there a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to second the motion.
Honourable members, the Honourable Attorney General has moved a motion to refer the treaty to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and Defence. I confirm that the Honourable Attorney General has provided me with copies of the treaty and written analysis as required by Standing Orders 130, Clause 2. Therefore, pursuant to Standing Orders 130, Clause 3, the treaty and analysis stand referred to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and Defence, consideration and review. The committee may table a report to Parliament no later than 30 days from today. We move on. Secretary General.
Motion in the name of the Honourable Attorney General pursuant to Standing Order 130.
I call on the Attorney General and Minister for Economy, Civil Service and Communications, the Honourable Ayaz Syed Qayyum, to move his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and Defence review the optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of the Child on the sale of children, child prostitution and child pornography. Thank you.
Is there a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to second the motion.
Honourable members, the Honourable Attorney General has moved a motion to refer the treaty to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and Defence. I confirm that the Honourable Attorney General has provided me with copies of the treaty and written analysis as required by the Standing Orders 130, Clause 2. Therefore, pursuant to Standing Orders 130, Clause 3, the treaty and analysis stand referred to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and Defence for consideration and review. The committee may table a report to Parliament no later than 30 days from today. We move on. Secretary General.
Motion in the name of the Honorable Attorney General pursuant to Standing Order 130.
I now call upon the Attorney General and Minister for Economy, Civil Service and Communications, the Honorable Ayaz Syed Qayyum, to move his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that Parliament approve that Fiji accede to the Madrid Agreement concerning the International Registration of Marks 1981, which is the Madrid Agreement. B, protocol relating to the Madrid Agreement, Madrid Protocol, both of these together known as the Madrid System. And C, the Paris Convention for the Protection of the Industrial Property. Thank you, sir.
Is there a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to second the motion.
Honourable members, I now invite the Honourable Attorney General to speak to his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I seek parliamentary approval for Fiji to accede to these conventions, Mr. Speaker, sir. The Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and Defence on 31st August tabled its report on the following treaties: the Madrid Agreement concerning international registration of marks 1981, protocol relating to the Madrid Agreement concerning the international registration of marks 1989, together known as the Madrid System, and Paris Convention for the Protection of Industrial Property 1883. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee report provides a summary and examination of the submissions made to the committee. The Madrid System, Mr. Speaker, sir, just very briefly, the Madrid Agreement came into force in 1893. The Madrid Agreement was established to provide a single and inexpensive system of international trademark. The Madrid Protocol came into force in 1989 and was created to correct deficiencies in the Madrid Agreement to make the international system of registration of marks more flexible and compatible with the domestic legislation of individual states. The Paris Convention came into force in 1883. The intent of the Paris Convention was to provide protection for creators of industrial property, including patents, trademarks, industrial designs, utility models, service marks, trade names, geographical indications, and to repress unfair competition. Mr. Speaker, so in other words, the core aim of the treaties is to protect intellectual property rights. In the interest of time, Mr. Speaker, sir, I will not be providing a complete summary of the treaties by each article. The complete summary has been provided in the written analysis that was provided to Parliament earlier on. Mr. Speaker, sir, we note that the committee has made two recommendations with respect to the accession of the treaties. These recommendations are outlined on page 7, Mr. Speaker, sir, of the report. And Mr. Speaker, sir, the page 7 of the report actually says, Fiji accedes to the convention and adopts without reservation after passing the following bills in Parliament. And they refer to Trademarks Bill, Patents Bill, Designs Bill, and WIPO certification. And B, that government strengthen resources to the Fiji Performing Rights Association to protect copyrights and pass the traditional knowledge and traditional cultural laws. Mr. Speaker, sir, in response to the first recommendation of the committee, that Fiji passes various intellectual property laws before acceding to the treaties is misconceived and flawed by this committee. The absence of a legislative framework that ensures compliance with the obligation of the treaties is no impediment to Fiji's accession to the treaties. Furthermore, WIPO has confirmed that domestic legislation is not a prerequisite to the accession of the Madrid System. In fact, with the Paris Convention, WIPO has confirmed that we must accede to the convention before we ratify the bills. This is because the bills, particularly the Trademarks Bill, seeks to domesticate international law and the obligations under international law. Therefore, logically, a state must enter the international framework before we can domesticate those requirements. For example, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Paris Convention allows countries to protect certain marks which are of significance to them, such as state emblems and state flags. Because Fiji is a party to the TRIPS agreement, we already are party to TRIPS agreement, we are automatically obligated to apply Articles 1 to 12 and 19 of the Paris Convention, despite the fact that we are not parties to the Paris Convention itself. However, under Article 6 of the Paris Convention, we are still unable to object to the marks that other states register for protection. We are thus at a disadvantage in the sense that we must protect the marks these states register, but we are not able to object to them in the case of another state registering a mark of particular significance to us. So we have people, for example, in USA, opening up various outlets using our names that we will not allow anybody to register. Once we are party to the Paris Convention, we will have this right to object, and then we will enact the Trademarks Bill to domesticate this process. We cannot do this backwards, or we will have a law in Fiji applying rights that we don't even have. Mr. Speaker, sir, this advice, in fact, was provided by the Solicitor General's office to the committee, and yet they made this recommendation which is actually contrary to the legal advice given by the Solicitor General's office. We find this very baffling. Mr. Speaker, this recommendation is also a complete departure from how this committee has made its recommendations in the past. I will refer, Mr. Speaker, sir, to just 3 treaties that show this committee's inconsistency. This very same committee made a recommendation for ratification of the United Nations Convention on International Settlement Agreements resulting from mediation, despite stating on page 31 of the report that it is envisaged, and I quote, "It is envisaged that an international mediation law incorporating the relevant provision of the convention will need to be enacted in Fiji," unquote. That's this one here. This very same committee, Mr. Speaker, sir, also recommended that Fiji ratify the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol on substances that deplete the ozone layer, despite listing as a challenge on page 12 of the report that, quoting, "adapting existing laws or introducing new ones to achieve the HFC phase down." Mr. Speaker, sir, actually they recommended that we ratify with immediate effect, even though there was no domestic laws. The third one, Mr. Speaker, sir, is the committee under the one of the former MPs in the 2014 Parliament recommended the ratification of the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, even stating that we must expedite the ratification, despite stating on page 11 of the report that there are aspects of our law which need to be changed. And here we have this committee that is saying, don't ratify the convention unless you have domestic laws in place, and despite being given advice to the contrary. Mr. Speaker, sir, this committee has always understood how treaties work under this Parliament and the last. So why have they suddenly done a U-turn on established practice? Why are they suddenly unable to understand the logic behind the processes for treaty ratification and domestic legislation? Mr. Speaker, sir, certain law firms have expressed, according to them, about the loss of revenue to Fiji, including the loss of jobs, taxes, customs duties, etc. In fact, Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm astounded. If you read the report, Mr. Speaker, sir, we are astounded that the committee has shown concern about so-called potential loss of jobs for Munro Lees, specifically in the report. I believe Honorable Pio Tikonduandua has raised very strong objections on behalf of Munro Lees. Clearly, Honorable Tikonduandua has a vested interest in promoting Munro Lees. He's also the lawyer for NFP, Munro Lees, as stated in the annual accounts, which I can come to later on too. Mr. Speaker, sir, Munro Lees is one of the few firms in Fiji that acts as an agent for international companies and corporations with registration for marks at FIPO. So if Fiji accedes to the treaties, clearly Munro Lees will lose revenue. This is the actual issue. So they are now pontificating for individual firms. The crux of the matter, Mr. Speaker, sir, that should Fiji accede to the treaties, a few private law firms may lose out on revenue. Yes. This issue raised by the private law firms is purely self-serving. This is not about government revenue. It's about the revenue earned by a few private law firms who specifically act as agents for international companies and corporations. This is the reason the committee has made this recommendation despite past practice and obvious logic. Mr. Speaker, sir, addressing other concerns in relation to the procedures to be adopted, during the period from the deposit of the instrument of accession, which is this treaty, Until the entry into force of the treaties, the international registration of marks will continue to be processed in accordance with the current legislation. WIPO has in fact pledged technical support to Fiji to help us strengthen our intellectual property legislation to ensure compliance with the obligations set out under the treaties. We're already in discussions with them. As such, the committee is also misguided in recommending that WIPO certifies that Fiji Intellectual Property Office is compliant to implement the requirements of the Madrid system. Given that WIPO is providing assistance in relation to our intellectual property legislation, there's also no need for WIPO to give any sort of compliance certifications. It does not do that. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee also noted that some law firms have also questioned FIPO's capacity to implement the Madrid system. I understand the committee went down to the Solicitor General's office, including the lack of capacity to digitize the current applications to deliver timely outcome under the Madrid system, and also has raised concerns in relation to the costs associated with training highly qualified human resources. Mr. Speaker, sir, these are just simply presumptions made by the private law firms which are outrageous. While there are deadlines to be met under the treaties, just like any other application process, in this case, the private law firms are assuming that FIPO will fail even before we've implemented the system. Here we're talking about building local capacity, national capacity. They're already assuming that our people won't be able to do the job, even though they may be trained by WIPO. There have been many times, Mr. Speaker, sir, the honourable members have said on the other side that the Fiji First government will fail, not be able to do this and that, but we've proved them time and time again wrong. We are trying to invest in our locals. We continue to thrive and our people continue to benefit from our strong and unprecedented initiatives. Mr. Speaker, in fact, WIPO has assured and made an undertaking to the Fijian government that once Fiji accedes to the treaties, it will provide necessary training and capacity building to FIPO with respect to the software program used under the Madrid system in order to implement the international registration system of trademarks in Fiji. These assistance will be provided free of cost by WIPO to the Fijian government. The conjecture that accession to the treaties will reduce demand for IP services in Fiji by 50 to 70% seems to be a static that has been pulled out of thin air. There is no evidence adduced in the committee's report to support this conjecture. The committee should have supported this conjecture. How does the committee or even Munro Lees come with a figure such as a reduction 50 to 70% of the demand of IP services? Mr. Speaker, sir, the Fijian government has embarked on digital transformation of government services called the Ease of Doing Business. Through Digital Fiji, it makes it easier for Fijian entrepreneurs to register their businesses and companies online. As Fiji embarks on adopting international best practices and standards and removing old imperial archaic systems, our progress cannot be held ransom based on the perceived fears of some private law firms that will supposedly suffer loss of revenue. Honorable Prasad has gone about the ease of doing business. This is what actually goes to the heart of it, one of the key areas. But also, it gives us the ability to register our trademarks offshore from Fiji. It is prudent to note, Mr. Speaker, sir, that this concern raised by private law firms is specific to clients who may be multinational companies and corporations who solicit private firms to register their trademarks. So therefore, any revenue loss would in fact be minimal. With respect to the second recommendation, Mr. Speaker, sir, that government, and I quote, strengthen resources to the Fiji Performing Rights Association, or FEPRA, to protect copyrights and pass the traditional knowledge and traditional culture laws, unquote. Once again, the committee's recommendation is misconceived. The Madrid system deals with the international registration of trademarks. It has nothing to do with copyright. Copyright is different. There is no nexus between the Madrid system and FEPRA or copyrights, which incidentally, then why make a recommendation, which incidentally do not need to be registered. When you get a motion on a treaty, you look at the treaty, not ancillary things or your own agenda. The treaty has got the understanding of the treaty is completely wrong. The recommendation that Fiji enact laws in relation to traditional knowledge and traditional culture and strengthen resources available to FEPRA is absolutely no bearing on Fiji's accession to the treaties. The committee is also incorrect in its reference to the law on traditional culture and traditional knowledge. The correct term is actually traditional knowledge and cultural expression. They've got even that wrong. TKCE. The committee has completely misunderstood that the trademarks and other similar intellectual property are instruments for commercial gain, while TKCE, as Honorable Nawaikula will tell you, is entirely different. And its purpose is for the protection of cultural and folklore creation. Mr. Speaker, I also note with concern that the committee, whilst it went out of its way to consult the New Zealand Intellectual Property Office, the committee did not see it necessary to have consultation with WIPO, which is the World Intellectual Property Office, given that WIPO itself could have provided clarity to any of the concerns the committee had in relation to the accession of the treaties. Mr. Speaker, accession to the treaties will demonstrate Fiji's commitment to the development of its legal framework with respect to intellectual property. Acceding to the treaties also reinforces Fiji's intent to uplift its business climate by enhancing the ease of doing business and the Digital Fiji initiatives. Mr. Speaker, sir, for these reasons, I urge the honourable members to discard the recommendation of the committee with the proviso they've got, and essentially the Parliament approves that Fiji accedes to these conventions without reservation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I thank the Honourable Attorney General, and honourable members, the floor is now open for debate on this motion. Anyone wishing to take the floor? Honourable Pio Tiganduandua, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion before the House, and I thank the Honourable Attorney General for his contribution to the motion. The Madrid Protocol, the Madrid Convention and the Madrid Protocol, as the Honourable Attorney General rightfully referred to as the Madrid system, likewise the Paris Convention, has been tabled to Parliament, and the committee was given the responsibility by the Parliament to review it. There's the recommendations of the committee. I'm not going to go through it again, but I might cover that later on. But that has already been referred to the House by the Honourable Attorney General. But it's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that the Honourable Attorney General has recommended to the House that it does not support the recommendation of the committee that is put to it. I'm going to speak on the recommendations later, but before I do that, Honourable Speaker, I'm going to stand here today because I'm going to speak for the committee. I speak for the committee because when we deliberated on this matter, we looked at the substance of the matter before the committee as it is referred to by Parliament. So as we did for every other convention that we've had a look at, on the substance of it, and make the recommendations to the House as the committee sees fit for the benefit of the House and what it believes to be the best interest of the Fijian people. That is the guiding principle of why the committee makes the recommendation as it does. It bases its recommendation on what it believes to be the best recommendation to the House, given the matter that has been placed before it. And I will elaborate a little bit on that. Now, on that matter also, Mr. Speaker, let me assure the House the committee is not misguided. But I will talk about this a little bit later in terms of the guidance that was given to the committee by the people, by the government departments that came to present, on which basis objectively we have reached our conclusion and the recommendations that we have made. We have not made these recommendations in isolation. We have not made these recommendations trying to follow within the recommendations that we have made for other treaties and conventions that were put to the committee. Because those conventions and treaties are matters that have to be considered on their own merit in terms of the laws that exist in the country right now and the laws that have to be made. Now, I want to correct that. We are not misguided, Mr. Speaker, and I'll tell you that in a moment. Now, I want to correct also an issue here that the Honorable Attorney General has noted about WIPO, that WIPO has made this recommendation about not needing to have the legislations in place and be able to accede to this, because this is new. You have a written opinion, Honorable Speaker, in the report by the Office of the Solicitor General, and it has in the verbatim their submissions to the committee. Never did they say at a single moment that WIPO said yes, that we can accede without having to have the relevant laws in place. That is why we made this recommendation to the House. And I'll tell you more about it, because I believe that it's supposed to mislead the House. It is not. We were never told. Because if we did, we would have included it. Also, Honorable Speaker, I want to note at this stage that the Honorable Attorney General has referred to me and Manrolis. For the information of the House, Honorable Speaker, and for the information of the nation, Manrolis is a law firm that deals currently with 50% of intellectual property, trademark patents that are the applications that are made to CACO. They are, the committee saw it fit that they should be invited, and it wasn't only Manrolis, it was Sloan as well. We also invited Sharani. We invited FIPRA. Okay? We understand that copyright is not included under Madrid. Of course we know. But because FIPRA was invited, they came and they presented. Like any other person would come to the committee, it is fair for the committee to bring their issues to the Parliament and include it in their report. So, because Manrolis was there, you will note in the verbatim that we asked them questions, we raised issues in the discussions of the committee on what Manrolis had presented. It's absolutely got nothing to do with me and Manrolis. Now, I want to correct that misconception here, Mr. Speaker, and I think the Attorney General should withdraw that statement, making false allegations and allusions. Mr. Speaker, the recommendations of the committee are there for you, and there is a reason for that. Now, I said earlier, and I'm not going to talk about the benefits because it's there before the House, and also the Attorney General had already alluded to it. But what I would like to note, though, that in terms of these recommendations, why did the committee come up with these recommendations? It is, the simple reason is this. The committee was appointed by the Solicitor General's Office and also by the Fiji Intellectual Property Office of the example of the Intellectual Property Office of New Zealand. We never knew about them. There's the reason we went there. And, Honorable Speaker, let me tell this House also, how the committee was rather surprised at the presentation that was made to the committee by Intellectual Property Office New Zealand on how they had come to accede to the Madrid system. This was very, very revealing, and which is why, Honorable Speaker, we are not experts. The Honorable O'Connor is not an expert. I'm not an expert. Honorable Charlie is not an expert. Unwai is not an expert, nor is Salai. We need to look at the example of a jurisdiction, and we just did not go there on our own. We were pointed to it. And by who? By the Solicitor General and by a FIPO. And then, okay, we went there. And you know what we found out, Honorable Speaker? The committee, and I'm being led to believe this, we were misguided. We were misled by the Office of the Solicitor General and FIPO. And I have it right here. I can read it to you right now, and I will. The whole issue why we recommended that we should adopt these legislations first. And like I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, we take every convention on its merit. We don't take a precedence from another one on its merit, objectively, for the purpose of this House, that we do not mislead this House. Our responsibility is to this House, and we depend entirely, because we are not experts, to the people who come before the committee to tell us what they believe the committee must do. And we, as lay people, need to present to the House what we believe is best. The House does not have to pass it, but this is the deliberation of the committee. So I'm going to give it to you. Now, there is one thing that is absolutely clear, Honorable Speaker. Should Fiji accede to this convention? The short-sub answer is yes. Short-sub answer, yes. The question is, are we ready to accede to Madrid now? The short-sub answer is no. And I'll tell you why. Honorable Speaker, what I hold is something that's in your, it's part of the submission made to us. It tells, the submission from FIPO tells of the roadmap from when New Zealand, this is the FIPO one and saying, what they're saying that New Zealand did for them to accede to Madrid. And here it says, in this table, May 2012, regulation consultation subject to cabinet approval. June, July, August, September 2012, system testing, including from users, regulation consultation, regulation drafting. Now I'm talking about, when you talk about regulation, I'm referring to what the committee, is putting to the House as a recommendation here, Honorable Speaker. Trademark patents and another one. Okay. September 2012, deposit instrument of accession. Now, September 2012 was when they deposited it in Geneva. October, November 2012, user training, including presentation from WACO. And December 2012, IPONs ready to process under the Madrid Protocol. Now, Honorable Speaker, like I said earlier, we are not experts. Because we are led down that way, we have to go there. It was the example that they were going to follow. They said that they would do it in 6 months. Now, Honorable Speaker, this is a presentation, and this is available on IPON's Intellectual Property New Zealand website. And this is where we got it from. And this is part of the presentation to us. I will read from the verbatim of the presentation to the committee, so that I'm not seen to be misleading the House. Mr. Speaker, this was the presentation, and you will see it in the verbatim before you, by Mr. S. Gesley, one of the managers from the Intellectual Property Office of New Zealand. And you will read from it on page 48. It says, overall, to our part to join the Madrid Protocol, the decision was made back in 2006 for the New Zealand government decision to join the Madrid Protocol. And that they passed all their laws in between. And let me tell you, Honorable Speaker in the House, the different laws that we are recommending here and when New Zealand did it. Honorable Speaker, they did not do it in 6 months. They did not. The trademark laws were done in 2002, Honorable Speaker. The trademark regulations was done in 2003. The patent laws were passed in 2013. Okay, copyright is not included. Geographical indications in 2006. Okay, but that's not being enforced at the moment. Plant variety in 1987, and design is the same laws that was in 1954. The point that I'm making here, Mr. Speaker, the committee can only make proper recommendation to the House and the people if it is given the correct information here. Now, Mr. Speaker, the committee, I was very suspicious, in terms of why there was such a big push to have Madrid now. I know that we're contemplating it for a very, very long time. Everybody wants Madrid. It's just whether we are ready and have the capacity to have Madrid. Now, Mr. Speaker, the committee was told that the trademark bills, the patents bill, the design bill has gone through cabinet, has already gone through cabinet. It has not seen the House. Okay, it has not seen the House. Now, you will, I'm not going to go through, in the back of our discussions with Intellectual Property of New Zealand, they clearly stated to the committee that one, they had all their laws, almost all of their laws ready, except part of the trademark regulations, well before 2012. They did all their consultations with all of their stakeholders. It's in the verbatim, you can read it. That includes all the accounting firms, all the law firms, the people that own trademarks and patents in New Zealand. The consequences of going there, yes, there were. There were opposition, like here in Fiji, there were opposition. There were opposition from some law firms. But that is okay. Everyone is presenting to the committee, what they believe the law should be. There's nothing wrong with being, with objecting, because that is a fair thing to do, but that does not mean that when people object, that we should take the objection. We should put to the House what's in the best interest of the House and the people, which is why we are recommending here, as lay people, as members of Parliament, the presidents of New Zealand, as we were told they would follow. Mr. Speaker, I'm led to believe we were being misled. Now, you will also read, Honorable Speaker, and we're getting very suspicious of this. And when we discussed this report, I told our members of our committee, let's not put this recommendation in terms of part of the reason why that we have to exceed, because if you read, I can't find it here at the moment, but if you look at this, in the analysis report by the Office of the Solicitor General, it started off with Fiji having to exceed, and I will read it now, I got it better. As part of the policy-based loan with the Fijian government, the Asian Development Bank required Fiji to seek cabinet approval to update Fiji's trademark, patents, and designs legislation. Now, that was the beginning of the written analysis, Honorable Speaker. Why did that have to come right at the beginning? Why did it not have to speak about the benefits of this to the people of Fiji as being the reason for it? Now, government has its own intentions, but that aside, looking at our readiness, looking at our capacity, if you look at the laws are not there. It is, I think it is not fair for the Parliament to try and accede to this legislation without even understanding what's in the law. Okay, we were told that this is an intent. But Mr. Speaker, in New Zealand, the intent was given 6 years prior. Then they went through the whole of New Zealand and all the consultation before they wrote the laws, before they gave it process in Geneva. And then because after you deposit in Geneva, you have 90 days to get ready. Okay, we have all between now and then, before now and the depositing. But, like I said earlier, we were never told that what was said this, that we could exceed without having the laws in place. But practically, Mr. Speaker, practically for the benefit of Fiji and its people, for whom this law is for, okay, I know it's going to benefit a lot of people from abroad who wants to register their mark here. It will also benefit the few of the Fijian businesses that register their mark overseas, because primarily most of the marks that are registered here belong to people who have their businesses here. I think you will know that. But for Parliament to try and make this decision to accede to this convention without, without the laws, and also, FIPO is not ready. They still have analog records. Okay, they said that they are going to ask businesses who own marks and trademarks and also patents to, to re-register their trademarks. Okay, that is okay. But what we're saying, Mr. Speaker, the House does not have the full information to be able to accede to this. So, Mr. Speaker, as far as the committee is concerned, and I will reiterate that again, we say accede to the convention, yes. Are we ready? No. We should build capacity, we should get these laws before the House, let the House read it, let the House scrutinize it, make sure that the House is happy that it is consistent with the convention, and then the committee, then the House should say, yes, we should accede. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you,
Honourable Speaker, I wish to raise a point of order. Very, very cynical the way this has come in order for the government to qualify for an aided loan, and in the same process to disrespect the chairman. Totally out of order. Under Standing Order 1215, and I will seek a ruling in relation to this, Honourable Speaker. And it says clearly, this report was tabled by the chairman, Honourable O'Connor. He is the person that should move a motion. Now, 1215 says, where a report of a standing committee has been tabled in Parliament, the member tabling the report, who is in this case Honourable O'Connor, must move a motion without notice to initiate the debate. So it's totally out of order that the Honourable Attorney General should be bringing this into the House. That is the responsibility under Standing Order 1215 for the chairman. And I seek a ruling in relation to that. Totally out of order, take it out. Again, Honourable Speaker, Standing Order 1215 very clearly says that. I need a ruling.
Honourable Member, this was moved under Standing Orders 130, not 121.
I understand that. But this is what Standing Order 121 says. That cannot interfere with Standing Order 121 because this is in relation to the tabling of report. Irrespective of whether it comes under 130 or 140, it should not interfere with or interfere with the requirements, which it says shall. And it's not even discretionary, it's imperative.
This 130 is international treaties, and this is being moved under 130, not 121.
I seek a written ruling in relation to this, because it is contentious. It is contentious, Honourable Speaker. The point is contentious. Here, he brought that to the House, he must move the motion. It's the report. Even so, Honourable Speaker, it is their report.
Honorable member, you've had your say. You've had your say.
Yes.
And I've pointed out to you, it's under 130. 130. If you go through 130 carefully, it's very clear there. It's the Attorney General who moves over it. Now, hold it, take a seat. Wait until I finish. Clause 4. The Attorney General may move a motion that the treaty be approved by Parliament if the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and Defence, A, tables a report on the treaty, or B, does not table a report on the treaty within the required 30-day period referred to in Clause 3.
It's contentious, there seems to be conflicting provisions.
No, you say
That's
one
my right.
thing.
I seek a written ruling.
You say one thing and then now you would want to say another thing. But it's there, it's clear. Honorable Charlie, you have the floor.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me the opportunity to say a few words about the work of the committee. I'm a member of the Foreign Affairs and Defence Committee that put together the report that put the recommendation in regards to the Madrid Agreement, the protocol, and also the Paris Agreement. The motion that has been tabled before the House differ from what was recommended by the committee. The committee did not only recommend acceding to these treaties or conventions, but went forth to recommend certain action and recommended to the Parliament to agree to the enactment of certain legislation that are consequential to the adoption of the treaties, and also processes that need to be put in place before ratification. But there is a difference from what was recommended by the committee to what has been put before the House. I must say, Honourable Speaker, that I was involved in the actioning of conventions in some of the work I did in the past. In the Ministry of Labour, I used to be responsible for consideration and putting to Cabinet the recommendation in regards to ILO conventions. I have mentioned that there are processes that have been taken in the past in regards to ratification of conventions. From my understanding, conventions have been ratified even before laws are put in place. The ratification of conventions is a show, is an indication that the government is ready to embark on that role to see the fulfillment of the requirements of the convention. So, the recommendation that have been put in before the House, it is only to help the Parliament or help the government see to the full implementation of these conventions so that we fully comply with the requirements under those conventions. There are benefits and some concerns that need to be taken on board by the Parliament. And it's been alluded to by Honourable Tikondondua. The issue about putting in place some of the laws. I think I've already mentioned that. In my experience in the past, we can ratify, but put in the laws soon after. There have been some ratifications that have taken years, and until now, from my recollection, the government has not put in place the relevant laws to support the ratification of those conventions. That should be a concern by this Parliament. 169, ILO 169. He knows that. There are a few others, not only this. There are no laws that support the full requirements under those conventions. The issue about what New Zealand did, I think it's already been alluded to by Honorable Tikondodua. New Zealand took a different path, put in the laws first before ratification. I think that should be also be given due consideration. I'm pleased that the government has already indicated what to do. There are certain bills that have already been processed through Cabinet, and if those are put in place, certainly it will still quicken the process of us observing in full the requirements of those Madrid Convention and Paris Agreement. Those laws are interrelated, Mr. Speaker, sir. You need to ratify Paris Convention before adhering to the other two. So I'm glad if the government is going to do that together, certainly it will meet the requirements of those people that put those conventions in place. So although I differ slightly from what has already been told, what Honorable Tigondodo has put through, I must say that from experience, nothing stops a government ratifying a convention and then putting into laws what needs to be done to fulfill the requirements of those conventions or treaties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Andre Chale. I'll give the floor to the Honorable Fayez Koya. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, any treaty, and I rise to support the motion, sir, any treaty and the lead organization of that treaty, sir, gives countries time and resources to implement the treaty, provided the country actually commits to it. I think Honorable Tikondodua needs to understand that, sir. So I rise to contribute to the debate on Fiji's accession to the Madrid Agreement, the Madrid Protocol, and the Paris Convention for the protection of industrial property, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, as the world is working towards economic recovery with the post-COVID period, innovation is actually the mainstay for every business that leads to the development, Mr. Speaker, sir, of intellectual property. Globalization and technological developments have actually provided even the smallest of enterprises with unprecedented access to export markets, sir. In a competitive market, a strong trademark or a strong brand is the best commercial asset for businesses in helping them to build consumer loyalty and command premium prices. Mr. Speaker, sir, Fiji Airways, Fiji Mahogany, Pure Fiji, Fiji Kava, Jehan the Pearls are examples that product branding can actually elevate the simplest of commodities. Having a trademark, Mr. Speaker, sir, legally protects a brand and also the consumers from being misled. And Mr. Speaker, sir, the demand for consumer goods and services has also created an ever-increasing supply of similar, often illegally copied products and services. So registering a mark internationally to protect and differentiate products and services from those of competitors is both the first step for businesses in protecting their commercial interests abroad and an integral part of any successful global business strategy. Similarly, the protection of intellectual property is important and it's valuable, Mr. Speaker, sir, for every business which actually invests huge sums of money into research and development and creating original products and services. And innovations are crucial for the success of these businesses and can be patented to exclude competitors from exploiting the invention during that period. Now, without the protection of such ideas, Mr. Speaker, sir, innovators cannot reap the benefits of their inventions and would focus less on research and development, and intellectual property rights help innovators in every stage of business development, competition, and expansion strategy. In today's economy, Mr. Speaker, sir, Fijian businesses must be attuned not only to their trademark protection rights in Fiji, but also to protecting their trademarks in foreign countries. Through the Madrid system, sir, and the Paris Convention, there are international processes of seeking and receiving international trademark protection. The Madrid system is a convenient and a cost-effective solution for registering and managing trademarks worldwide, sir. All you have to do is file a single application, pay one set of fees, sir, and apply for protection in up to 122 countries, sir. Modify, renew, or actually expand your global trademark portfolio through one centralized system. For instance, if South Pacific Alexa Fiji Limited registers a new trademark such as Fiji Kava with Fiji International Property Office, FIPO, then through the FIPO, this company can file an international application which will be certified and forwarded to WIPO for international registration. Again, this company is able to protect its trademark of Fiji Kava internationally without registering in separate jurisdictions. Mr. Speaker, so the companies that are most affected by the considerable cost involved in registering and maintaining marks abroad are micro, small and medium enterprises. We have many creative people in Fiji, many creative companies. While a large company may afford or may be able to afford to devote considerable funds to actually protect its marks abroad, these SMEs cannot afford the same due to the high procedural costs. And the Madrid system is actually used, Mr. Speaker, so by a third of worldwide applicants seeking protection of their marks, and of these about 80% is categorized as an MSME, having a small portfolio of simply 1 or 2 marks. The Fijian government, Mr. Speaker, sir, has a strong focus on nurturing and growing the MSMEs, and therefore Fiji, being a party to the Madrid system, will provide impetus for MSMEs to actively protect their trademarks internationally. So in the current economic context also, the possibility of providing easy, low-cost protection for marks provides a welcome advantage for companies and individuals, and a factor that will favor exports. It's important to note also, Honourable Speaker, sir, that trademarking products and services can also protect businesses and consumers from counterfeit products. This facility also helps to strengthen the climate, Mr. Speaker, sir, for foreign investment in Fiji, as foreign businesses will have confidence in investing with easier access in terms of protection of their marks. Mr. Speaker, sir, in addition to this, the Paris Convention also offers widespread protection for individuals and businesses that own trademarks and patents and utility models and industrial designs and geographical indications. It was the first major step in ensuring that creators are given protections for their work even in their countries. The convention lays down a few common rules that all contracting states must follow in relation to patent marks, industrial designs, trade names, indication of sources, and unfair competition, sir. The indication of source, Mr. Speaker, sir, is one of the common rules that is important to Fiji. Article 10 of the Paris Convention provides protection against any direct or indirect use of a false indication of source or identity of the producer, manufacturer, or merchant. Article 10 BIS also provides protection against any act of unfair competition through the use of indications. We have seen, Honourable Speaker, and received numerous complaints in relation to trademarks registered in international jurisdictions that contain the word Fiji, despite the fact that they do not originate from Fiji, sir. The use of Fiji in such products misleads consumers to believe that the product in fact originates from Fiji. And not only do these businesses benefit unfairly from the use of the word Fiji as a brand name, they can even tarnish it, sir. So if it does not uphold the standards of the actual Fijian brand, known for its quality and organic and pristine characteristics. Therefore, acceding, Honourable Speaker, to the Paris Convention will provide a long-term solution to this issue in Fiji. Mr. Speaker, sir, Fiji's accession to the Madrid system and the Paris Convention will offer unique benefits to all domestic companies and entrepreneurs to protect their trademark and industrial property portfolios across the world, and this is expected to provide a tremendous boost also, sir, to scientific research and innovative activity in the country, sir. I therefore offer support to Fiji's accession to the Madrid system and the Paris Convention, sir. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Bulacharu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise to make a short contribution in support of Fiji's accession to the Madrid Agreement and also the Madrid system and also the convention, the Paris Convention, because it will ensure that Fiji is in compliance with international obligations for protection of international property. I was one of the members of the Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee back in 2015 when the Fiji Parliament had acceded to the WTO TRIPS agreement on trade aspect of intellectual property rights. We also had recommended that we accede without reservation. I think that's already in place, and also the measures that will come into place once we start the domestication of these treaties on how we are going to provide the framework and the proper legislations that will come in. The argument put forward this morning by the Honourable Attorney General in terms of the recommendation, I think that too didn't happen in our time, given the understanding that the committee only recommends for Parliament to accede and the domestication will be done by the government or the centralized agency, as they call in international treaty and convention, on providing the frameworks on how that will trickle down to how we can use those international treaties. But it's quite interesting how the committee ended up in getting the example from New Zealand, given the advice that was given by those who had advised them, looking into other options too, of other jurisdictions on how they embarked into reaching to accede to this particular treaty. But again, the onus now, after acceding, will be on the Honourable Attorney General and the Solicitor General's Office in bringing the bills that are listed there, trademarks bill, patents and designs bill, that will follow according to government's legislative program that will come probably in the next parliamentary year. One of the biggest things that if we peruse through the committee report, I thank the committee, the chairman of the committee, Honourable Alexandra O'Connor, and also Honourable Andy Selai Andy Maitonga, also Honourable Dr. Salik, and the two opposition members of the committee, Honourable Charlie and Honourable Pieti Kundondua, for compiling this report and bring up the various issues, both those that had negative views on the Madrid system and also the convention, and the views of the government saying that they are ready given the systems in place. One of the good things about this particular convention, it will uplift business investment climate in Fiji, enhancing ease of doing business, and also our digital Fiji initiatives that are already in place. Given what we call in business JIT, just in time, approvals, and also these are some of the things that our MSMEs, who are exporters, normally investors that come from overseas into Fiji, they are always concerned about the red tapes in our system. And this system will allow the fast track of that process. One of the things too that probably that we might need is the update of a digitized system at our Fiji Intellectual Property Office here in Suva, so that the applications done here and also the monitoring of the protection of our marks, trademarks across the globe or in other jurisdictions where Fiji-made products actually end up into. One of the other good aspects too of this particular convention is that contracting parties who do business, the partnering here in Fiji, also gives the contracting partners overseas to protect the interest of their local partners here in Fiji. So that is a advantage of the whole system. The other recommendation too that I probably will have a reservation is on the FIPRA. Given that Fiji in 1971 had signed up to the Berne Convention that was done in Switzerland, and that Berne Convention falls into the ambit of what FIPRA does to authors, musicians, and artists, and that comes into that. And probably just the system that should be in place on now the Berne Convention and the framework which operates in our jurisdiction. The other concern to the Honorable Attorney General, probably the other stakeholders had brought up to the committee, is the sitting of the tribunal. Those who might query for trades, for marks, probably the sitting of the tribunal on how they bring up some of the objections that they might want to raise. One of the biggest thing that the government will need to do is the capacity building on MSMEs, on public consultation and awareness to stakeholders after we have exceeded. So a process where people will come to know how the system works and how they participate in the system, and also the various incentives that will be in the system. Those are a few things I would like to share. And I thank the committee for the work that they've done, and also the recommendation probably the next time there could be better consultation amongst government members and also opposition members on how to go about actually the wordings of how because of the wordings, it said that Fiji exceeds the convention and adopts without reservation after passing the following bills. It's the word after. If that could be provide, better up next time. But I have no other further comments to say, but to fully support the convention and also Fiji exceeding, and also support the motion which is before the House.
I thank the honourable member. If no one else wishing to take the floor, I give the floor to the Honourable Attorney General for your right of reply. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'll be very brief in my comments. I'd like to acknowledge Honourable Andre Chale's comments. He hit the nail on the head. Unfortunately, he brought in 169. But the nail on the head being that you do ratify conventions before you domesticate the conventions. Should there be a need to make any domestic laws? Because sometimes you already may have laws or a constitution that's already compliant with the principles set out in the convention. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'd like to just very quickly, brings me to the point. Honourable Tikun Dundua had raised a number of matters. Even the New Zealand example that is used on page 17 of the report, it says that on 10th of September, there was a Trademark Amendment Act, internal domestic amendment. Well, the 10th of September 2012, New Zealand deposited the instrument of accession. In other words, they approved the treaty. And then, only after they deposited the instrument of accession, only then did they then draft the trademarks law. Even in New Zealand, Mr. Speaker, sir. And the draft and the regulations completed post the deposit of the accession of the actual instrument itself. So, again, Mr. Speaker, sir, he's not necessarily represented it correctly. Mr. Speaker, sir, I don't know whether the committee actually questioned the ASG's office on whether WIPO will provide support or not. In fact, I got a message from the Solicitor General, because he is the Permanent Secretary equivalent of this particular area, and he said that in his meeting with the committee, I had expressly told them that the laws don't need to be amended before the ratification. I had told him clearly that ratification must happen first before WIPO will provide assistance to Fiji. And in fact, that's the very reason, I think one of the members talked about the three bills, the trademarks patents bill and the other bill, that it has not been tabled in Parliament. In fact, it's been approved by Cabinet. But with the proviso from Cabinet that upon Cabinet's approval of the principle of it, we will get further input from WIPO. So when we actually bring the bill to Parliament, it's already got the WIPO input. And I wanted to also point out on that note, Mr. Speaker, sir, if the committee saw it fit to consult so deeply with the New Zealand Equivalent Office, they had the full opportunity to go to WIPO themselves directly. In fact, the Solicitor General's office would have facilitated that discussion. Question is, why didn't the committee go directly to WIPO? They could have gone directly to WIPO. Honourable Tikun Duandua claims that, Munro Lees does 50% of the work. That's the data, that information received from Munro Lees. There's absolutely no official database that says which law firm does how much work or which percentage of work. He's simply relying on the information they provided him and take it as the truth. Obviously, it's very subjective, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, the other point that I wanted to highlight also is that very briefly, they touched on the copyright issues pertaining to FEPRA. Honourable Tikun Duandua at one point in time in his career was also Permanent Secretary for Justice. He also knows, and I think that he was still there, and he knows we had met with FIPRA and the copyright issues we had dealt with. We had a gentleman from New Zealand, he also knows that. His name escapes me. And Mr. Speaker, sir, in fact, at that point in time, we actually amended the burden of proof regarding copyright. We reversed the burden, so the person actually claiming copyright had to prove they actually had the copyright, as opposed to the original copyright owner having to prove that there was actually a breach of the copyright. It's a very substantive change. And Honourable Tikun Duandua does know that. So this is why, Mr. Speaker, sir, I cannot understand why this has been brought about in this particular forum. Just the other point, Mr. Speaker, I would like to highlight to Honourable Nico Nagakula. Unfortunately, he's not here. As you rightly pointed out, Mr. Speaker, sir, Standing Order 31 relates to all treaties. And if the members who've been here since 2014 will know that all treaties have been always brought under 130 since 2014. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I unfortunately, we kind of got distracted on this very important convention we need to ratify. I urge the honourable members to support the full ratification of this convention without any reservations. We can also assure Parliament, Mr. Speaker, sir, that conventions need to be put in place before the domestication of any laws pertaining to the convention themselves. And secondly, that we are working with WIPO, they're providing us full support. And I think the last point that I want to make, Mr. Speaker, sir, before I forget, is that I think Honourable Bolitabu and Honourable Minister Koya had touched upon this. There seems to be this sense by some of the law firms, the three law firms, Suwatimbao Sloan, Sharani, Munro Lees, they obviously made representation. But Honourable Pia Tikun Duandua, the way he spoke, as if trademark registration is only one way. I would like to think that Fijians actually themselves can develop original trademarks. That Fiji has a good brand. Our companies need to be able to register, and indeed we need to protect ourselves certain peculiar, specific trademarks that emanate from Fiji, Fijian trademarks, that actually will help propagate our brand offshore. And that's what we need to be mindful of. The moment you get into the system, I mean, we've had people, complain saying they've set up a kava bar in Florida. Can they use the word kava? It's our own word. They've used the word Fiji there. Can they use the word Fiji? Of course, if your brand is good, people will try and use your name and capitalize on that. We need to be able to protect that. In fact, as a government, I can tell you, we've actually have been thinking ourselves to reserve certain names ourselves and have that international registered. And we can then license people. For example, I'll give you an example. There are people who want to say market, say ginger. Now, We can't allow one company to market and say Fiji ginger or Fijian ginger. In fact, that is something that's unique to the country. So if the government actually registered that, immediately through this system, we have 170 odd countries that will recognize our trademark, then the Ministry of Commerce and Trade and the Minister for Agriculture can license people, subject to them meeting their requirements, to use the name. You know, if you go overseas, you see certain products that has got the Fijian brand or logo or that country's logo. We need to start doing that. We can only do that once we come into this kind of system. So there's nothing sinister about this. In fact, it is actually protecting our economy, protecting our own intellectual property. So please don't think it's only about overseas companies registering their trademarks in Fiji. It's us registering our ability to register our trademarks into the rest of the world. Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you very much.
Honourable members, the Parliament will now vote. The question is that Parliament approve that Fiji accede to the A. Madrid Agreement concerning the international registration of marks 1981, Madrid Agreement. B. Protocol relating to the Madrid Agreement, Madrid Protocol, together known as the Madrid System. And C. Paris Convention for the protection of the industrial property. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Honourable members, I thank you for your forbearance. The time has moved on. We will now adjourn for lunch, but we will resume at 2:30. We adjourn. Honourable members, please be seated. Secretary General.
Motion in the name of the Honourable Attorney General pursuant to Standing Order 130.
I now call upon the Attorney General and Minister for Economy, Civil Service and Communications, the Honourable Ayaz Syed Qayyum, to move his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that Parliament approves that Fiji accedes to the optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of the Child and the involvement of children in armed conflict. Thank you, sir.
Is there a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to second the motion.
I now invite the Honourable Attorney General to speak to his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, this motion is in respect of the committee report that was tabled in Parliament on the 31st of August 2020. Mr. Speaker, sir, and the report is on the optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of the Child and involvement of children in armed conflict. Mr. Speaker, sir, Fiji, very quickly in respect to the summary, Fiji signed that optional protocol on 16 September 2005, but is yet to ratify the optional protocol. The optional protocol, also known as the Child Soldier Treaty, is a multilateral treaty whereby a state agrees to A, prohibit the conscription into the military of children under the age of 18, ensure that military recruits are no younger than 16, prevents recruits aged 16 or 17 from taking a direct part in hostilities, and D, prevents non-state armed groups from recruiting anyone under the age of 18 for any purpose. The optional protocol came into force on 12 February 2002, and as of 1 September 2020, 170 states are party to the optional protocol. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Article 3 of the optional protocol provides that state parties must raise the minimum age for the voluntary recruitment of persons into the national armed forces and recognize that persons under the age of 18 are entitled to special protection. In other words, persons under the age of 18 can also be recruited into the military with certain conditions. Mr. Speaker, sir, Article 3 also provides that state parties that permit voluntary recruitment into the national armed forces under the age of 18 shall maintain safeguards to ensure, as a minimum, that A, such recruitment is genuinely voluntary, such recruitment is done with the informed consent of the person's parents or legal guardians, C, such persons are fully informed of the duties involved in such military service, and such persons provide reliable proof of age prior to acceptance into the national military service. Mr. Speaker, sir, Article 4 recognizes the difference between armed groups being distinct from the armed forces of a state. And Article 6, Mr. Speaker, sir, provides that each party shall take all necessary legal, administrative and other measures to ensure the effective implementation and enforcement of the provisions of this optional protocol. Mr. Speaker, sir, Article 7 very briefly provides state parties shall cooperate in the implementation of the present optional protocol, including in the prevention of any activity contrary to the optional protocol, and in the rehabilitation and social reintegration of persons who are victims of acts contrary to the optional protocol. Mr. Speaker, sir, Article 8 of the optional protocol provides that each state party shall submit within 2 years following the entry into force of the optional protocol for that state party. Articles 9 to 13 of the optional protocol outline administrative matters, including procedures for ratification or accession, entry into force, denunciation, and amendments to the optional protocol. Mr. Speaker, sir, somewhat similar to the previous recommendation of this particular committee, the Standing Committee has made 3 recommendations with respect to the ratification of the optional protocol. These recommendations, Mr. Speaker, sir, outline page 6 of the Standing Committee's report and essentially state that A, Fiji accedes to the optional protocol without reservation, given that ratification of the optional protocol is a step for strengthening our commitment to the Convention on the Rights of the Child. That I most definitely agree with. But it goes ahead and makes a second recommendation that Parliament amend Section 7, subsection 3 of the RFMF Act to remove the discretionary powers of the commander of the RFMF to enlist Fijian citizens between the ages of 16 and 18 into the RFMF. This would make Fiji, they say, consistent with the objectives of the optional protocol and the requirement of the United Nations to restrict the recruitment of children in the armed forces to 18 years. And the third recommendation, Mr. Speaker, sir, recommend to Parliament that the relevance of cadet training in schools be reviewed, in particular the value of the use of arms in drills. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'd like to respond specifically to recommendations 2 and 3 in the Standing Committee's report. Mr. Speaker, sir, once again, it is rather unfortunate that these recommendations are misconceived and legally flawed. With respect to the Standing Committee's second recommendation, Mr. Speaker, sir, I draw your attention, Mr. Speaker, sir, to Article 3 of the Optional Protocol. And Article 3 of the Optional Protocol, Mr. Speaker, sir, states, which allows for the voluntary recruitment of persons under the age of 18, provided that such recruitment is voluntary. Recruitment is done with the informed consent of persons, parents, or legal guardians. The recruit is fully informed about the duties in military service, and the recruit has provided reliable proof of age. The actual protocol provides for that. Because as we've seen, Mr. Speaker, sir, we sometimes have students finishing year 13 and wanting to join the military, and they may be a couple of months shy of the age of 18. Mr. Speaker, sir, under the RFMF Act also, Section 7, subsection 3, the Act says, no person shall be enlisted in the forces who is under the age of 18 years, provided that the commander may permit the enlistment of such a person or number of persons of above the age of 16 years and under the age of 18 years, as he or she may from time to time determine. Mr. Speaker, sir, any recruitment of persons to the RFMF under the age of 18, that is at the age of 16 or 17, in practice is done so voluntarily and upon the written consent of his or her legal guardian. This is part of the standard operating procedures of the RFMF. Mr. Speaker, sir, I note from the verbatim reports appended to the Standing Committee's report that the commander of the RFMF during his presentation, quote, stated, and I quote, Honourable Chairman and Honourable Members of the Committee, the RFMF recruits on a voluntary platform, and we as a nation do not have compulsory military or national service as a requirement by law. The minimum recruitment age for RFMF is 18 years, and this also dovetails nicely with our general minimum benchmark qualification standard, which is Form 7 or pass in year 13. The minimum age of a year 13 student is 18 years, unless the student is upclassed for some reason. According to institutional regulations, and in this case our RFMF Internal Administration Instruction number 29 on recruiting, paragraph 8A reads, and I quote, applicants should be no younger than they attain the age of 18 years. Unquote. When the RFMF receives applications for recruitment from persons who are at the time of the application 17 years of age, these applicants are usually just shy of just turning 18 by 4 or 5 months, i.e. in year 13. In such cases, the respective applicants must also be accompanied, and the application must be accompanied with the written consent of the applicant's parent or legal guardian, consenting that the applicant may apply for recruitment as a soldier in the RFMF. In fact, when the RFMF advertises for recruitment, the advertisement also states that applicants must be 18 years of age. It is also prudent to note, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the RFMF has not recruited any person who is 16 years of age or younger. Therefore, in compliance with the provisions outlined in Article 3 of the Optional Protocol, when persons under the age of 18 are recruited, that is at the age of 17, pursuant to Section 7, subsection 3 of the RFMF Act, the recruitment of such person is voluntary, done so with the written informed consent of the person's parent or legal guardian. The recruit is fully informed about the duties in military service, and the recruit has provided reliable proof of age in his or her application. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, there is absolutely no need to amend the RFMF Act in any way, shape or form, as the RFMF Act and standard operating procedures with respect to recruitment of persons to the RFMF complies with the provisions set out under Article 3 of the optional protocol. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is also prudent to note that Fiji also takes part in UN peacekeeping duties and peacekeeping missions. They've done so in Syria, Sudan, Egypt, Sinai, Iraq, Lebanon, and Jerusalem. The United Nations has unequivocally stated that troops in national contingents must not be less than 18 years of age. Fiji has never deployed peacekeepers under the age of 18 years, and the minimum age requirements set by the United Nations has always been respected and fully complied with. With respect to the Standing Committee's third recommendation, Mr. Speaker, sir, there is no nexus between cadet training in schools and the optional protocol. The optional protocol does not in any of its articles refer to cadet training in schools. It is prudent to note that Section 18 of the RFMF Act establishes cadet units that are affiliated to the RFMF and regarded as a training unit but do not form part of the military forces. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, furthermore, Regulation 4 of the Cadet Regulation in 1949 in relation to the enrollment also provides that, and I quote, enrollment of students as cadets in a unit shall be voluntary and subject to the student obtaining a medical certificate of fitness and the consent of his or her parent or guardian. Mr. Speaker, sir, cadet training in school is not compulsory. It is voluntary enrollment with the consent of the student's parent or guardian. The student must also have a medical certificate of fitness to enroll as a cadet. Once again, Mr. Speaker, sir, I draw your attention to verbatim notes appended to the Standing Committee's report that the commander of the RFMF in his presentation stated, and I quote, "Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just state that cadet training is not for any form of recruitment for the RFMF. Cadet training does not give you an advantage, if you like, over those who do not take up cadet if they want to join the military. Cadet training is just an extracurricular activity that we provide for free to those schools that want to take up cadet. It is really just an activity where we try and impart in the children the virtues that are good for them now and good for them into the future. That is discipline, having right way of life, and it helps in the school. Mr. Speaker, sir, cadet training, if anything, is good for our students. Cadet training instills discipline, builds character and leadership skills, given that students can be appointed as platoon or company commanders and sergeants. It also ensures physical fitness and so much more. But more essentially, Mr. Speaker, sir, some students actually decide to become soldiers and police officers after high school. So cadet training is a stepping stone into the future careers as an officer in the military or police or even in correction services. Therefore, the recommendation by the Standing Committee for Parliament to review the relevance of cadet training in schools is factually misconceived. Moreover, this policy decision between the Ministry of Education and the respective schools that carry out cadet training in the RFMF, such policy decisions are not under the purview of the Standing Committee. The Standing Committee should not be making irrelevant recommendations that have nothing to do with the optional protocol itself. Mr. Speaker, sir, given that our national laws are fully compliant with the optional protocol, we urge Parliament to vote in favour of this motion, that Parliament approves that Fiji accedes to the optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of the Child on the involvement of children in armed conflict. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I thank the Honourable Attorney General. Honourable members, the floor is open for debate on this motion. Honourable Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak on the motion by the Honourable Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, unlike some other countries ridden by armed conflict, Fijian children do not live with fear of being conscripted into military service. Our ratification of this optional protocol is not born from any domestic concern. This is about doing our duty as a member of the community of nations who is committed to seeing all children live in peace everywhere in the world. Mr. Speaker, I do not agree with recommendation 2 and 3 of the committee, but do so with recommendation 1. And in acceding to the optional protocol, Fiji is not only consistent with our laws, we are committed to carrying out our value system of the world. Mr. Speaker, I therefore support this motion. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Prime Minister. On. Minister for Women, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I stand to make a short contribution in support of the motion before the House. The Fijian government is committed to ensuring that all children grow up in a safe and loving family and are supported to reach their full potential. Through pronouncements in the Fijian Constitution and our commitments under the Convention on the Rights of the Child, the CRC, we as a nation remain dedicated to protecting children from all forms of violence, abuse, neglect, and exploitation. Fiji ratified the CRC in 1993, which sets out standards and protocols to safeguard rights and welfare of our children. As a signatory to the CRC, Fiji is obligated to submit state reports to the Committee on the Rights of the Child. These reports map out how government is faring in meeting obligations under the relevant convention. The Fijian government, at the 2019 Universal Periodic Review, also accepted the recommendation to ratify the 2 optional protocols to the Convention on the Rights of the Child signed by Fiji in 2005. One is the subject of the motion being debated currently, and the second was referred to Standing Committee earlier this morning. At the UPR, Fiji was also asked to consider becoming a party to the 3rd optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of the Child on a communications procedure. Therefore, by agreeing to the motion, this optional protocol, Fiji will also fulfill its UPR commitment. The Honourable Attorney General has articulated setting out the provisions of the optional protocol and its relationship vis-à-vis the RFMF Act. I don't intend to repeat that, except to re-emphasize that the laws that we currently have, the RFMF Act, comply with the minimum standards under the Convention of the Rights of the Child and the optional protocol that's being debated. Mr. Speaker, sir, signing up to this optional protocol will augur well for our state reporting obligations under the CRC, and more importantly, for the protection and welfare of our Fijian children. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Honourable Minister. Honourable Lewere, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'd like to speak on the motion before the House in terms of the Fiji accedes to the operational protocol to the Convention on the Rights of the Child and the involvement of children in armed conflict. I was part of the committee that made that recommendation, Honourable Chair. And we came up with those recommendations in the belief on what the UN, United Nations, has stated for those who are under 18 years of age. And these recommendations, especially in the recruitment into the armed forces, should be 18. And especially as well as policies followed by the Fiji Police, Civil Service, Corrections, like other private organizations. They also follow that where youths who would like to be employed or want to be engaged in employment, they should be 18 years and over. And the United Nations and other international agencies are advocating that 18 years is the international benchmark, also emphasized by the International Red Cross Society. And they are based in Canberra in their online submission to the committee. Failing that, Honourable Speaker, there is a danger of employing our youths, which can be construed as child labour. As legislators and national leaders, we owe our children and grandchildren a future that they will enjoy here in Fiji. And I would like to reiterate that those recommendations are important, though that we have to, but the issue here is that in terms of the age involvement, they are underage with their involvement in the military, especially when they are below 18 years of age. And that, as I would like to reiterate, Honourable Speaker, will be construed as child labour. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Larry. Honourable Geragera Tambua, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I rise in support of the motion before the House. I, however, would just like to draw our attention to recommendation 3 by the committee, and I repeat what the Honourable Attorney General said, that the recommendation reads, to recommend to Parliament that the relevance of cadet training in schools be reviewed. And I ask that we keep this in mind in light of a recent newspaper article that was published on the 26th of August this year, Honourable Speaker, in the Fiji Sun, titled Shine a Light, I was inappropriately touched in year 13. And it talks about the complaints of students who had undergone cadet training in their schools and how they alleged that they had been inappropriately touched by those who were commanding them. And this is why I just think, the Honourable Attorney General could be right that it has nothing to do with the convention, but the recommendation, I think, Honourable Speaker, is really important for the Ministry of Education, for the Ministry of Women, Children and Poverty Alleviation, and in fact for all of us, that we keep this as top of mind, that the relevance of cadet training in schools be reviewed in light of allegations such as this. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Ulujabu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, sir. I rise to make my contribution to the motion which is before the House in my capacity as the opposition spokesman on defence. And given that this protocol will run us into national security and also children. We have no issues in regards to exceeding, for Parliament to accede to the optional protocol to the Convention of Rights of Child on the involvement of children in armed conflict. We note that there are challenges noted there on page 11 of the report on some consultation, also capacity building that will be done, that will should reflect our exceeding this particular protocol in the domestication process, that we have the right processes and SOP in implementation stage, which the Ministry of Women, that I understand from the challenges listed in page 11, that they will be the Ministry as the centralized agency to look into this particular protocol and also reporting to the UN body that this protocol falls into. The funny thing, Honourable Speaker, so that this particular, before I go into that, I thank the committee for their commitment and also carrying out consultation. The Honourable Alex O'Connor is the chairman of the committee. The deputy chairman of the committee, Honourable Dr. Selik Gobin, the Honourable Selayanti Maitonga, the Honourable Andre Chale, the Honourable Pioting Dondua, for their deliberations. They are the ones that were tasked by you, sir, this Parliament, to look into this protocol, and after their consultation and also committee deliberations, that they've come up from their findings and also to form the committee's opinion, which all of them had signed. If you look into, if we see in page 14 there, the members all signed off to support the collective view of the committee and also the recommendations that we suggested in there. Given the government side too has signed this, but my view, I will also beg to differ on recommendation 2 and recommendation 3. Given that the CARNEC allows the Commander FMF to make exceptional grounds to recruit those, but the age bar is already there at 18 years old, and plus the SOP that the Honourable Attorney General has already alluded to. And also recommendation 3, in regards to cadet training in school. I think most of us came through the system. It also builds the leadership and also the ability of those that later we want to pursue a career in military, especially Itaukes in various villages and provinces. where even basic recruit trainings are done per quarter from provinces and also Tikinas. Given the RFMF is one of the biggest employees in RFMF are Itoke, who are registered in the Bolani Kambula. And they too, in their capacity as a disciplined force representing Fiji in peacekeeping missions, have become good peacemakers and also advocates of Fiji and the culture that we are known, the friendly smile, even in war-torn areas, which you, the Honorable Speaker, will very well know, being a former commander of the RFMF and also leading the 1st Battalion to Lebanon. And even the supporting this, we have 2 former commanders too, being the leader of the opposition too, and also the Honorable Prime Minister and new Honorable Speaker, also a RFMF, a former commander of RFMF. And we will all know, probably in a time of leadership, how this cadet training really help those that want to pursue their career as disciplined as soldiers to become a professional soldier. With that, Honorable Speakers, I would like to support the motion, which is before the House, and say that probably next time around, the committee would look into other acts and probably in their interventions during committee consultation with the stakeholders that they will want to interview, clear up most of the things so that they could formulate their opinion properly in arriving at a recommendation where there is a need or where there is not a need to make a recommendation, given that there are current systems already in place that will cater for that.
I thank the Honourable Mulatawu. Honourable Leader of the Opposition, you have
Speaker,
the floor.
sir, thank you very much for allowing me time off this morning to farewell one of our former colleagues, a former peacekeeper and a former Taltangasi of Wesley, Reverend Tuilo Lau. You will recall, sir, that he was one of the young officers that served in your battalion in 1978, and he went back for his second tour during my term. It wasn't just that term that we had a choir competition in Kana, and while we were having lunch, I had invited the PLO officer responsible for southern Lebanon. Their geography is not as good as the international understanding of geography. As you know, northern Lebanon took in half of Israel. While we were having lunch, there was a scuffle at the roadblock immediately in front of the officers' mess, when the sentries refused to let a vehicle go past and had to fire a warning shot. When you looked out, the occupants of the car were crying and wailing and carrying a wounded young boy. What happened was that 2 young boys were fighting, and one of the bystanders gave his weapon to one of them, who shot the other one. That's the one they were trying to take to Haifa, to Saida. But who is answerable to that, for that sort of thing, the Honorable Attorney General? When de facto forces use underage children in conflict, is it the nation of Lebanon? Who takes them to court? Are they taken to the Lebanese court or in the international court? These are the things perhaps that we do not know. It happens, but it's not from cadet training. It's from conflict and the lack of observance of law and order where these conflicts happen. I believe that cadet training, contrary to what the Honorable and Learned Attorney General had said, is an extracurricular activity. I think the Minister of Education may clarify that, whether it's extracurricular or is part of the curriculum of the year. But we believe that the protocol should be supported by all right-thinking lawmakers all over the world. We have had cases in the past where the Army recruited soldiers under the age of 18. They were called band boys when they joined in those years until we started enforcing the 18 years age. And it's all voluntary with the concurrence and approval of parents. So it is a very good protocol to support, and that we should accede to it, and I support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Honourable Attorney General, you have the floor for your right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, Mr. Speaker, sir, just clarification, because I saw some people looking a bit concerned. This protocol, Mr. Speaker, sir, is the optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of Children involved in the children in armed conflict. If you look at the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and if you look at Article 38, Mr. Speaker, sir, with your indulgence, if I can read out, state parties undertake to respect and ensure respect for rules of international humanitarian law applicable to them in armed conflicts which are relevant to the child. 2, state parties shall take all feasible measures to ensure that persons who have not attained the age of 15 years do not take a direct part in hostilities. In other words, what it does say is that it envisages that people will be recruited after the age of 15. It goes further to say, state parties shall refrain from recruiting any person who has not attained the age of 15 years into the armed forces. In recruiting among those persons who have attained the age of 15 years but who have not attained the age of 18 years, state parties shall endeavour to give priority to those who are the oldest. And under this optional protocol, which feeds into this, so in other words, the substantive Convention on the Rights of the Child says you can recruit people over the age of 18, but they cannot go into armed conflict until they reach the age of 18. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, then it says if you are going to recruit anybody under the age of 18, you must take these additional steps. Must be voluntarily, must be consent. There must be consent by the guardian or the parent, etc. They must be informed of all the duties. They cannot participate in active duties. So Honourable Lavere, he said that the committee came up with this because of international conventions. But this, in fact, Honourable Lavere, is the convention, which does allow for the recruitment, but special measures must be taken if they are below the age of 18. And also, of course, the UN does not allow military personnel to participate in peacekeeping duties unless they are over the age of 18 and above. So it does not in any way fit in with that particular proviso putting. Honourable Leader of Opposition talked about those entities that are not state parties. And the protocol actually allows, and in fact puts an obligation on the state, armed groups that are distinct from the armed forces of a state should not under any circumstances recruit or use in hostilities persons under the age of 18 years. State parties shall take all feasible measures to prevent such recruitment and use, including the adoption of legal measures necessary to prohibit and criminalize such practices. Now, Mr. Speaker, so what is also really interesting, as the Honourable Prime Minister just alerted me earlier on, that under our first Prime Minister, Ratumara, he in fact started the trade training school, which essentially recruited people, young men, at that point only men, between the ages of 16 and 18, who actually participated in these training courses and then could go back to the communities and take those particular skill sets, including the whole sense of, nationhood, the whole sense of discipline, which obviously, has worked quite well for us. In fact, also, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would venture to say that in the fact that Fiji has been able to punch above its weight in the peacekeeping duties has been primarily because of these types of, incentives that have been put in place back in the 1970s. Honorable Ngerengere Tambua tried to justify the recommendation 3 by saying that because there were some students who were inappropriately touched by those commanding these cadets, that is of course unacceptable and it should not happen. There needs to be some form of inquiry. It does not mean, however, you stop the entire cadet training. There are schools, in the normal school hours, teachers have done that. At universities, lecturers try and coerce people to get sexual favors, all sorts of things. Does not mean we stop the university. Does not mean we stop going to the classes. You have to address the fundamental issue is that those people who actually carried out those acts should be stopped and proper measures need to be put in place. It's a very kind of myopic way of looking at things. Mr. Speaker, sir, so given all of that and given the fact that we have all these safeguards built in, current Fijian laws actually will ensure that we'll be compliant with the convention. I urge Parliament to actually vote for this motion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Attorney General. Honourable members, the Parliament will now vote. The question is that Parliament approves that Fiji accedes to the optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of the Child on the involvement of children in armed conflict. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes the motion is agreed to unanimously. Thank you. We'll move on. Secretary General.
Motion by the Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Social Affairs.
I now call upon the Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Social Affairs, the Honourable Viam Pillay, to move his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, sir. Honourable Speaker, sir, I move that Parliament debates the review of Fiji National Provident Fund's 2018 annual report, which was tabled on 13 May 2019. Thank you, sir.
Is there a seconder?
Honourable Speaker, sir, I second the motion.
I now invite the Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Social Affairs to speak on this motion. You have the floor, sir.
Honourable Speaker, sir, the Fiji National Provident Fund is a defined contribution fund that provides superannuation services to its members. The operation of the fund is guided by the FNPF Act 2011, with Section 6 prescribing its functions and responsibility to collect and manage contributions, hold, invest and manage the funds, research, develop and offer financial products and services, conducting education and awareness programs, including publication of materials to promote savings for retirement, and providing the Government of Fiji advice on matters affecting retirement savings. FNPF is a major investor in Fiji and one of the country's largest property owners. FNPF also owns majority shares in Amalgamated Telecom Holdings Limited, Vodafone Fiji Limited, Home Finance Company Limited, and fully owns the Natandola Bay Resort Limited, Intercontinental Fiji Golf and Spa, Holiday Inn Suva, Momi Bay Resort Limited, its Fiji Marriott Resort, Grand Pacific Hotel, and Sheraton and Denarau Villas. The committee, upon being referred with FNPF 2018 annual report, invited its senior officials on Wednesday, 13th March 2019, to provide its submission. During this meeting, FNPF elaborated on its 4 key strategic focus areas, basically on 1. Strengthening FNPF role in social security, 2. Strengthening FNPF corporate culture, which is more on international focus, and 3. Go digital, and 4. Investment diversification and optimization. Fiji National Provident Fund has delivered yet another strong financial performance for the 12 months ended 30th June 2018. The committee is of the view that FNPF is now in a sound and sustainable platform for the future. The committee commends the team of committed and motivated individuals who have worked together to bring FNPF to new heights. There is no doubt that great success will continue. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The Honourable members, the floor is now open for debate on this motion.
Honorable Prime Minister, you have the floor. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to speak on the motion by Honorable Biam Pillay. Honorable Speaker, FNPF is a contribution fund that provides superannuation services to its members, and its operations is guided by the, of course, by the FNPF Act of 2011. It should provide a major source of income to Fijians when they retire, but the people need to have a full understanding of what it means. It is very important of how it works and of how important it is for their future. I want to make the important point, Mr. Speaker, that while we have used the FNPF as our means for distribution of COVID-19 unemployment assistance, that assistance is only drawn from the general accounts, which contain only 30% of funds. The vast majority of retirement funds are kept in the preserved accounts. Even if general accounts are exhausted by those assessing unemployment assistance, government, as you've heard the Minister for Economy said, will step in to top up those accounts. The preserved accounts is just that, preserved. Mr. Speaker, I support the recommendations in the report for the fund to strengthen awareness about retirement planning to its members. It is imperative that members change their understanding and behavior towards the retirement savings, which could be the only source of funds that will sustain them once they retire. We need to build a better culture of savings in Fiji. People need to understand that by foregoing the use of some funds today and not accessing funds they have placed in their FNPF accounts, they secure a better life for themselves in old age. They need to understand that they will build wealth through the FNPF, and they need to understand that developing the highest balance they can in their superannuation accounts will relieve their family members of the burden of supporting them in the old age. The organizing of retirement expos by the FNPF is a commendable idea. It is an effective way not only to provide members all the information they will need to make good decisions about the future and how to boost their savings. They will also promote the FNPF and the very notion of saving consciously for the future. People need to plan for their retirement, Honorable Speaker, not just to wait for it to happen. And FNPF can help them do that. They need to set goals and work towards achieving them. Planning before retirement will help members do that, and they will ensure that they can have a comfortable retirement. Another important highlight of the report, Honorable Speaker, is the fund's effort to extend coverage to the informal sector. An area of concern is that both skilled and unskilled workers in the informal sector are not covered by any retirement scheme. Mr. Speaker, I concur with the Standing Committee's recommendations that the fund should work with government ministries, with the private sector groups and different occupational groups to put together suitable and simplified products to attract skilled and unskilled workers. The introduction of the voluntary membership scheme, which is an inclusive retirement savings arrangement that targets individuals, including farmers, who have made enormous contributions toward the informal sector, is another milestone that the fund has achieved. Based on these remarks, Honorable Speaker, I therefore support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Dikono Waikula, you have the floor.
Briefly, the motion that is before the House is the report. A few points was raised by the Honorable Prime Minister. He says that the assurance that the funds are being drawn from the general account, not the preserve account. But in my view, Honorable Speaker, it makes no difference. It's still the members' fund from FNPF. If the government is committed, then give them government money. Don't tell them to take your own money to help themselves. So that's the problem. And the Honorable Prime Minister was encouraging the culture of saving. Yes, indeed. We agree to that. But the fear from the public is the consistency of the amount that the government does in dipping its hand into that, time and time again. And that will be the point that I want to stress is that the interference of the government into FNTF. I know I'm on record in saying that government is guilty of abusing, molesting, even raping FNTF funds for good reason. For good reason. It's their own fund, it's not government's fund. So what's government doing there? And the reason for that is because the government itself made the amendments in the laws to allow it to appoint members into that so that it can dip its hand into that, to the FNTF funds. So it's like borrowing from itself. And the facts will speak from themselves. Let's just look at it. In 2019, half of Fiji's debt of 5 billion, that is 2.5 billion, is drawn totally from FNTF. Nearly 200 million of the government's deposit, comprising 20% of its nearly 1 billion loan to fund Fiji Airways, government took it from where? FNTF. FNTF's 2018 annual report showed that 7 of the 7.4 billion FNTF assets, 2.68 billion, that's about 35% is tied up and held by government in loans. No, that's very serious. No, it's like dipping its head into it's just a basket of egg all the time. Government. That's not. It reflects bad on FNPF board. It should distribute, its investments. But it's allowing the government to take 35% of all its equity held by government. In 2018, Honorable Speaker, 638 million were paid by the contributors to FNPF. And you know how much is taken by government in that year? 588 million. 638, the members put in, same year, government took it out. 588 million. It's bad investment to be allowing a single person, if they should spread out the risks, never mind its government. And that is the fear. No, it's not a joke. It's not a joke, Honorable Speaker. It's not a joke. Honorable Mimban Prasad said it's a cash cow. But I'm saying they are guilty of abuse, of molesting, of raping FNPF funds. Why? Because they changed the government to allow them to dip their hands into that. And it is very, very serious.
Honorable Senator Ndrondo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise to make a brief contribution on the motion before us. That is the report of the Standing Committee on Social Affairs on the review of the Fiji National Provident Fund 2018 annual report. I am making my contribution, Mr. Speaker, sir, not only as a member of Parliament, but also, more importantly, as a member of the Fiji National Provident Fund. And I know most of us here in this House are still members of the Fiji National Provident Fund. Mr. Speaker, sir, first of all, I'd like to thank the committee members for reviewing the report and coming up with the recommendations that they have. And more importantly, the board, the CEO, the management team of the Fiji National Provident Fund for living and displaying the values of the Fiji National Provident Fund by providing the 2018 annual report into this House for deliberations by the committee and now deliberations by the House. Before I make some commentaries on the recommendations of the committee, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to make some commentaries on the report, the FNPF annual report, Mr. Speaker, sir. To begin with, they've highlighted the net profit of 538.7 million, which is a commendable work by the CEO and his management team, and also the return on investments of 9.6%. But what I see from the highlights of the annual report, Mr. Speaker, sir, is the interest rates that has been credited to members over a period of 5 years, from 2014 to 2018, which is the period report before us. From 2014, the interest credited to members had been 5.7%, and it had grown to 6.3.5%, Mr. Speaker, sir. Maybe the Honorable Minister did not know that previous governments had given more rates than the 6.35%. They've given more rates since the beginning of the FNPF. The rates that have been given ranges around 9% to 9.8%. See, they don't even understand the workings of FNPF. That's why they're raising all the questions. Previous governments have also given more rates than what is here before, Mr. Speaker, sir. That is the measure of how FNPF operates. If they give us members more rates, then we will know that they are doing a good job. So I'm just reminding the House this afternoon. It's about, I will come to that, wait. It's about giving the returns to the members. Giving the returns. So I'm just highlighting to the House that 6.35 is yet a long way to go to reach that 9.8%. I think it's 9.9 or 9.5, Honorable Speaker, sir. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, sir, as I look at the membership profile, a huge number of members have zero balances. So I take into question, is the reform working in terms of the act in which the fund has been operating on? As we look at the corporate statement, it says that the fund's operations is guided by the FNPF Act 2011. And I think some of the members of this House would understand the impact of that FNPF 2011 Act. Pensioners were unfairly treated when the Pension Act, when the pension amount in which they had relied on were immediately cut off. And this same act, it prohibits the members, prohibits the pensioners at the time to take any matters regarding the reduction of their pensions to the court. It restricts them. It did not allow any members to have their grievances be taken to court, Mr. Speaker, sir. So these are some of the commentaries, Mr. Speaker, sir, that I'd like to also make. And I also note that the FNPF today is not the FNPF at the time of this report. And I think we all know that. Today, the FNPF has been used to be assisting the COVID-19 pandemic for the workers who have lost their jobs and also those who need assistance under the COVID-19 pandemic, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I raised the question, why couldn't government also assist the pensioners that had suffered at the time? Why couldn't they do that? Maybe it's time that they also take into consideration those pensioners maybe little in numbers. If I look at the tables, there are only a few who have less than, more than 500,000 balances and above. Only 132 who are over 55. Maybe it's shown as 62. So maybe these are some of the things that the FNPF board should also consider in terms of how they prepare the reports, Mr. Speaker, sir. And we have been talking about the sustainability of FNPF has been highlighted by the Honorable Attorney General. The sustainability of the funds depends on the proper management of the funds, Mr. Speaker, sir. If I look at the credit risk that has been stated in the report, the members are not fully informed. Who are these creditors that FNPF? It only shows the sectors. Agriculture, there's only about 5% of members that can access probably lending from the FNPF. And Fiji Airways, Mr. Speaker, a lot of discussions about focus around it. I could not see any other sectors that are related to airlines. Maybe the Honorable Attorney General can suggest to us that probably it's in the transport industry. I don't know, that can be something that he can highlight this House, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, on the recommendations of the members of the standing committees regarding that the fund collaborate with partner with government ministries, private sector organizations and different occupational groups. I fully support these recommendations, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I also note the increasing number of voluntary membership into the Fiji National Provident Fund. And that's a good sign in terms of how Fijians show patriotism to the Fiji National Provident Fund. And we hope that government will also take into consideration the voluntary contributors who have trust in the Fiji National Provident Fund to ensure that better interest rates comes out in the years to come. Mr. Speaker, sir, on the investment diversification and optimization, I just wanted to inform this House that just last year, the FNPF has been purchasing divestment shares from EFL. And this year, June 2020, it was supposed to be listed in the stock exchange. And I wonder whether the Honorable Attorney General would enlighten this House, whether this plan to list the EFL into the stock exchange when will it be coming in? Otherwise, we'll have to start, as members, question that investment done by FNPF into the purchase of EFL for spending an amount of close to $200 million last year, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, as I said, I support the recommendations of the committee, and I hope that the recommendations will also include local investments. As I said in the divestment recommendations, they are looking more into offshore investments given the time has changed. Like I said, Fiji FNPF today is different from FNPF at the time of this report. With the COVID-19, they probably need to look at more internal investments so that to ensure the funds to grow and grow better. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Vice Correa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to contribute to the review report of the Standing Committee on Social Affairs on the Fiji National Provident Fund 2018 annual report. Mr. Speaker, sir, first of all, I must acknowledge the recommendations of the committee and the chairman whilst reviewing the report. I want to take this opportunity also to say thank you to the board, Mr. Speaker, sir, and the management and the hard-working staff of FNPF who have delivered positive results for 2018. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'll concentrate on the positive. And Mr. Speaker, sir, it's actually pleasing also to note that the FNPF has earned a net profit of $538.7 million in 2018, sir. Compared, and as a comparison, $422.4 million in 2017. So I don't know where they get their facts and figures from, saying that there's something wrong with FNPF and nothing's being done and not enough is being offered, etc. As a matter of fact, Honourable Speaker, sir, it actually represents a growth of 27.5%, whilst the total assets grew from about $5.8 billion in 2017 to $6.6 billion in 2018. So that's a phenomenal achievement, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is noted that in 2018, FNPF further diversified its investment portfolio into the tourism sector by acquiring the Marriott Denra hotels, which included 297-room Sheraton Resort, a 246-room Western Resort, and 111-acre Denra golf course, which you're very familiar with, Mr. Speaker, sir, and the Grand Pacific Hotel. Mr. Speaker, sir, it's also pleasing to observe that FNPF's confidence in government investment products such as government securities made up about 40% of FNPF's asset allocation, which is the largest segment of FNPF's investment portfolio. So I note that the third recommendation in the committee's report was for FNPF to work closely with the Reserve Bank of Fiji to explore more offshore investment opportunities. I wish also to highlight to this august House that my ministry is also working closely with the FNPF and IFC on the special economic zone proposed at Navutu in Lautoka. The SEC will have in place all the necessary supporting infrastructure and utilities to facilitate industrial development to suit the custom demands of potential investors through its plug-and-play approach, thereby providing a seamless business opportunity. The focus of that particular SEZ will be also to create opportunities in the ICT, BPO sector, and light green manufacturing and warehousing, to name a few. These are the critical growth sectors in the post-COVID world, and the SEZ will actually complement the Fijian government's ambition to serve as the hub of the Pacific. Mr. Speaker, sir, to conclude, the Ministry commends the efforts of the FNPF in securing the future of its members, contrary to what the opposition may believe, and resulting in members benefiting from the interest paid out to their account. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank you for giving me the floor.
I thank the Honourable Ngāwoka.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, FNPF, to me, is always a strange organization. Here we hear from the Honourable Koya that it's made, what, more than $500 million in 2018 and $400 million the other year. And the report says that it has an asset base that is too big for Fiji in many ways, that it has to look overseas for investment opportunities. I say strange, Honourable Speaker, is that with all that, 70% of its memberships have less than $10,000 in their balance. So who is it saving? I mean, who is it serving? Who's FNPF serving here? With all the profits, with all the assets that it has, the biggest landowner, property owner in Fiji, yet there are people who have zero balance. So, does it make sense, Honourable Speaker? All the reforms that have been carried out by Fiji First, does it make sense that this huge fund has 70% of its members barely, with virtually nothing in their accounts, Honourable Speaker? I belong to a generation, Honourable Speaker, who was hurt very deeply by this organization. We left school and went into work and signed in with FNPF 40 years ago, and the promise of savings and pension at the end of our working life. And we did well. We did not touch our savings, and by the time we retired, the pensions were comfortable. Until somebody executed a coup
and decided to reduce all that pension so drastically that some of us decided not to bother with any pension, just pull out totally. And I don't speak for myself. There are hundreds of thousands of people of my generation who were hurt by FNPF. On the day that we had to go and sign up with FNPF on the new arrangements, I always remember this very sad story. This gentleman left his seat to go to the counter. When he went up there, and people said, "Your shoes." He was so old, he forgot his shoes, and he had to walk back so feeble to pick up his what he left in his seat. And I just looked at him, and I said, what tragedy that these people who are in leadership today have done to people of this generation. And I always, and the story you always hear from the other side is that it is for the younger people to make sure there's a fund for them down the line. I would say today, a lot of these young people would say we prefer our parents to be well looked after as opposed to us to look after them down the years. We prefer that our parents are self-sufficient. And we were self-sufficient. We had worked hard during all those years to make sure we had a comfortable pension. But this government had destroyed all that. So, Honorable Speaker, okay, that's by and by, we've forgotten it. But it is still strange today that a lot of people will not benefit from this fund with the balance they have in the accounts today. So, Honorable Speaker, it takes leadership to try and build up on the balances. Otherwise, this fund is meaningless. Meaningless. It's only good for governments and 30%. The vast majority will find this fund to be totally meaningless. Honorable Speaker, we are told that we can no longer have workers' representation there, other representation. We need to have experts, people who understand. Let me. I know my colleague, Honorable Senator has talked about the Air Pacific loan, Fiji Airways loan. Honorable Speaker, a banker has been known to be the person who only lends you money if you can prove to him that you don't need it. I mean, that's what they normally, how they describe a banker. They ask very, very critical questions. If there were experts in FNPF, they would have asked Fiji Airways, who put together your equipment needs? Who is behind all this? I bring this up, Honorable Speaker, because I've always been blamed that I keep bringing up Qantas. The arrangements between Qantas and Air Pacific, Honorable Speaker, was that they would have the final say on the choice of equipment for Air Pacific. You remember, Honorable Speaker, Air Pacific almost went broke, and Qantas came in and said, we'll absorb your losses on two conditions. We have the final say on the purchase of equipment, and you have the final say on the new routes that you want to take. And that had been working well. Here we were, leading up to the coup. Qantas, through its management of Air Pacific in that area, had identified the Dreamliner to be the plane of the future, keeping the fleet within Boeing. But lo and behold, Honorable Speaker, this new CEO came in and said, no, we'll go to Airbus. Honorable Speaker, listening to the CEO of Fiji Airways the last few days, he said, we only have 20 aircrafts, and our ability to ride out this thing will be much more difficult than the big boys. If you have only 20 aircrafts, Honorable Speaker, it makes sense that you keep the equipment that you have, your fleets, within one company. Nonsense. With Boeing. Nonsense. How would you, for 20 aircrafts, and you have Airbus and you have Boeing? Nonsense. Spare parts, engineers, servicing. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I know that Airbus is a good plane, but
when it comes down to the economy, on how to run, how to manage equipment, it's better to stay with one. Anyone can say that. Everyone agrees with that. Why would you have two types of aircraft for a small airline? Why would you have, if you run a fleet of taxis, you rather go with Toyota. You don't want to mix with Mazda and all that. That's basic business. That's basic business. You're going to have one engineering team for Boeing, one engineering team for Airbus, one pilot for Boeing and pilots for Airbus. Can't you see that? I mean, what did they used to say? You don't have the intellectual capacity to understand, or something from my friend there? Right? That's Honorable Speaker. I would ask the people in FNPF on why they did not demand from Fiji Airways if their strategic partner, Qantas, had approved the purchase of the Airbus. I would ask them that. I think there have been dereliction of duty on their parts, and we hear their experts. As a lender, I would have demanded for that. What obviously happened was that they listened to this new guy from America, who told them that the Airbus is okay. And you remember once he did that, where did he go? He went to Florida to be CEO of a company there. And not long afterwards, he was in Hawaii, flying in another airline in Hawaii. And another CEO came. After a few years, he went to Berlin, Air Berlin, it went bankrupt. So these are the kind of people we bring into here to tell us that you don't move away from Boeing and go into Airbus. They're both good companies, but they're both different cultures. And to go between the two cultures is very expensive. And that's where the problem is with Fiji Airways today. So, Honorable Speaker, I would ask all to make sure that FNPF is meaningful to the 70% who have less than $10,000 in their account. We must do something about it. And I know there are people in the political arena who are saying we should go back to the retirement benefits that were there, that was removed by Fiji First, removed by Bainimarama's regime. That totally made FNPF meaningless to many, destroying many lives. Honorable Speaker, I noticed that a recommendation by the committee, and I would support the recommendation that we do something about the low balances. We do something about the low balances for the majority of the members in FNPF. And I would just wish, Honorable Speaker, that the Fiji First government don't touch FNPF. Everything they touch becomes a disaster. Everything they touch becomes a disaster. I just wish they would leave FNPF alone and leave it to what it was like in the past. Workers, reps, employers' reps, people who have the interest of their members at heart. Not Fiji First, who are using FNPF for their politics. That, to me, Honorable Speaker, is a huge disservice and a tragedy for the people of this country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Bhatnagar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise to make a very small contribution towards the debate on the floor. Actually, alluding to what the Honorable Prime Minister said in relation to the recommendation of extending coverage to the informal sector by the committee, it is very encouraging to know that the Agriculture Ministry has launched the voluntary Fiji National Provident Fund membership with the Waimorati Farmers Group. This initiative is the first of its kind aimed at ensuring farmers have access to certain benefits and have a pension after they turn 55. This is a very promising beginning to extend the reach of FNPF into the informal sector. I commend the Ministry and FNPF for this step and hope this is furthered into other communities of farmers. Also, Mr. Speaker, sir, in accordance to the 2018 annual report of FNPF, I wish to congratulate FNPF on their stand in exploring gender equality at workplace. 44% of leadership role with FNPF as of 2018 were held by females, and this is well noted and commended. Mr. Speaker, sir, as we debate the annual report this afternoon, I wish to thank and acknowledge the hardworking staff at FNPF as they carry out the phases of the withdrawal program for those impacted by COVID-19. The assistance received through FNPF is a beacon of light for those who struggle to make ends meet in these difficult times. And the team at FNPF must be thanked for their patience and commitment in serving our people. 113,000 members of the Fiji National Provident Fund have so far accessed funds to the tune of 87 million through FNPF's COVID-19 withdrawal scheme. FNPF CEO, Mr. Chachi Koroi, says 65 million was members withdrawing funds from their general FNPF accounts, while 22 million was topped up by the government. Honorable Navaikula stands up and keeps asking, what has the government done? It's people's money. This 22 million has already been topped up by the government, and if you heard what the Honorable Attorney General has said yesterday, we do not know for how long we will be impacted by COVID-19. And for all those coming up days, I mean, obviously, the government will continue to invest in the welfare of our people through different incentives. So I hope the opposition remembers this. Thank you very much. And I commend and I support the recommendations by the Committee on Social Affairs, and I thank all the members for their report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Padilla. Honorable Buluchabu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to make to give some comments on the motion that's before the House, and that is for the House to note the review report on the Fiji National Provident Fund 2018 annual report. And first of all, I would like to thank the Standing Committees on Social Affairs, the Chairperson, Honorable Biam Pillay, Deputy Chairperson, Honorable George Magnathan, Masta, Honorable Alipate Nangata, and Honorable Salotiran Rondo, Honorable Dr. Ratu Antonio Lalampalawa from this side of the House. The review report, if you go through the review report, I think the committee has done a very good job in terms of deliberating the issues that came out from the interactive session with the team from FNPF. FNPF's vision is to secure your future, and the mission is to understand our customers, offer quality service, and ensure sustainable returns for meaningful retirement. I think that's the role of FNPF, their vision and their mission, and the various policies that they put in place to achieve that vision and that mission. One of the, we are thankful that over the years, FNPF has increased investment diversification and optimization, especially in investment in the tourism industry, in hotels, and even upgrading their properties in real estate, which is also very beneficial to the Fijian economy and also provided employment for every Fijian who is qualified for the services that are part of their tenants in those properties. That is one, and also working with landowners in those various hotels that also benefits landowners in terms of land leases and plus other premium given developments in that area. Not only that, landowners benefiting through tourism, also participating in activities during cultural nights and everything that the community will benefit given the investment in the tourism industry. And we are hoping that, that we recover from COVID-19 and also speedy recovery so that those that were employed to be reabsorbed in the industry. That is one of the things that we thank the fund for what they've done. And also one of the important things that the fund has launched a digital transformation in terms of complaints management system. And I think they have a real-time update for registration of complaints, escalation, right to a resolution. And that is customer service, especially when they are following up with a complaint regarding anything that they do business with FNPF or question something that needs to be questioned. The other thing that we thank FNPF is the role that they play in social security in terms of the no tax and no fees for minor voluntary products that was launched in February 4th, 2018. At that date, 121 registered to that date in 2018, were our primary school students and also secondary school students who are able to also be part of FNPF at a very young age, especially when we are trying to instill the culture of saving to meet the vision that is for the future and also to enjoy a meaningful retirement at the end of their working career. We also thank the various products that FNPF has already rolled out, implemented, in terms of village housing grant, working with the divisional commissioners, rural development, Ministry of Rural Development, in terms of plans, and also assisting employed VKB members who are in urban centers in Suva, who want to build a village house back in Bonolevo in the village or in Kandavu or in other maritime area. We thank that scheme that's available that allows those to draw from their general account in benefiting from housing grant that's available in the various policies that are there given. It will be according to the eligibility. The other thing that we thank the fund is I think the fund too has been awarded they were awarded the ISSA Good Practice Award for Asia and the Pacific competition in 2018, having managing natural disaster, delivery of service in times of need. I think there is a big social responsibility that the fund has played in also coming in terms of natural disaster and assisting government and also Fijians in their rehabilitation, that no Fijian should be left behind, given the goals and aims of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. I think there are future plans probably for the fund to explore in their role to strengthen social security in terms of to extend coverage in the informal sector, what the Honorable Prime Minister alluded to, especially taxi drivers who drive their own taxis. They are self-employment, domestic workers, and also building and instilling a culture of saving, that they too become a voluntary member of FNPF, instilling that culture of saving. Also the fund future plans probably to explore opportunities in public-private partnership in terms of low-cost housing. Probably that will review the need to review the FNPF Act and other new pension product and other consultation on the review of the special death benefit, which is very helpful, especially in the Tauke community during a death in the family. I think now there is only one sibling that's qualified for a $2,000 eligibility to withdraw for a funeral, especially given they are working and also paying other credits and other commitments that they also contribute to their social obligation. These are some of the things that we are thankful that's already in there, but we urge the government to get in enabling legislations to address what the Honorable Asir Randron has said. That is the issue of low membership balances. That is something that the enabling legislation can look into, plus extending the coverage, Honorable Minister, especially in the informal sector, in the agriculture sector, on how FNPF can also move into and how the policies in our ministry will help assist that public partnership in the informal sector. Developing other products, as I've alluded to, pre- and post-retirement needs. Those are things that probably processes and consultation are already in place. But one of the things that I would like to focus on before I conclude my contribution in support of the motion to note the committee's recommendation is what I had asked the Honorable Attorney General the other day, a supplementary question, in terms of the current unemployment grant that has been given of $220 per month to the FNPF general account, which is 30%. I have received some complaints, Honorable Attorney General, from certain applicants that the current policy at FNPF is that they have to exhaust all their funds at the general account before the government assistance kicks in. That's one of the issues probably might clarify to the House and also customers. If that's the policy, probably that needs to change, given some customers have been told that those are some of the reasons. And I don't know whether that policy has been properly applied or not according to what you have said. And if that's the case, given if they exhaust all their funds, all their education, housing and death benefits will go before zero balance, then the $220 will kick in. If that could be clarified, whether that should be, that's the case or that's not the case, and if that's being practiced, that should stop, and if the board can be, this to be brought to the board's attention. One of the other thing too, for the long term of the fund, is the reduction of the members' contribution from 18% to 10%, and the baseline, which it's about 50, the baseline for membership contribution collection is about 54 million per month before. Now it has gone to 26 to 21 million per month, and that will affect FNPF in the long run. Those are some of my observations in my short contribution to the motion, and I hope that that will be clarified, and also wishing the Fiji Provident Fund well in building a secure Fiji in terms of the culture of saving for every Fijian, especially when they reach retirement age.
Thank you, Honourable Minister for Fisheries. Do you wish to take the floor?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. After hearing all the meandering from the other side and the merry-go-round that they keep riding on, I thought I should make a short contribution. Honourable Speaker, sir, please allow me to thank the committee, the chairman and the standing committee on social affairs on the report on the Fiji National Provident Fund. I also wish to thank the Chief Executive and the executives of the FNPF and the management in the work that they carried out through the year 2018, even though the honourable members of the opposition had gone back to 2012 and beyond and trying to create history going with the year 2010 and 2005. As they speak, Honourable Speaker, I could hear the soft tap from Honourable Nois Rasova and Honourable Chese cheering them on with the broken records of what that has transpired in the previous century. I know that I need to thank the Chief Executive for the financial relief to our people during COVID-19, and also the FNPF branches all over Fiji, to the amount of work and effort that they have provided to assist the members who have lost employment during this recent pandemic. To try and state that the discussions on the assistance that is given, I seem to wonder if there is any other avenue. The members of the opposition that have recently stood up to make a contribution, if they can provide any other alternative. I seem to think even Honourable Nawaikula, in his statement, have made up a lot of statements that seems to indicate of hallucinations and statements that doesn't make any sense at all. Honourable Speaker, sir, I take the notes on the activities that has been carried out and the issues that has been highlighted in the report. And I must again re-emphasize to Honorable Nawikula that the funds that has been loaned to institutions basically indicate the capability of those institutions or those companies to repay the money that has been loaned. It is not just given out because they love or like that person that, or the company that have come to us for financial assistance. I would think that Chaochi and his team, they must have gone all through the processes of checking out. And the board have checked out every background to allow and see that there is a financial capability of those institutions to be able to repay it back. It is the only way that FNPF can give the returns to the members is for them to look for investments that will give good returns. And if government and Fiji Airways can invest and give good returns, so be it. So be it. So be it. And that is the normal process of carrying out the commercial activity and expect a return at the end of the day. Honorable Speaker, you know, I've always been attacked to saying that I've been negative. I'm not being negative. I am just asking for them to come up with an alternative. If they want to create an impact, then provide an alternative. That's all basically what government is asking for. Honorable Speaker, I wish to, again, to conclude, I would like to congratulate Mr. Chao Chikoroy and his team for their high performance, professionalism and expertise. Having dealt with FNPF in my previous life, I have seen how they have tended to the requests from the agencies and the companies that have gone to FNPF to ask for assistance, and they have attended to it, and I congratulate them for the work that they have done in the past and the work that they continue to do for the people of Fiji. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Professor Biman Prasad.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the committee and take note of the report. In fact, 2 years have lapsed since the release of this annual report, although this review was done last year and tabled in March. And the delays in debating the review report was highlighted by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition yesterday. And moving forward to 2020, the Parliament still waiting to receive the review of the 2019 FNPF annual report. There are some interesting statistics there. But I just want to pick on the 2 points that Honourable Gavoka raised. And I couldn't agree more with the Prime Minister when he said that everyone should try and build the FNPF fund for pension and for retirement. Retirement, Mr. Speaker, is a very difficult period, and especially if you don't have the appropriate income to live your lives when you go on retirement. And Honourable Gavoka rightly pointed out, and in fact the report correctly says that in 2018, a total of 71% of its members had balances below 10,000. And in fact, with the now reduction in the contribution from 18% to 10%, where the employer contribution has been reduced by 5%, and the employee are taking their own 3% into their pay packet. So in fact, the contribution that is going to the fund has been decreased by 8%. So in the next couple of months, Mr. Speaker, we expect the percentage of those who might have balances less than 10,000 is going to increase. But let's assume, Mr. Speaker, that somebody retires at 55 and has let's say that you don't go below 10,000. Just say somebody has just $10,000
at the time of the retirement for a balance and decides to go on pension at a 9%, that's $900 per year. Divide that by 12, it's $75 per month. Divide that by 2, it's $37.50 per fortnight. So for many of those people who have those kind of balances, at the time of the retirement, and especially if they're working for government and are in the low-paid jobs, they retire at 55, it'd be a very, very difficult and painful retirement experience because no one can live with those amounts. Of course, you can argue that they would have other investments, they might have houses, they might have farms, but still, Mr. Speaker, so it is very important for us to look at how we can make FNPF, and at the end of the day, we can look at the macro picture, how much investment we're making, that's important, what sort of interest we're getting, but at the end of the day, the fund is made up of members' contribution. When the employers contribute, it is part of the package that they give to the employees. So what the employee gets into the fund is all their money. Therefore, at the end of the day, it is absolutely important to understand that it is the workers who contribute, who make this fund. And I think we need to seriously look at the pension itself, because what I'm told, Mr. Speaker, that very few people are actually going on pension. And in fact, what we might see when the borders open, we might actually see an exodus of people, leaving this country who've got their PR, who are waiting, and all these people are going to withdraw lump sum, and people who have already reached 55 are contemplating whether they should go on pension or not. The changes we made recently is a good move. At least it gives some leeway for people to decide what they want to do. But it is very important, Mr. Speaker, for us to understand that and look at the fund. But the other point that we you don't have to worry, Honourable Minister, because as members of Parliament, as ministers, as Prime Minister, we don't contribute to a pension, but we are going to actually get pension, paid by the taxpayers of this country. So let's not take a side jab there. The other point, I'm talking about those who contribute and get their own pension, Mr. Speaker. Let me also highlight what Honourable Gubaka also said about the way in which the pensioners, when you go on pension, you actually sign a contract, you plan your life on the basis, and he's absolutely right. I can understand the pain. Many of those people out of the 3,600, Mr. Speaker, who lost out pension, we were told that these are all elite people. I mean, there may have been few, but many of those who arbitrarily lost pension because of the unilateral change by the military regime at that time to change the contractual obligations, they knew, and in fact the consultants, Mr. Speaker, said in a report that sufficient funds should be set aside to fulfill payments on the contracted rates. They had actually recommended that those who already were on the contract should be paid. They knew the FNPF could pay, and it should pay. The FNPF board never explained, Mr. Speaker, why it rejected this critical advice from consultants it trusted who were familiar with every aspect of operations. Mr. Speaker, again, Mr. Speaker, he doesn't understand what the consultant said. The pensioners argued strongly that there was no financial justification for their claim that the amounts paid to them were unsustainable and would drive the FNPF into insolvency. They stressed in a petition that 89% of them, Mr. Speaker, of them were receiving monthly payments below the poverty line set by the FNPF. So, the elite would have been probably about 11%. It was inconceivable that based on that 11%, who were receiving probably more than 15%, some I think were on 25%, that the fund was going to become unsustainable. I mean, the fund could have worked out, Mr. Speaker, a way to deal with that. And really, Mr. Speaker, I still meet people. 3,600 would be a small number, but I meet a lot of people, who were part of that, and you can hear the pain. And in fact, one of them gave me a copy of the petition, and I want to quote from the petition. From the pensioners, why was FNPF, from its position of strength, Mr. Speaker, in such a rush to smash existing contracts, instead of letting those in place run their course? We are a diminishing liability. Our numbers are coming down as pensioners pass on. Mr. Speaker, the petition included this heartfelt plea: leave us alone in our final years, without inflicting us on the disruption and stress caused by savage reductions in income for citizens who will find it difficult to re-enter the workforce to make up for their loss. Our retirements were planned on the basis of contracted pensions. The government and the FNPF have, without justification, cut away the foundations of our last phase of our lives. That, Mr. Speaker, say, when I read that, was very, very painful. Mr. Speaker, that petition was signed by hundreds of pensioners and leading citizens. I'm told it was delivered to the Prime Minister, and they never heard from the Prime Minister's office. So it is not water under the bridge. The point, Mr. Speaker, I want to make is what the Prime Minister was laboring at the beginning, that retirement fund is very, very important. Pension is very, very important. And for retirees, if you go on a contract, they had a contract. They had planned their life, and suddenly, you come and bring out a law and remove that contractual obligation, and you leave these people all behind. So this argument that I've heard before, but talking to these pensioners and looking at the report that the consultants had, they actually said that these pensioners could. So I think the point I want to make in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, is we need to look at the totality of the membership of the FNPF. It is a very, very significant point that the committee is raising in this report, and that is that a large majority of the people have very, very small balances, and many of them, Mr. Speaker, may not go on pension. And it is a big concern, because for young people in this country, for those who will work in the future, that they will have to bear the burden of the retirees in this country. And as life expectancy improves, Mr. Speaker, which has been improving in this country, there will be a much bigger burden, if we don't sort out the numbers of people who can accumulate, pension funds for their retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Just a short contribution. Those of us who lived through from the old pension scheme time to the introduction of the Provident Fund will know that the fund was very well planned. It was well thought out. It is a very good scheme. Like having a good horse, say. It's how you look after it, how you treat it, that matters at the end. And Provident means that many teachers on the government side means prudent and forward-looking. So for the fund was made to be a prudent and forward-looking fund to look after people when they stop earning, when they retire. In many of my contributions on reviews of annual reports, I have highlighted the fact that many tend to be outdated. This one I'd like to congratulate the board and the management for the report of the 2018 year coming out, which was tabled in the House in 2019. Now we're debating it. And I'd like to congratulate the senior management, the executives, and the board for the provision of that report. The board and the managers and we as government or parliament dictate to them or ask them to ensure that the investment of the workers in Fiji that put there as a compulsory saving for their retirement is properly looked after. The benefit of the Provident Fund is that when interest accrue on the fund, it's accruing on the principal, which is a contribution from the worker and the employer. So we may not be very happy with a 5.6% interest that's given, but it is 5.6% on our fund, which we have contributed, and the fund put in by our employers. I am very grateful for the Provident Fund, because if I had remained on the old pension scheme, I would not have been able to purchase my first house, because it was that scheme available at the time where you could withdraw a portion of your savings for things like buying your own house. So I would like to just urge the government to be prudent in the management of that board and the selection of those that represent us on the board. And it was during the government I was in that we allowed the fund to invest overseas. It was not limited to investing locally, and if there were better opportunities of making sure that the members of the board get a better return for their deposits or for their savings, then they would find those avenues by investing overseas. So congratulations to the management of the board, and I thank the committee for their report, and I support that we endorse the review committee's report. Thank you.
I thank the Honorable, before you take your vote, there's one more speaker.
Sure.
Honorable Nelitio John Barab, being anxious to take the floor, you have the floor.
I thank you, Honourable Speaker, sir. First, I'd like to acknowledge the chairperson of the Social Affairs Committee and the members of your committee, sir, for this report in our level. Honourable Speaker, sir, it has been 51 years and we have a lot to thank the Fiji National Provident Fund for. And having said that, I'd like to acknowledge the vision and the foresight of our leaders who had established the FNPF, the Fiji National Provident Fund, Mr. A.D. Patel and Turambala Tunayao of the Sir Mr. Samara in 1969. Without the FNPF, most of us would have not been able to get an education, to buy a property, to build a home, and the host of other services that has been provided by FNPF over the years. I also would like to acknowledge the first manager of the fund, Mr. Robinson, and the long-serving CEO, Mr. Lion Lee, sir, for their prudence, for their determination to make the fund a success for our Fiji. And those CEOs that came after them, Mr. Olataro Kurunsei, Isaac Taito, Chao Chikoroi. If I have missed a name, I apologize, but I'd like to acknowledge the contribution of the CEOs and all the boards of the Fiji National Provident Fund over the years, sir. My contribution to this motion before the House, sir, recommendation 1 and 2 and 3, but I will only speak very briefly on the recommendation 1 and 2. That the fund strengthen its retirement planning and conduct vigorous awareness sessions in order to instill a saving culture amongst its members. Honourable Speaker, sir, I speak on behalf of those employees, sir, who have had to withdraw their own funds because of the difficult situation they faced, having been terminated or reduced hours of work because of COVID-19. They have had to withdraw their own funds, sir, to make ends meet. People of Fiji had thought that government could assist, but they have had to withdraw their own funds. And in doing so, sir, they will lose the component of the compound interest. They will lose the component of compound interest that would have given them more funds when they retire. I am asking the FNPF and government, through the 100 million that was approved at the last session of budget, they could consider paying the compound interest that these employees would have lost because they've had to withdraw funds to see them through the COVID-19 period, sir. That is my first contribution this afternoon. It is important that these employees have a level of retirement funds that will ensure them a comfortable retirement when they do come to retire. So the reimbursement of the interest component that they would have lost because they've had to withdraw the funds would be a boost to their morale and big help to their families. My second issue is I'd like to congratulate the FNPF, the committee that is headed by Mr. Pillay, for making the suggestion to extend the funds coverage to the informal sector. That is a very good suggestion, sir, because we will be assisting these people to encourage them to save money for their retirement years, sir. So that is a very good suggestion. My third issue, sir, has to do with the matters that have been raised already this afternoon. Honourable Mavoka, Honourable Prasad, Honourable Mr. Rambuka, sir. It's to deal with our senior members. The senior members who probably started the fund. When I look at the report, for those pensioners over 95 years, there was one person living during the time of the issue of this report. One, maybe a male, maybe a female, over 95 years, sir, was alive at the time of the issue of this report. Between 90 to 94 years, there were 5 people. 85 to 89 years, 28 people. 80 to 84 years, 108. Adding all that up, it came to about 403 people from the age of 84 to over 95 years. Now, some of these people may have passed on between 2018 and now. Others may have passed on earlier. They would have gone depressed in their hearts. The fact that they have had to go without part of their pension which they had earned during their lifetime, sir. There was a contract between them and the FNPF. It is said that the reforms had to happen. There was no consultation with these senior citizens of our country. If I have to add those in the category from 75 to 79 years and 80 to 84 years, sir, it comes to a total of 2,076. I'm pleading with government, I'm pleading with FNPF, they can consider in some way that their pension could be supplemented from what they used to receive previously and was drastically reduced as much as 50% during the reform in 2010, 2011, sir. That is my contribution this afternoon. I'd like to wish the Board of NPF and senior officials in their continuing work and trust that they'll continue to exercise prudence in managing the fund that a lot of the people of Fiji depend on for retirement purposes. Thank you, sir, for the opportunity to contribute this afternoon.
Honourable Attorney General, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, as usual, we have digressed away from the annual report. Every time when the annual report of FNPF is brought to this chamber, we go back to the FNPF reform. Notwithstanding the fact that we have given so much information on this, Honourable Gavoka is putting his thumbs up. It's a waste of parliamentary time. The narrative is not changing, notwithstanding the fact that the facts are different. We have presented to this parliament that over 1,800 people had to make some changes. There are over 400,000 members of FNPF. Anybody that knows the superannuation fund, I don't need to say this all the time, that it's a collective investment. We pool your funds together for collective investment. Honourable Lithia Gyoni-Mbaravi mentioned about Lionel Yee. His rate of return was 25%. Within 4 years, he got 100% what he put back, and he got more that as the years went by. And there were others getting only 7%. People getting 19%. Some people getting 16%. It's not fair. The system should not work that way. Because it is a collective fund, people need to be paid the same rate. There were 2 international reports that said the manner in which FNPF was being managed and the manner in which the funds were being given out through the pension scheme, we would have had no money by 2052, 2054. So this is the kind of, intellectually deprived reaction, Mr. Speaker, sir. Those reports, Mr. Speaker, sir, were publicly made known. The governments at that time did not have the political will to implement it. The boards, Mr. Speaker, sir, were appointed at political whims. We had the governors of reserve banks previously sitting on the FNPF board when the Reserve Bank is actually the regulator of FNPF. That's the most basic kind of and major type of conflict of interest you can have. Today, Mr. Speaker, sir, today the board members can only serve 2 terms of 4 years, no more than that. And, Mr. Speaker, sir, the appointments firstly have to be vetted by the Reserve Bank to see if these people are fit and proper people, and they must have some form of appropriate skills and expertise in investment management, corporate governance, accounting and auditing, finance and banking, risk management, law, acting as an actuary and auditor, information technology, other similar engineering discipline. These are the types of qualifications we want. These are large amounts of money we are dealing with. Honourable Chale will tell us when he was chair, a number of investments were done with people who were actually undischarged bankrupts from Europe. These are the kind of shenanigans that went on. To come here now and paint and pontificate the virtues of how FNPF was wonderful before is actually completely false and misleading. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to now take a few things and say a few things. Even in the Honourable Leader of Opposition will tell you, even in his days, during the NBF days, you could also then approach, if your withdrawals were not actually approved, people were lining up to see the chair of the FNPF board. In those days, Honourable Gyoni-Mbaravi, there was no distinction between general account and preserved account. It was one account. It's not okay. She said it's okay. There's nothing okay. And here you are talking about making sure that people have money when they retire. It is not okay, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir. And I would like to also point out, under the new FNPF laws, the board members are criminally culpable vis-à-vis the Companies Act. Should they make decisions that would be detrimental and knowingly make decisions that would be detrimental to the investments of the FNPF members. I can give you enormous examples of how previous investments made by FNPF and money went down the gurgler. Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, the other point I'd like to very quickly make is that, and I want to contextualize it because 70% of the Fijian population today, Mr. Speaker, sir, is below the age of 40. If a 20-year-old person working, joining FNPF today, expects the fund to be here to assist with his first housing withdrawal in 15 years from now, for example, and his retirement 35 years from now. Mr. Speaker, sir, FNPF today caters for 430,000 members. It is therefore incumbent upon us as policymakers in putting in place these laws that those members who are contributing actually have some funds when they retire. Let's not just think about those people over the age of 55. Think about those people who are not 55 yet. Mr. Speaker, sir, the net profit increase of the 2018 annual report confirms the fund is in a much stronger financial position. Net profit increased by a record 27.5% from 4,224 million in 2017 to 538.7 million, attributed to 9.8% growth in return on investment, Mr. Speaker, sir. The fund actually maintained the interest rate accredited to its members of 6.35%, paying a total of $297 million to its members. The fund, Mr. Speaker, through its prudent investments, has paid over $1 billion to its members in the last 4 years. This is unheard of. Total assets of the funds increased by 13.5% to $6.6 billion in the review period, which is more than sufficient to cover its liabilities of $5.5 billion. Mr. Speaker, sir, what it means in simple terms, that if today all the members came and took all their money, the fund would still have $1 billion left, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, of course, recently they have acquired various properties as highlighted by the Honourable Minister for Tourism. Mr. Speaker, sir, there has been a number of other issues that I wanted to very quickly address that has been raised by the other side. Previously, Honourable Prasad used the example of somebody receiving, $70 a month. He knows this. And as you've highlighted to Parliament previously, nobody gets less than $100 a month, irrespective of their contribution. Irrespective. And I've highlighted this to Parliament on several occasions. Mr. Speaker, sir, low balance is nothing new. It's a perennial issue. Right from the beginning, people used to be paid 68 cents an hour in the garment factories in the good old 1990s days. 50 cents an hour. $1.50 an hour if they were lucky. Obviously, the level of contribution they would make would be very low. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, we increased the contributions to 8%, and for the first time in Fiji's history, employers had to contribute more than the employees. So prior to COVID-19, for the past number of years, employers are contributing 10%. Employees are contributing 8%. In Singapore, Mr. Speaker, sir, the amount of employer-employee contributions exceeds 30%. About 32% from memory. And the employees contribute from memory about 20%. They pay a lot more than the employers. That's why they have a high level of savings. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the pension the reform, the highest lost pensioner who used to get 10K a month started getting 6,600 a month. And of course, many of them chose to take the full balance. If Honourable Gavoka had come to me for advice, I would have given some good advice, rather than trying to withdraw his funds. One of the reasons for the reform, Mr. Speaker, sir, is this. Life expectancy in Fiji has increased to what it was in 1970, number one. Number two, retirement age has come down to 55. So the pension period has obviously increased. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, making the old pension rates unsustainable. Mr. Speaker, sir, Honourable Leader of Opposition talked about offshore investments in his time. They still do that. In fact, 5% of the FNPF investments, Mr. Speaker, sir, are offshore of FNPF. Obviously, many people realize that the rate of return on investments offshore would be very, very dicey at the moment, depending where they've invested. Honorable Nawaikula and some of the others have spoken about that, government relies on only FNPF. Let me give you some facts. During the Alliance government days, 70% of FNPF's investment was with government. 70%. Wow. It's a fact. Check it. Wow. They bought government bonds. That's how government financed its deficits, Mr. Speaker, sir. Today, FNPF investments in government is 40%. 30% less. And Mr. Speaker, sir, we put out a tender. We put out a tender. I was quite surprised that recently we just called some fresh tenders and FNPF lost out. In fact, some of the banks were agreeing to pay a lower interest rate than FNPF. So FNPF actually lost out. The question now for FNPF, Mr. Speaker, sir, is this. They have this money sitting, as they say, idle cash makes you no money. In fact, idle cash depreciates the value of your money. So where will they find the right investments? And at the moment, the worldwide superannuation funds are investing in government bonds. Why? It gives the best rate of return. So you see, you need to have a sophisticated outlook in respect of assessing this. Mr. Speaker, sir, no, it's a fact. Don't laugh. And similarly, you had Honorable Gavoka talking about Qantas. I really think he's on some kind of payroll for Qantas. Every time he talks about Qantas. Mr. Speaker, sir, the fact of the matter is, I'm not seeing any benefit of it. Mr. Speaker, sir, the fact of the matter is this. When the FNPF lends money to any organization, whether it's Fiji Airways, whether it's buying properties at the Marriott, whether it's doing any other investment, the board has a legal obligation to make sure that that investment is going to provide returns for them. They get outside advisors. They get investment advisors. Mr. Speaker, sir, similarly, there's a proper due diligence done. Only then they make those investments, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, previously, interest rates paid weren't actually tested. That's the problem. That's why the World Bank kept on saying the interest rates you're paying is unsustainable. You need to every time actually test what you're actually going to pay out, which is the sustainability element of it. Mr. Speaker, sir, this year in July, 7,215 pensioners received an additional payment of $4.34 million. Mr. Speaker, sir, the other issues I'd like to highlight again very quickly. In the last 10 years of reforms, Honorable Aseri Rondrondo, assets increased from $3.3 billion in 2009 to a whopping $7.4 billion. That's the asset increase. Over $1 billion, as I've highlighted, has been paid in interest in the last 5 years. The profit jumped to over $600 million the last financial year compared to a loss of $181 million in 2009. Mr. Speaker, sir, annual membership contributions increased from $288 million in 2009 to $652 million in 2019. Obviously, I think as Honorable Prasad highlighted, that the collections will be less now because there are far more people unemployed, and of course the contributions have come down. But if you compare an even year with another year, 2009 was 288 million, now 652, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, in 2000, FNPF held 74% of all domestic debt, much higher than the 50% it holds now. In 2004, the ratio was 74% of all domestic debt. Bulk of it was debt with government, buying bonds. So please don't make it out as if that this is a new phenomenon. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to make a couple last points. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Honorable Gavoka, again, I have to take him up on this. He said, you know, it's like flying a plane is like driving a car. Let's buy the same fleet. So if you're going to, for example, I use a vehicle analogy, maybe that's how you'll better understand. If you're going to buy a fleet of cars, say you buy Kia cars, you know, it doesn't have this SUV capacity, and you drive it around Suva. If you're going to do treks every day and drive between, you know, Singatoka Valley and up through Ba, across the hills, you're going to have a four-wheel drive. It's what the point is, listen, you need to have patience. You see, that's when you probably, I need to say things slowly to you so you'll understand. Mr. Speaker, sir, Mr. Speaker, sir, so you buy different planes for different routes. You're not going to fly a 737 between Suva and Lambasa. Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, you are not going to fly, for example, Mr. Speaker, sir, a 767, you're not going to fly a 767, Mr. Speaker, sir, between Nandi and LA. Firstly, you've got to look at whether it's got the range or not. Secondly, what's the level of fuel consumption? What's the metal with which the plane is bought from or made from? These are all the intricate details you need to look at. Now, again, Mr. Speaker, sir, Honorable Gavoka is no expert. Mr. Speaker, sir, the point is when Fiji Airways went ahead and did, I know very well. Mr. Speaker, sir, Mr. Speaker, sir, Mr. Speaker, sir, the...
Point of order. What's your point? Honorable Attorney General likes to keep on speaking about Gavoka. And I wonder why. Can you just stop? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, sir, when Fiji Airways goes and does an acquisition, the board simply does not decide on its own. The board actually has to hire a lot of experts. They're airline experts. They're people who tell you about fuel consumption. They're people who tell you about the type of aircraft used on particular routes, your level of turnaround times. All of that is taken into consideration, Mr. Speaker, sir. You look at the planes that will actually give you the best return in respect of your fuel consumption. Those are the critical issues that are looked at. And of course, Mr. Speaker, sir, the ability to have two airlines being played off against each other also gives you a huge advantage. The prices at which the Maxes, unfortunately the Maxes currently are out of the air, which is already a Boeing, Honorable Gavoka, your love for Boeing. Mr. Speaker, sir, the fact of the matter is the deals that Fiji Airways received on the Maxes and on the A350s are enviable. And in fact, the lease companies have all told us that. So your ability to negotiate and get the best planes for the right routes is critically important. So you can't just simply compare it with a car, Mr. Speaker, sir. And Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir, the reality of the matter is they went on about Fiji Airways and how FNPF should not have lent it, etc. German banks have lent funds to Fiji Airways. And everybody knows what the German banks are like. The level of due diligence, the bulk of the funding for the acquisition of those planes, whether lease or outright acquisition, were funded by the Germans. Mr. Speaker, sir, ADB, I talked about BNP Paribas, employed the French to do a due diligence on Fiji Airways. And only then the ADB has agreed to fund them, 50 million US, first time in the aviation sector. You cannot ignore that. How can you in your right mind ignore that? Just for your own political narrative.
Very poor.
Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, last point I'd like to make, I think Honorable Gwening Barabi and some of the others raised this. I mentioned about the top-up by government. Mr. Speaker, sir, we had said that we're going here for the long haul. I've just got the statistics. Pravinesh Singh, who's up there, upstairs at the moment. The second phase, Mr. Speaker, sir, of FNPF, was for those people who are unemployed now because of COVID-19. And we said we will pay them $220 a fortnight. And they access their general account. Should there be no more funds left or less funds left, government will top it up. In the first leg of this scheme, Mr. Speaker, sir, $31 million was paid out, Mr. Speaker, sir. $31 million was paid out, and government only topped up 30%. Oh, only 30% of the 31 million. The second leg has just started. Guess how much government is topping up now so far? 70%. 70%. Mr. Speaker, sir, so therefore, it means that the $100 million, if the next batch that we get, so if we do the $31 billion, 70% is paid by us, which is about $21 million. The second lot will be $27 million. And that's only one phase. The other phase, of course, phase 3, is on the other hand, we're paying those people who have reduced hours. That we are topping up too. By the end of the year, the way we are going, the 100 million will actually finish. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, when we talk about these issues, we are talking about sustainability. What they're talking about is just now and how to satisfy some need now. We have to look at the long term. And we have said, irrespective of what happens, we will continue with these schemes. And Mr. Speaker, sir, the Prime Minister has also indicated to us that if need be, if the 100 million allocation is not enough, we'll come back to this Parliament and get more approval to pay all those unemployed people. The other point that I also want to make a note of, Mr. Speaker, sir, in this FNPF debate, they've forgotten about the people in the informal sector. We have allocated, Mr. Speaker, as highlighted, $30 million in the budget. Honourable Minister Koya, we hopefully will make some announcements tomorrow because they're currently being assessed. There'll be an injection of nearly close to $60 million everybody is paid out. They'll also be looked after, Mr. Speaker, sir. So please, let's take a holistic approach. Please, please, I implore you, don't just stick to one narrative when the facts say otherwise. The last point I want to make was about EFL. Of course, the EFL, you can't go and list the company now. Right? You can't list the company. Look at the economic situation. It does not mean in any way that the share value of FNPF will come down. But we'll talk more about that later. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I support the motion. Thank you.
Honourable members, Parliament will now vote to note the content of the report. Does any member oppose? Your right of reply.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, sir. I do not have any further comments.
I had looked to you and you didn't make any indication. I beg your pardon. Beg your pardon. Parliament will now vote to note the content of the report. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to. Honourable members, for the purposes of complying with standing orders with respect to sitting times, I now allow a special motion to be moved, and I call upon the Leader of Government in Parliament, the Honourable Inia Serui Ratu, to move his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I move under Standing Order 6 that so much of Standing Order 23, Clause 1 is suspended so as to allow the House to sit beyond 4:30 p.m. today to complete the remaining items as listed on today's order paper.
Is there a seconder?
Honourable Speaker, sir, I beg to second the motion.
I now call upon the Leader of Government in Parliament to speak to his motion. You have
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. We have two more items on Schedule 1 and, of course, Schedule 2 as well, as agreed to by the Business Committee, and thus the request to sit beyond 4:30 p.m. today to complete the items on the order paper. Thank you, Honourable Speaker, sir.
Honourable members, the floor is open for debate on this motion. There being no one wishing to take the floor, Honourable Leader of the House, you have the floor.
I have nothing further to add, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you.
Honourable members, the Parliament will now vote. The question is that under Standing Order 6, there's so much of Standing Orders 23, Clause 1 is suspended so as to allow the House to sit beyond 4:30 p.m. today to complete the remaining items as listed on today's order paper. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Honorable members, on that note, we will suspend proceedings for a refreshments break.
Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, please be seated. Secretary General.
Motion by the Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Justice, Law and Human Rights.
I now call upon the Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Justice, Law and Human Rights, the Honourable Alvik Maharaj, to move his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Honourable Speaker, I move that the Parliament debates the consolidated review report on the Office of the Prime Minister Annual Report 2013-2014, which was tabled on 13 May 2019.
Is there a seconder?
Honourable Speaker, sir, I beg to second the motion.
I now invite the Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Justice, Law and Human Rights to speak on the motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I take this opportunity as the member moving the motion to make a small contribution on the committee's report on the Office of Prime Minister Annual Report 2013 and the Office of Prime Minister Annual Report 2014. The Office of Prime Minister is driven by the vision of having a better and modernized nation state achieved through strong and robust leadership and fair development for all. As a way of brief background, Honourable Speaker, the Office of Prime Minister Annual Report 2013 and the Office of Prime Minister Annual Report 2014 was referred to the Standing Committee on Justice, Law and Human Rights of the last term of Parliament and reinstated in this new Parliament and referred to the current committee. The current committee, of which I am the chairperson, took this as an opportunity to complete the commendable work carried out by the previous committee. The current committee reviewed the findings noted by the previous committee and response by the Office of Prime Minister. Some of the issues noted were regarding the general aspect of aids and grants provided to Office of Prime Minister, such as China Aid, the monitoring of projects that had been funded by aid such as China Aid and so forth, the aspect of small grant scheme, mainly that concerns its monitoring. As this is the report for the year 2013 and 2014, all of these issues are irrelevant in this current time. It is also worth noting that in 2013 and 2014, the Office of Prime Minister attained the landmark achievements in introducing the new 2013 Constitution for Fiji and the commitment towards the democratic election under 2013 Constitution. At the conclusion of the report, my committee established that the response provided by Office of Prime Minister on the issues raised about the report was satisfactory and had provided the needed clarification. With those words, I thank you for your time, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, the floor is now open for debate on this motion. Honourable Asiri Rondondo, sir, Honourable Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I rise to speak on the motion by Honourable Alvik Maharaj. Honourable Speaker, the Office of the Prime Minister is responsible for providing high-quality service and support to me as the head of government in the execution of my daily functions. The core function of the staff of the Office of the Prime Minister is to ensure that all activities, engagements, and policies that I contribute to are involved in are in line with my government's vision for the future as embedded in the 20-year National Development Plan. Mr. Speaker, the years 2013 and 2014 were pivotal years in Fiji and for my government. In those years, Mr. Speaker, we fulfilled our promise to draft a new constitution and lead the country to a successful democratic election and a permanent return to democratic rule.
2013, 2014 were also the years in which we launched efforts that will have a long-lasting effect on Fiji. We completed reform the way we manage our road system and began a years-long effort to improve our transport infrastructure. We began our reform of the civil service, which is now yielding great benefits in the efficient delivery of services to the Fijian people. We began or completed reforms of the various state-owned enterprises, such as Fiji Ports, Fiji Airways, and the Fiji Sugar Corporation, to make them profitable and modern, and to ensure that they serve the people well. The Office of the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, facilitated a number of internationally funded large development projects. The small grant scheme was highly successful in those years. From an annual budget of allocation of $3 million, we funded a total of 74 projects in 2013 and 30 projects in 2014. My government has been committed to equality in education and to the principle of a free education for all Fijian children. In that vein, Mr. Speaker, spending on education is the best investment we can make. That is why the majority of the projects implemented under the small grant scheme were from the education sector in both years. In 2013, 49 education projects were funded at a total cost of $2.3 million, and 13 projects were funded in 2014 at a cost of $2.2 million. Rural community development and integrated development were also supported from the small grant scheme. Mr. Speaker, I believe it is critically important for national leaders to spend as much time as possible in direct conversation with the Fijian people. It is the best way to truly know what the people need and what they expect of the elected government. The appendices of the report show that projects that received funding under the small grant scheme were identified through my official tours to the various divisions and from having face-to-face discussions with the different communities, settlements and institutions that I have keenly carried out over the years. I have made promises to communities which I have been proud to deliver. No one is afraid of telling me what they need, and they know I will listen. They know I will take those needs seriously. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, they know that I will not make false promises, that I will do what I say, and I will do in accordance with our Constitution and our laws. We considered these projects under the small grant scheme because they were not included in the budget for the 2013 and 2014 financial years, even though they were of great importance to their respective communities. Fortunately, the small grant scheme gave us flexibility to move forward to meet these needs. My office, Mr. Speaker, is committed to the principle of an open door policy for the general public. For the period 2013 and 2014, my office received more than 1,000 complaints and suggestions from members of the public, civil society, and the private sector. Last but not least, as has been the practice, communities from Lutuma, from Rambe, from Kioa, and the Melanesian Vasuitoke fall under the office of the Prime Minister and receive a sum of $928,000 for their operational and development initiatives in the period under review. Mr. Speaker, sir, the office will always ensure that it embodies what my government is all about, ensuring a better Fiji for all through strong leadership and excellence in service. As I have mentioned many times, we will not leave anybody behind in our journey towards a better Fiji, and my office will always carry out its duties for the benefit of all Fijians. And Mr. Speaker, I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Prime Minister. I give the floor to the Honourable Justice Selku. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I wish to thank the Chairman and this member of the committee for the consolidated report of the Office of the Prime Minister's Annual Report 2013 and 2014. I also wish to thank the Prime Minister for his contribution to the debate However, there are a few observations that I wish to note this afternoon on the consolidated report of the Office of the Prime Minister's Annual Report 2013 and 14. On 2013, the Auditor General has issued a qualified opinion in the audited accounts for 2013 based on the two following issues. And I quote, one, a Chinese grant, a Taiwan grant, trust funds showing closing balances of 4,654,853 and 68,127 respectively, shown in their statement receipts and payments. Contrary to Section 58(3) of Finance Instruction 2010, the two trust general ledger accounts were not balanced nor reconciled with their respective bank reconciliations and other subsidiary records. As such, I am unable to express an opinion on these two trust accounts balances as at 31st December 2013. Number two, operating fund. There are unreconciled differences of $6,392,024 between the drawings account reconciliation with its subsidiary records and the general ledger, FMIS, balance for the Office of the Prime Minister. Therefore, I am not able to ascertain the accuracy of the drawings account balance shown in Note 5 of the accounts, unquote. In 2014 audited accounts, the Auditor General has also issued a qualified opinion on the Office of the Prime Ministers for 2014. Number two, the Ministry of Finance approved the write-off of the sum of $7,407,976 at page 54 of the Office of the Prime Minister Annual Report of 2014. The response from the Office of the Prime Minister stated the write-off was done with the approval of the Ministry of Economy to clear unverified balances carried forward from previous years. It was found out during the reconciliation of accounts that there are unverified balances sitting in the various accounts, resulting in the unreconciled reconciliation. The transaction was passed to correct the accounts. Responding to the questions raised by the Standing Committee under a communication dated 9 November 2017, an official signing on behalf of the Permanent Secretary of Finance stated the write-off exercise of unsubstantiated balances in various accounts were due to repetitive issues raised in the audit reports, especially for the year 2012 and 2013. It was noted that 70% of the overall audit issues were results of unverifiable general ledger balances. Sir, unless general ledger adjustments is undertaken, the whole of the government's financial statement will continue to be fraught with unverifiable accounts and balances and will lead to ongoing qualification of the financial statements. One of the discrepancies raised by the Standing Committee on Justice, Law and Human Rights, that is to comparison of the Office of the Prime Minister Annual Report 2013, page 47, and the Office of the Prime Minister Annual Report 2014, page 55, shows this discrepancy in the accounts in the closing balance for the Chinese grant fund accounts. The response from the Office of the Prime Minister is as follows, and I quote, the discrepancies highlighted were resulted in the changes in the revenue figures of $5,578,403 for 2013 in the 2014 annual financial statements. Mr. Speaker, sir, the question is why the revenue figure of $5,578,403 for 2013 in the 2014 annual financial statements. Mr. Speaker, sir, the above issue speaks volume of the lack of transparency and accountability in the Office of the Prime Minister. Huge sums of money have been unaccounted for and written off. These are the taxpayers' money, and government should ensure proper recording and reconciliation of accounts, and more importantly, that officials who take out advance for official duties retire their advances. Thank you, sir.
I thank the Honourable Sokuru. I give the floor to the Honourable Nikono Waikula.
I am the second allocated speaker from this side of the House. I wish to start my critique by saying that this report has not been signed. I'm not sure, maybe my report only, but please check yours. Are they signed or not? Because it gives an implication. It's an implication that if it's not signed, then it may not be valid. Well, subject to that. But I wish to start, Honourable Speaker, by asking all the ministers in this side of the House, now that they are not demanding, in your next annual report, please, don't feed us with the glossy pictures. Useless. That does not assist the committee review. Have the audited accounts. Last time, Human Rights Commission did not have that. Audited accounts. Also have your corporate objectives. Corporate objectives, have it in that. Together with your assessment of the key result areas, whether you assess them or not. Also have your comments on the audit issues, because that will assist. I say that, Honourable Speaker, because that will be the basis of my critique or comments in relation to this. So looking at the report, which I am told is by partition, I congratulate the committee for identifying certain areas of concern. Even though the Prime Minister's office try as much as they wish to cover their footprints, the committee was able to identify 5 areas that were of serious concern. And let me just name those out. The first is that the general aspects of the aid grants provided to OPM, such as the China aid, serious concerns and reservations in relation to the use of that. Second, the monitoring of projects that had been funded by aid such as China aid. Third, the aspects of small grant schemes, SCGs, mainly that concerning its monitoring and the functions of certain units in the OPM and certain discrepancies in the financial statements of the report. So good, they were able to identify these. Where they failed, in my view, is that what they did is that after identifying these, they wrote to the Prime Minister's office and asked them, please give an explanation. So in my view, the committee failed in accepting those explanations on face value. And Honourable Speaker, you can see those explanations that is attached to the report. So, for example, when asking about the Nabua Hospital, Nameli Nabua, the explanation that was given, construction started, commencement ended. No, we need to know monitoring. We need to know full story about acquittals. So I am not happy in relation to those. And I think the committee could have done better to really ask for details on monitoring and acquittals. Chinese government, European government, no, they should be properly acquitted. Well, I'm not sure. The Honourable Minister of Health will know what is the status of Nabua Hospital. Have you been there? They have to be repaired soon after they're built. So, that's it. And that's what I felt the committee failed in. Now, in relation to the audit issues, let me just refer, because the committee did not address it, so I will address it. Some of these have been covered by Honourable Chese. I think in 2013, he has identified 2 areas, but there were about 6. 6 audit queries. And imperative that, you know, the annual accounts address this. The first one and the second one have been covered by Honorable Chester, so I won't repeat those. So let me start with the third audit issue, overdrawn operating trust fund account. And the auditor said, as at 31st December 2013, there was an amount, 194,464 that were overdrawn. And the comment by the auditor was that such findings indicate lack of adequate internal control, supervision, and disregard of procedures and finance instruction. So said, those should be addressed. Next one, after that, anomalies in capital projects funded under the small grant scheme. And the finding is that it is the responsibility of contractors or monitoring agencies carried out to provide completion report upon completion of the project, work progress updates, acquittals to accounts for the use of funds provided by the project by funding agencies. Very serious. And there were serious problems in relation to small grant scheme. This, as the Prime Minister had indicated, some of these went to the building of schools, some to others. But, you know, serious problems in relation to this. I know one example. In Napuka, going to Nailou, there is an infant school, no title to the land. And after that, there was a dispute in relation to that. And as a result, the building has not been completed. So those were the issues that were raised in relation to that. But, you know, these are public finance. Very important that proper acquittals, work in progress updates, and completion certificates issued. And it listed down about six projects that suffered or lacked these issues. And I'll just name them here. The Nandoya Village Rewa drainage scheme, Dao Samu, St. Peter Chanel, Namosi Secondary, Watuanga Primary, Nambitu Primary. So those were identified by the Auditor General as of concern. And it goes on and on. And there are, as I said, 6 audit issues. But my point is, please, in your annual report, you know, tell us, tell the public, tell the committee what were the issues raised by the auditor and how have you addressed it. Because otherwise, some of these keep recurring and recurring and recurring. In the 2014, no, that was reduced. There were not 6, but only about 2 or 3. So I congratulate the Prime Minister's office for that, for addressing those issues and not allowing inconsistencies. With that, Honourable Speaker, I support the motion to take note of the.
I thank the Honourable Nicola Waikula. There being no one else wishing to take the floor, I give the floor to the Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, first of all, let me thank Honourable Prime Minister for clarifying on the report itself and Honourable members who have actually contributed. Just a few clarifications. I believe if Honourable Nicola Waikula would have actually asked their members, they did sign the report. It's just a misprint in the report itself that it's appearing in that way that those pages are not signed. It's a bipartisan report. And the other thing to note, as I stated earlier, these reports are from 2013-2014. And please, I would actually request Honourable Nicola Waikula, if he is not in the committee, don't teach us how to actually do our job. It was a bipartisan report. We did actually call Prime Minister's office. We did have a discussion, and we actually agreed to the clarification that was provided by them. Honourable Speaker, when Honourable Prime Minister's office did make a representation before the committee, the issues that were raised were clarified, and that's why it's a bipartisan report. I have no further comments with regards to that, sir. Thank you for your time. Binaka.
Honourable members, the Parliament will now vote to note the content of the report. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
Motion in the name of the Honourable Professor Biman Prasad.
I now call upon the Honourable Professor Biman Prasad to move his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Parliament agrees to appoint a special committee under Standing Order 129 to inquire into and recommend an extensive rehabilitation package for the vibrancy and vitality of the dairy industry and dairy farmers.
Is there a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I second the motion.
I now invite the Honourable Professor Biman Prasad to speak to his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You will see from the motion that you've approved that I have not included names of honourable members who will form this special committee. The reasons are simple. You'll recall, Mr. Speaker, that in May when I moved a motion for an inquiry into the public health and medical services and included good Dr. Honourable Saligram Govin as a member, he actually rose in this house and claimed that I had not approached him, despite me doing so. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the resolution of Parliament should formalize itself, because those members, especially from government, who genuinely care about the livelihood of dairy farmers, should on their own accord be ready to take up membership to carry out this inquiry that I believe is important to safeguard the future of the dairy industry and indeed dairy farmers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on March 24th, 2017, I moved a similar motion. At that time, I had highlighted that the reforms undertaken by the Bainimarama government before the elections was not working because the sharp decline in milk production was startling. True that tuberculosis and brucellosis significantly negatively impacted milk production because cows had to be culled after being infected. But the reform only privatized Rewa Dairy Cooperative Limited after a consultancy, and we all know about Southern Cross Foods that formed Fiji Dairy Limited or FDL, in which farmers have 20% shares under Fiji Cooperative Dairy Company Limited or FCDCL. Mr. Speaker, during the 2018 election campaign, the Honourable Attorney General recalled that in a radio debate with me, he said that the agreement was for 10 years, which is correct. And that means that the agreement, Mr. Speaker, will be ending in 2022, under which the Southern Cross Foods and FDL enjoys 32% duty concession on imported milk products. Butter and other importers are required to pay the duty. So hopefully in 2022, end of 2022, there will be a level playing field in terms of the duty concession. Yet this concession, Mr. Speaker, is not reflected in the price of local dairy products. And that has been a concern that we've raised in this House many times. Mr. Speaker, 8 years ago in 2012, local dairy milk production was 9.5 million litres per annum. It declined to 8 million litres in 2016 due to TB and brucellosis and severe TC Winston. We are told now that it is around 6 million litres. In 2017, during debate on the motion, we heard from government of various assistance and rehabilitation packages, including 10 million from New Zealand and 1 million from Southern Cross Foods for higher yielding milking cows. We now ask whether this assistance has been fully utilized, and if not, why. Mr. Speaker, local dairy milk production is very clear that it's been declining. We have discovered a few problems that is adversely impacting productivity. First, of course, is the price of the litre of raw milk. Dairy farmers have told us that during the operations of Rewa Dairy before privatization, the price of raw milk paid to them was $1 plus VAT. The price was reduced to 79 cents per litre, but later increased to 97 cents BEP. But this comes with reductions. Farmers say they are paying 8 cents contribution towards FCDCL operations, Mr. Speaker, 4 cents per litre in cartage fees. So the net price is 85 cents per litre. Mr. Speaker, this means that the price has actually gone down by 15 cents per litre from the time when Rewa Dairy was operating. A few large-scale farmers, Mr. Speaker, who opted to deal directly with Fiji Dairy Limited, are receiving $1.15 per litre plus VAT. This is one of the reasons for the decline, as farmers are losing confidence in the industry. This is what the farmers are telling us. Mr. Speaker, we heard from the Honourable Minister for Agriculture some time back on how the new June cow grass developed in China and was going to, and given that, was going to increase milk yield by the dairy head. We are actually told by farmers, Mr. Speaker, that all of them, in fact, were compelled to plant this grass that is like neat, reeds and dairy cattle, in fact, do not feed on them. And Mr. Speaker, the Minister perhaps can explain if this is correct, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, farmers claim if they did not plant the grass, they will not be eligible for any assistance. I mean, if that is the case that the farmers are telling us, then that would be ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. We found that the grass is useless. Maybe they're saying that it would be good for other things, but not dairy cattle. So what they're saying is this is another rehabilitation, Mr. Speaker, that has gone wrong. Then, Mr. Speaker, farmers have told us about the implementation of the dairy incentive scheme. This was meant to boost milk production. But farmers say its implementation and monitoring by the ministry after the disbursement of the grants leaves much to be desired. Mr. Speaker, a farmer who I will not name was given $34,000 for farm rehabilitation in 2019. The farmer duly used the grant to plant new pasture and make other improvements. In 3 other cases, assistance was provided last year. Farmers developed their farms not to increase dairy head or milk production, but either sold them or diversified into cash crops. So, Mr. Speaker, how can such implementation and lack of monitoring improve the industry? This year, Mr. Speaker, we are told that 6 large dairy farmers received assistance to the tune of about $160,000 per farmer. The head was affected by tuberculosis. Naturally, other small farms, Mr. Speaker, and medium ones are complaining why they have not been given assistance when their head was also affected by illness. I mean, this would be the logical reaction, Mr. Speaker. If some large-scale farmers are helped and the smaller ones and medium ones are not helped, and if the disease has affected all of them. Mr. Speaker, this is why I felt compelled to bring this motion for a bipartisan parliamentary inquiry into ascertaining the true workings of the industry, because it seems that the current policies, Mr. Speaker, may not be working. And it appears from the discussions that I've had with farmers that many of them are frustrated in the way the industry is going, and it is not going to address the original intention of the reform, which was to increase and support our local production. And in fact, we might be importing well over 80% of our milk need in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I commend the motion to the Parliament, and I hope that the government will agree with this motion so that we can have a inquiry and the committee could come up with a rehabilitation package that as a government or as a parliament we can all support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Professor Freeman Prasad, and I give the floor to the Honourable Kurandrani. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise to support the motion in the House, and I thank the Honourable Biman Prasad for bringing up this motion, and especially the urgency of the matter in agriculture. And secondly, I thank him for being smart. He has taken away the word bipartisan and has put the word special committee, which I believe the other side of the House will understand. And I thank him for that. The dairy industry has been receiving annual grant for dairy development for many years. The highest recent figure allocated was 1 million in 2018-19 financial year. And this year it has been reduced to 700,000. The dairy production continued to decrease rather than increase, despite the development that is being done to the industry. Hence the reason for this committee. Funds were mainly allocated for development in the dairy industry, mainly for nutrition and infrastructure, such as construction and maintenance of dairy sheds, procurement of milking equipment. Five years ago, in 2015, a total of 40 projects were approved under this program, of which 50 dairy sheds was constructed, 2 nutrition improvement programs carried out that involved the establishment of fodder banks for cut and carry purposes, and a total of 9 projected staff was employed. However, import figures show a steady and a continuous trend to increase. The imports, the commodity, the milk and cream, from 2015 it was 54.2 million imports, and has a steady increase until 2019 to 17.7 million. Cheese and curd from 2015 was 9.5 million, and has a steady increase until 2019 to 12.1 million. Import in January 2020, in comparison to January 2019, milk and cream has increased by 35%. Butter and other fats has increased by 64%, although cheese and curds had a decrease of 11%. The Hon Prime Minister in 2012, in announcing the sale of Southern Cross Foods, a subsidiary of C.J. Patel, said, currently the industry is meeting less than 15% of Fiji's liquid milk demand of 70 to 80 million liters per annum. He said, Southern Cross Foods, in purchasing Fiji Dairy, will take over the company's liabilities currently at 17 million. On top of taking over the debt of Fiji Dairy, Southern Cross Foods will pay a minimum of 10 million for the purchase of the shares from the government. Whether that was done or not, I don't know. Further, the Prime Minister announced that as part of the conditions, Southern Cross Foods, by December 31, 2012, commenced work on a 350-acre dairy farm in Waindina, involving a minimum of 150 cows. It will also, within 4 months of settlement, install 2 chilling centers in the Western Division, and within 3 years, upgrade and modernize the plant and machinery at the existing factory.
This condition subsequently will need to be carried out to the reasonable satisfaction of the government. As part of the sale and purchase agreement, government has obtained a guarantee of $2 million from Southern Cross Foods and its directors in their personal right. Which would be recovered by government in the event of continuous subsequent, if the event of conditions subsequent are not met. The question is, has Southern Cross Foods delivered on this condition, and has government verified whether they have satisfied the conditions? From where I stand, and I think they have failed to satisfy the conditions. In 2012, the Prime Minister stated that the Southern Cross Food gave a $2 million guarantee to government on these conditions. What is the status of this guarantee that is also personally binding in the directors of the Southern Cross Foods? Dairy farmers have many years been requesting higher prices for raw milk. At the same time, Fiji Dairy Limited, the suppliers of processed milk, are enjoying 32% duty concession or zero duty imported milk products, therefore have no incentive to help and grow the local dairy industry. While CJ Patel makes an exorbitant profit each year, the dairy farmers are suffering with low milk price and rising cost of feed for cows. Farmers are paid at $1.10 per liter of milk. This is less than the cost of producing 1 liter of milk. Then there is a surcharge that used to be 4 cents per liter for transportation of milk to the chilling centers. An average of 80 million liters of milk is consumed each year in Fiji. Our dairy industry producing less than 10 million liters of milk annually. This means that 70 million liters of milk, either liquid or in powdered form, is imported. So our local industry is only producing 12.5% of Fiji's total milk production, while 87.5% is imported. And the primary sales conditions and the primary conditions of the sales are, with the Southern Cross Foods, that the Fiji Dairy under Southern Cross Foods will at least for the next 10 years purchase all the milk produced by the Fiji Dairy Company Limited, will in turn to sell all its milk to the Fiji Dairy Limited. The 20% Class B shares in the Fiji Dairy held by the farmers will not be diluted. Concessionary duty rates will be provided to Fiji Dairy to ensure growth in the local production. This company gets a zero duty to import cream milk and sell them to consumers at a price which many are not able to afford. Makes the argument by government to protect the local dairy industry quite hollow. This favored company, owned by the same company that gives fawning adoration to the government, every day, CJ Patel, pays zero duty to importing milk. So it has no incentive to promote the local industry when it can continue to rake in millions of dollars by simply importing. This too at the expense of the ordinary consumers who are paying the higher prices for milk and milk products. It is a matter of interest that government, while giving millions of dollars to this private company, is ensuring that the same company maximizes its profits. The rotting of the dairy industry began in 2012 with the awarding of a contract to the aunt of the Minister of Economy without tender, and it has just gone down the drain since then at the expense of the farmers and consumers. This matter is now at a critical level, with production continuing to decrease. So we must ask, what was the benefit of the nation of the 2012 restructure? The dairy industry and the plight of the farmers will be the same as that of our cane growers if government does not review its policies and adopts and implements an extensive rehabilitation package to prevent the industry from collapse. We urge the government to immediately review this policy to give to the special committee being appointed. If the government side still don't accept or don't support this motion, and it is an indication, as already mentioned by some of our members from the opposition, that they really fear to work together. As I mentioned yesterday in one of my statements, that
this government over the years has not been able to agree to what the results of their programs and strategies that they have been doing over the last 5 years, it has come with no results. So as Honorable Salvatore Ranrondo said yesterday, doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result, is a definition of insanity. And if they don't support again this motion, I would say this is the insanity of stupidity. And in our vernacular, in our Fijian vernacular, we call it Yalowai. I urge the government to do something different and let us work together for the good for the dairy farmers and of the nation in particular, the families and children who drink milk. Let's work together to rescue the dairy industry and approve the special committee proposed by the Hon. Biman Prasad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I thank the Honourable Kurindrani. I give the floor to the Honourable Minister Reddy. You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, sir, Honourable Loikula. I can't stand the heat, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to establish why this motion is frivolous, why this motion here is too late. Mr. Speaker, sir, the intent of the motion is to look at the dairy industry. This took place in 2011, and in 2012, government restructured the River Dairy Corporation. Mr. Speaker, say, the dairy company was broken down into two sections. One, basically based on what should be the core business. The Fiji Dairy Limited, the processing company, so that they can specialize and invest in processing of the milk so that it is of that standard where later on we can also look at external market. And secondly, the Fiji Cooperative Dairy Company Limited, which would look at basically how they could vertically integrate and support the farmers and collect milk and transport it to the Fiji Cooperative Dairy, Fiji Dairy Limited. Mr. Speaker said the Fiji Dairy Limited was established, as I alluded to, solely to focus on the core business of processing and distributing milk and dairy product to the people of Fiji and beyond. The company purchases raw milk from the Dairy Cooperative Limited, which collects the milk from the farmers in the central division, and also the company directly collects from the farmers in the western division, where they have, as rightfully mentioned, they have established chillers and therefore expanded milk production in new areas. Mr. Speaker said there is another paper going to Cabinet to get approval for establishment of another chilling plant in Singotoka, which I'm going to talk about in a second. Mr. Speaker said the company is 100% locally owned, and it is a joint venture between the Southern Cross Food Limited and the dairy farmers of Fiji. Mr. Speaker said the processing plant is accredited ISO standards, HICUP standards, and also GMP certified, so that it allows the company to produce and supply not only in local market, but also in the regional market as well. Mr. Speaker said the Fiji Cooperative Dairy Limited, which is at the moment confined to the central division, it is, as alluded to, the principal supplier of raw milk for processing in Fiji, and it works with producers to ensure that milk quality is maintained throughout the supply chain. So when you have that cooperative, the cooperative is also, Mr. Speaker said, purchasing in bulk raw materials to supply to the farmers to enhance and support them in the production of milk. The cooperative also works very closely with Ministry of Agriculture to support the farmers in terms of training, in terms of acquiring of basic resources to support the farmers. Mr. Speaker said the cooperative also has its own extension advisory services and uses our own animal health officers to support the farmers in terms of dairy production. Mr. Speaker said the cooperative also provides, other services such as electrical, welding services to the farmers to maintain the structures on their farms. Mr. Speaker said, following this, as I already told, along the process, the Fiji Dairy Limited established production in the Western Division in Tavua, in Ba, and now it is now establishing at Chila, or will be establishing at Chila and Sigatoka. Mr. Speaker said, the milk production per cow, per herd, is very promising in the Western Division, and we're looking at investing and spreading, investing and expanding dairy farmers and dairy production in the Western Division. Mr. Speaker said, on 3rd February 2019, we announced with the Fiji Dairy Company Limited a major increase in milk prices so that farmers can be incentivized to respond to the increased price. Never ever before we had a 15% increase in milk price paid to the farmers. This resulted in milk price rising from 92 cents per litre to $1.05 per litre. Mr. Speaker said, at the farm level, while on the processing side we are pretty much at the international level in terms of the plant, and at the farm level, the key issues are about disease management, stock management, pasture and feed management, water management. Mr. Speaker said these kind of revolves around how the farm will respond to increasing the number of herds as well as volume of milk production. Mr. Speaker said disease management and stock management is very critical for any cattle farm or dairy farm. Mr. Speaker said we all know that we are struggling at the moment. We are working very hard to eradicate TB and brucellosis. It took Australia 40 years. Australia is one of the few countries in the world which has eradicated TB and brucellosis. It took Australia 40 years, from 1960, they started the TB and brucellosis eradication process to eradicate TB and brucellosis from their dairy sector. Mr. Speaker said, obviously, when we started this process of testing and culling, obviously you'll find that milk production will go down because the number of cattle has gone down because we are culling them, removing them. Honorable Prasad said that large farmers who lost cattle were paid a lot of money and small farmers were paid less. Of course, because large farmers were compensated, and because there are more cattle were removed. Smaller, come on, you just said that the smaller farmers complained that they were getting more when their cattle was culled, and the smaller farmers were paid less. Of course, because it's paid based on the number of cattle that were culled. So Mr. Speaker said, we are in the process. Come on. So those specific issues, you should give it to us so that we know and investigate. You can't bring it in Parliament and say that some farmers were denied assistance. No, you can't do that. Mr. Speaker said, now we are spending massive amount of money also with assistance from New Zealand government in terms of testing for TB and brucellosis and then culling those animals so that we create TB and brucellosis free farms. Mr. Speaker said we cannot provide improved breeds of cattle, which is very critical now because our breeds have been, due to inbred, have lost their genetic attribute, and that is also a major contributing factor in terms of the productivity for dairy cattle, milk production, for beef cattle, carcass content. So Mr. Speaker said, but we wanted to release some improved breeds of beef cattle and dairy cattle, but we are now looking at what are the farms that are free from TB and brucellosis, because we don't want to send these improved breeds that we have got now ready to be given to the same farms which is infected with TB and brucellosis. So unless we do that, we will continue to see that production will be low. Now, it is not that easy that we just walk into a farm and test it and then pull out the cattle. No. It's not that simple. 3 tests needs to be done, and also farmers need to cooperate. I can tell you instances and cases where large farmers are basically, refusing to allow a test to be done until we wave the law to them and say, no, you can't, by law. So Mr. Speaker said, even 2 years ago, Honorable Attorney General brought a revised formula to compensate, to pay a high amount of money to the farmers who were losing their cattle due to culling program that you've got to make the farm free of TB and brucellosis. So Mr. Speaker said, while we are doing that, we're also providing and stocking up the farms which has been certified as TB and brucellosis free with this new breed that we have in terms of for beef cattle, Senapol, and for dairy cattle, brown Swiss. Farmers are very excited. I don't know where he's getting his responses from. I would be interested to see. But the farmers that we know, they're very excited about participating in this program so that they can quickly get into stock their farm with this new high-yielding breeds. Mr. Speaker said, we are in discussion with farmers who would want to undertake for the first time ever intensive dairy farming, which is meaning that the dairy cattle will be inside while outside they will grow corn and pasture to feed. And that is the way to go. That's what is happening in other countries, the Speaker said. So Mr. Speaker said, we at the moment, for the first time ever, have got 4 full-time vets with Ministry of Agriculture, and we've got 4 expatriate vets, and we are in the process of appointing our own principal veterinary officer. The delay is because the borders, the principal veterinary officer is supposed to come from Australia. So Mr. Speaker said, we haven't been this well equipped in terms of number of vets in the ministry. The first time ever we got so well in terms of the stock of vets that we have to support this particular program. Mr. Speaker said, for pasture and feed management, I don't know where he's got this data that the pasture farmers are not happy with. And there's nothing as such saying that farmers must plant this and therefore be eligible. There's no truth to that. Mr. Speaker said, we are assisting them in terms of not only that particular pasture, which is a cut and carry pasture. It is not a paddock pasture. That is a supplementary pasture. You plant it outside the paddock and then you cut and carry it and feed it to the animal. You can mix it with molasses or mix it corn. But we are also giving them planting material for other pasture, tried and tested pasture. Mr. Speaker said, we're also assisting these cattle farmers in terms of water management. Now we've got a new program which we're going to roll it out very soon. All the large cattle farmers, the dairy and beef cattle, sheep and goat will be eligible to get the support in terms of ensuring that they have secure water source. So once, Mr. Speaker said, we are able to solve the pasture and water issue, then the drought will no longer be a major problem for them. Mr. Speaker said, having said that, livestock is not something that we can turn around within a month or 6 months or a year. It's a long-term thing. So I do hope that Honorable Prasad and his so-called advisors understand that turnaround will take place, but him and I may not be here. It'll take time. It is important that we get the fundamentals right, we get the foundation right. It's important that we get the institutions right, because institutions will be here. Him and I won't be around, but the result will be out then. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I thank the Honourable Minister. Give the floor to the Leader of the Opposition, the Honourable Sithiweni Rabuka. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am not a livestock farmer, but I was going to be. I had tried during the early years of the interim government under our present Prime Minister to venture into this industry. The concept at the time was to bring in calves. that, that are not required by the New Zealand beef and dairy industry. And the plan was to wean them straight from the cows onto powdered milk in containers, computerized containers, where the calf would step up to their feeding lot. And as they stepped up onto the feeding lot, the computer would register their weight and calculate how much milk should go to that calf. And they would do that while they are transshipped from the originating country to Fiji. We had done the negotiation and liaison with the ministry and the quarantine station in Watuanga. We've gone and spoken to landowners in Deumba to make sure that we had the area and the space in Fiji for them to be transshipped to Fiji and put straight onto, from the powdered milk in the containers onto the pasture around the quarantine stations. And as they acclimatize, we would be looking for further abroad for those. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, there are projects that are already in the Prime Minister's office, probably forwarded to the Minister for Agriculture at the time, probably still there. But after that, there had been some attempts to bring in impregnated cows and also some better performing bulls. But because of the climate difference, they could not perform. So I believe, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the motion is a good one. At this time, when we have just finished presiding over COP23, we're still looking at climate change. We're looking at COVID-19 reset. So it is not just an opposition motion from the Honorable Professor Biman Prasad for any time. I believe, Mr. Speaker, sir, that it is now is a good time for us to set up this committee to look at how best we can develop the industry, whether it's beef or dairy, considering our concern for climate change, the carbon footprint, with an increase in our livestock, how will that affect it? And as we balance up the benefits and the down cost of a livestock industry. So I believe it's a good motion, Mr. Speaker, sir, so, and I support it. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Honourable Attorney General, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister for Agriculture has, I think, elucidated the issues quite clearly, particularly in respect of the matters pertaining to what's happening in the dairy industry now and the future of it, and of course the various agricultural inputs. I think there are two factors that Honourable Minister also highlighted, Honourable Prasad also acknowledged it, is the fact that we do have brucellosis and tuberculosis. And it is actually not very easy to control it. This is one of the difficulties we've had. We don't really have proper fencing in many of the areas. Honourable Tikudundo would know this. Cows jump. There's not enough proper fencing. And that's essentially been the manner in which we run our dairy farms, for decades. The other issue also has been is that, like with the sugarcane industry, a lot of the farm areas in Tailuwere, the leases were also expiring. So some farmers, of course, moved away from farming, and that also plays a very critical role in respect of investing in the dairy industry. This is why under the Bainimarama government, we had the laws amended that for agricultural purposes, which includes, of course, dairy purposes, land leases now can be given up to 99 years. And I think, you know, this is probably one of the greatest tragedies of Fiji, the Fiji's economy, is that you could get a 99-year lease for under Itauke land, it used to be called NLTV, native land, or crown land or state land now, for tourism, residential, commercial, commercial, residential, industrial, 99 years. However, when it came to agriculture, you only got 30 years. Now, can you imagine if we had 99-year leases in the agricultural sector for the past number of decades? People would have been able to go and get loans from banks, invest large scale in machinery, and we would have a large scale investment in the agricultural sector. The closest people could get under the NBF days, and of course then BSP took over, I mean now Colonial, we had crop liens for sugarcane farmers. That's the best that they could get. So there's been a huge lack of investment in the dairy and agriculture sector because of our unwillingness to have agricultural leases for 99 years. Now, of course, that restriction is not there, and people need to pay the market rate to the landowners and get those leases, and you see large-scale investment. I wanted to, the reason why I'm also speaking, Mr. Speaker, sir, is because Honorable Kurundani raised a number of issues regarding the sale of Rewa Dairy. As he, I think, alluded to, Honorable Prasad would have alluded to, one of them did, the fact is that Rewa Dairy was drowning in debt. The debt stock was over 20 million or close to $20 million. And the liabilities that rested, because it was set up as a cooperative, all the members of the cooperative were also liable for those debts, with the individual cooperative shareholders. So therefore, they had no way out of it. And people would know, I mean, you know, this is the Spate days, the senior Spate and the others who used to run Rewa Dairy in those days. There's a lawyer who used to be a well-known dairy farmer, those of you know Talu area. I mean, these guys actually had their hands in the till. And I can show you numerous documentation in respect of that. And there's a huge confidence level issue. Honorable Minister highlighted that now this factory actually is HACCP compliant, ISO compliant. These factories weren't HACCP compliant, in fact. And the machinery is very, very archaic. They used to, even in those days, what we call Rewa butter is basically bulk butter, but for decades, even before it was a sale, they bring bulk butter from New Zealand, put lots of salt in it, mix it around, and we call it Rewa Dairy butter. We don't make our own butter. We've never had made our own butter. Honorable Leader of Opposition talked about powdered milk. For you to make powdered milk, you need millions and millions of liters of actual milk, which is essentially dry up the milk to make powdered milk. So, with the sale and the revamping, tenders were actually called for the sale of that particular organization. And through a tender process, the advertisement was in the papers, Honorable Kurundani, Southern Cross Foods won the tender. What they did was, through the rebranding exercise that took place, the chairman of that time was Rewa Dairy, was Josefa Serulangi Langi. He was the chairman. They had gone through an exercise on their own, appointed their consultants, and appointed the consultants. The government funded them partially so they could carry out the exercise. And the sale then took place. They took over the debt stock. They paid $10 million. And also, Mr. Speaker, sir, we wanted them to have various undertakings. One of the key issues was the whole structure of the Rewa Dairy industry, the dairy industry at that point in time, predominantly focused in this part of Fiji, the central division. This is why the Honorable Minister Reddy is talking about the chilling plant to be set up in Singatoka area. Already chilling plants have been set in other western parts, in Tavua. So we now have cane farmers actually have 4 or 5 cows, or other farmers who may be growing dalo, etc. They have 4 or 5 cows, they can actually supply the milk. So transportation is a lot easier for them. There is no doubt, of course, the milk yields can be much higher per cow, but the breed we've been using, of course, has been affected, as the Minister highlighted, about the inbreeding too. And secondly, of course, Mr. Speaker, sir, transportation costs for these people will be reduced when you have chilling plants in different parts. Mr. Speaker, sir, the other point that I also wanted to make was, as the Minister already has already highlighted, the farm gate price has increased. The farm gate price actually used to be much lower. Now, obviously, I think I can't remember who said from the other side, they said that the farmers are making a loss because the farm gate price is less than the production cost. Well, it's not possible for the farmers for the past 8 years to be producing milk at a loss. If they were, they would have shut down by now. So obviously they are making a margin. That's a fact. Mr. Speaker, so the other point that I also wanted to make was that there is still price control on dairy products. And yes, the agreement was with the fact because that Southern Cross Foods was taking over nearly a debt stock of about $20 million, or close to $20 million, giving Class B shares to farmers. Now these Class B shares, there may not be non-voting rights, but the fact is they've been paid dividend every year and without any liability. Under the previous system, the previous condition, they were part of Rewa Dairy, but they were also culpable for the liabilities incurred by this very badly managed organization. Now they have shares without any liability. Now, Mr. Speaker, so that's one of the reasons why we had an agreement. We gave some level of duty protection, and that is going to finish off. As I mentioned during the budget time, that in 2022, the 10 years will be over. In fact, when we were working out the duty rates, the reduction duty rates across the board, we actually approached Southern Cross Foods. And we said, now you've had 8 years, are you willing to, through consent, reduce the 10 to 8? And they weren't willing to because they said they had planned their budget cash flow that way. We obviously legally obliged to adhere to that, but we tried our luck still. But the fact is that they now have the protection till 2022, which is about 2 years away. So, Mr. Speaker, so that's the reality and a very brief background in respect of where we are as far as the ownership issues are concerned in terms of the tariff structure, etc. And, as the Honorable Reddy's last point highlighted, the reality is that tuberculosis and brucellosis is a very, it causes indelible damage to the industry itself. And we have to be able to work together to deal with it. Government has increased the funding in terms of the cost we pay for culling animals, because we have to cull it, we have to pay some form of compensation, and of course we give additional funding for them to be actually hiring vets, etc. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I thank the Attorney General for his contribution to the debate. I give the floor to the Honourable Biman Prasad for his...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try and be brief. Again, Mr. Speaker, I think the dairy industry is at a critical juncture, in my view, and it is therefore timely that we look at a rehabilitation package. I understand all the issues that have been raised, the reasons, we acknowledge that. But the fact remains, Mr. Speaker, that in the last 10 years since the restructure, and we understand that Rewa Dairy at that time had a debt close to about 20 million, 17 to 20 million, that was taken over. But the fact also is that the company which enjoyed duty concession and is going to enjoy for another 2 years, on average, in our calculation, would have made more than $10 million annual profit. And so the government, apart from losing the revenue, with the expectation and the initial understanding that this particular company will work hand in hand with the farmers, with the cooperative, and ensure that we increase milk production. milk production. And the idea of protection, Mr. Speaker, when you raise duty, when you give protection to a particular company, through raising the duty, is really to boost local production. I think the diseases set in a period well after that, but what we have got to, we've got to a point where this piecemeal assistance, looking at, helping farmers in this area, looking at issues in the Western Division or in the Northern Division, this piecemeal assistance, Mr. Speaker, is not going to address the fundamental problems within the industry. I think we need to look at, as the Attorney General said, there are issues about land leases as well. And I know there are issues about crown leases in Tailevu and other areas where the responsibility lied with the government. Some of the farmers, who had, state leases, were having difficulty getting it renewed, and many of them continued, without the renewal of the leases. So the idea of the committee, I don't want to labor too much, Mr. Speaker, on what happened after the restructure and how we lost out the opportunity to increase production. But I think if we want to look at the future, if we want to look at saving this industry, as I said, it is almost at a critical juncture. And this piecemeal assistance is not going to bring the industry as a whole to a point where it can kick off. Right now, in my assessment, looking at the figures, in terms of production, it goes up and down a little bit, but the fact is that we are down from 11 million liters to about 6 to 7 million liters. So, it's basically the industry is half of what it was in 2012, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that a special committee looking at all the issues and coming out with a holistic package, rehabilitation package. We had one in 1998 for the sugar industry under the then Prime Minister, Honorable Leader of the Opposition now. And that rehabilitation package was perhaps one of the biggest, to address the decline in the sugar industry because of a big drought. And then it put all together, and we had a huge increase in production in the sugar industry by 1999 and 2000. So I would urge the government to support this special committee, and of course the Honourable Minister himself can chair the committee. Government will have 3 members, 2 from the opposition, and come up with a report to do that. I mean, he will drive the committee, Mr. Speaker. So I think they need to move away from this fear or this idea that somehow the opposition, by bringing this motion, has some kind of ulterior motive, that we have some political gain. It is entirely the response from the farmers and people out there. So, Mr. Speaker, I commend the motion again, and I urge the government to support this motion, and let's form a special committee to deal with the dairy industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Biman Prasad for his reply. Honourable members, the Parliament will now vote on the motion. The question is that Parliament agrees to appoint a special committee under Standing Order 129 to inquire into and recommend an extensive rehabilitation package for the vibrancy and vitality of the dairy industry and dairy farmers. Does any member oppose the motion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. Nay. The nays have it. The motion is defeated. Honourable members, we'll move on. Secretary General.
Questions. I'm sorry, questions.
For the first oral question for today, I call on the Honourable Lenora Garangara-Tambua to ask question 116/2020. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Local Government, Housing and Community Development. Could the Minister clarify, please, the reasons why the Lautoka Flea Market is not at the much more conveniently located Shirley Park? Thank you.
You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I thank the honourable member for the question. Mr. Speaker, sir, Shirley Park has not been chosen as a flea market site for a very good reason. It is for recreation and relaxation and not for trading purposes. In fact, Shirley Park is to undergo further development so that this important recreational venue in the life of the city of Lautoka provides even more aesthetic and recreational options for the local population and visitors to the city. The council is currently working through the finalization of its concept plan. Close to the foreshore, Shirley Park is perfectly located and it will be enhanced to make it more attractive place for our citizens. Mr. Speaker, sir, there were a small number of vendors previously operating in a corner of Shirley Park. It was disappointing to see that some electrical repair shops started at Shirley Park. There was a lot of objection from the ratepayers as well as the citizens of Lautoka who objected the use of Shirley Park for such purposes. In that case, the Lautoka City Council, in talks with a private company, managed to provide that kind of support so that the flea market could be established at Navutu. So for Lautoka, Navutu is the site for the flea market. We understand, Mr. Speaker, sir, we're talking about convenience. Let's talk about convenience. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to highlight that convenience does not only mean convenience to the central business district. Convenience is also about ensuring consumers are able to access markets in decentralized locations with appropriate parking, no traffic congestion, and the ability to move freely to do their shopping. Examples of conveniently located flea markets are Navutu as well as Vot City in Nandi. In Lautoka, Navutu Flea Market is operated by PEC Investment Limited. But Lautoka City Council provides the regulatory support, making sure that the compliance are met, because some of the stalls are also selling food, and we have to make sure that the washroom facilities are there as well, abundance of side street parking, and so forth. Vot City Flea Market, which is in Vatolevu Nandi, it's 7 minutes away from the central business district, and it has more than 200 vendors. So both these flea markets are doing extremely well, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Supplementary question by Honourable Garangara-Tambua.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I don't know when the last time was that the Honourable Minister went to go and visit Navutu Market. Navutu Market was is private land owned by a gentleman called Raj, who flattened the land at his own cost. He put in a toilet, a bathroom, toilet facilities for men and women, and also water supply. It is a very dusty place. I've been there a couple of times myself. Some of those vendors would be lucky to make $20 a day. It is not conveniently located. It is far away from the center of the...
What is your supplementary question?
My supplementary question, Honourable Speaker, thank you for the reminder, is During this time of COVID, does the minister not think that before the development, the future development of Shirley Park that she mentioned, could that area not be used in the meantime to help people make money for their families? Thank you.
Honourable Minister Kumar, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, sir, a hotel is only in the small part of Shirley Park. We're talking about developing the Shirley Park, because at a time like this, when we talk about COVID, people need to relax their mind too. There's a number of people who are going through mental instability and issues as well. So they need to use that Shirley Park for other purposes. In local government, we have to manage different interest groups. Like you have interest groups such as the ratepayers, they want certain things. You have the businesses who want certain things. The market vendors want certain things. We have to manage all these different interests so that the city itself retains its aesthetic value. We don't want to create a place which is, we all understand that when footpaths are made, it is meant for walking. When the parks are made, it's for a particular purpose. When markets are made, it's for another purpose. So we have to maintain all these things. Of course, we are allowing people to sell from different places. If for some reason, for example, if it's to do with traffic, if it's to do with a business who has taken the council to court, in that cases only we make sure that we provide an alternative site. We will never remove anybody unless and until we are able to provide an alternative site. That is the rule. It is not that we are just telling people to move out. I also want to share with you, Mr. Speaker, sir, currently we also have problems in the markets. It's all about competition. In the markets we have stalls, and if you have visited markets, particularly in the weekend, you may have seen that inside the market, the stalls are empty. What happens? The stall owners, they also rush out. And they rush out because they're competing, they want customers to come. But if all of them stay inside, customers will be there. And same story applies with flea markets. We want everyone to be together, healthy competition, convenience, consumers are there, the sellers are there, and everyone can buy whatever they want. Thank you.
Can the minister, honourable minister, explain then why are the flower women selling from Shirley Park every 1 or 2 months, and the barbecue, there are 2 or 3 barbecues that are selling there every day from in front, directly opposite Lautoka Hotel.
Honourable Minister Kumar, you have the floor.
I don't know the specific case, Mr. Speaker, sir, but what I can say, there is Namoli Green, an area just outside market, and it is centrally located. We are developing that area only for food. And in fact, we have already developed it, but we want to make it even better. But if no one is complaining from Lautoka Hotel, we do nothing about it. It's okay, they can sell. But if the businesses are complaining, then we have to do something about it, because it's always this argument about formal trade and informal trade. Formal traders, they say, oh, we pay for the rent, we pay VAT, we pay this, we pay that. And if somebody is sitting outside and selling, they're taking my business away. So we have to manage these interests. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you. Honourable Lautoka, you have the floor.
Honourable Speaker, I spent a bit of my time in Lautoka, and there's a phenomenon there that in terms of foot traffic, I don't think there's any other city in Fiji that has the kind of foot traffic as you see in Lautoka. So taking away that to Navutu would really be difficult for the residents of Lautoka. But can I ask the minister to assure us that by removing that to go to Navutu, we won't be seeing any malls built in Shirley Park? Yeah. Can you assure us that by moving this to Navutu, we will not be seeing people building malls in Shirley Park?
Honourable Minister, you have the floor. But that's a different question
I
altogether.
didn't understand his question, Mr. Speaker, sir.
You have the floor.
we want an assurance, that there will be no malls built at Shirley Park.
Malls?
Okay, because we
I really don't understand where he gets his ideas from, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable Minister, honorable members, that's a totally different question. It's a total different question. We move on to the next question. Second oral question for today. The Honorable Alexander O'Connor to ask question 117, 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question 117/2020 in today's order paper under my name. And this is directed to the Minister for Commerce, Trade, Tourism and Transport. The tourism sector, Fiji's largest revenue earner, has been hit the hardest by the COVID-19 pandemic. With the uncertainty of international travel, it will take a longer period to recover. Can the Minister explain what has been the uptake on the Love Our Locals campaign to date? Thank you.
I now call on the Minister for Commerce, Trade, Tourism and Transport, the Honorable Faiz Quaid. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank the honourable member for his question. Mr. Speaker, sir, over a year ago at the 2019 Fiji Excellence in Tourism Awards, the Honourable Prime Minister actually gave a very powerful challenge to the industry. And he actually called on the industry to extend the same level of service and hospitality to all Fijians as we would any of our international visitors. So the Love Our Local campaigns embraces that spirit of love and solidarity through action. So it takes the inspiration from the Honourable Prime Minister's call to action about over a year ago, and it asks Fijians to rally behind the local restaurants and the tour operators and the hotels to show support for Fiji by holidaying here at home. And I want to quote what he actually said, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I quote, "When they do arrive at your doors, they ought to be treated exactly the same way as anyone else who you welcome on your premises. Because as businesses in our country, you must be open to all of our people all the time. They deserve the same level of service, they deserve the same level of attention, and they certainly deserve to feel welcome at resorts in their own country, sir." And I end quote. Now, since its launch in June 2020, as part of our market re-entry strategy, sir, the Love Our Locals campaign is actually proving to be incredibly successful, both for participating businesses as well as the locals. This initiative has allowed many tourism operators to remain in business, sir, and continues to employ Fijians. And above all, the campaign has served as a beacon of hope, especially in the West, sir. Now, close to 100 tourism operators around Fiji have actually joined the campaign, with a number of tourism-related businesses such as tour and entertainment and activity providers also taking advantage of the actual initiative, sir. Now, hotel occupancy, Mr. Speaker, sir, the rates have averaged approximately 55%, and when historically off-peak season recorded average occupancy rates of about 30%. This 55% occupancy doesn't take into account the growing local meetings and incentives and conferences and exhibitions, which we commonly refer to as the MICE market, sir. I'm happy to say, sir, these were Fijians and residents who on average spent 2.3 nights. In addition to the website, the Love Our Locals Facebook page, which is the primary platform for offering the packages and deals, has gained significant traction. Within 2 months, the Facebook group recorded membership of 9,273 with 5,000 new members in 2 weeks. Mr. Speaker, sir, whilst we don't expect domestic consumption to completely fill the void left by international travel in the industry, we're actually optimistic about the Love Our Locals campaign, and it will continue to cushion the impact as much as possible. This will not only ensure businesses remain open, sir, but Fijians can return to work and farmers slowly start supplying to hotels, and local artists who predominantly relied on tourism actually have a source of income. I do have some stats, sir. Even if we have captured domestically a fraction of what Fijians otherwise would spend overseas, it will make a difference, sir. So we'll continue to encourage Fijians to rediscover home and become greater ambassadors for Fiji. Let me share some room booking stats. For July 2020, sir, the Outrigger had 975 room nights. The Shangri-La had 553 room nights. The Fiji Gateway Resort had 693 room nights. Kula Adventure Park, 880 visitors. River Tubing Fiji, about 320 bookings. So these figures, Mr. Speaker, sir, are commendable and is evident in the sentiments these businesses have shared in being able to welcome back visitors after being closed, sir. Just recently, sir, about 200 staff at the Outrigger Resort have resumed work as a result of this particular campaign, and these employees are working more than 3 days a week, with most of them on full-time duties. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, sir, they've reported that weekends in July were actually sold out, and the restaurant sales exceeded the room nights revenue. This is the first time in their history, sir. In fact, Mr. Speaker, a number of operators are actually are reporting full occupancy on weekends and continue to offer more specials on the weekdays to entice weekday travel. Through the 2020-21 national budgets, the Fijian government has provided substantial subsidies to actually help tourism business weather the crisis and bolster local consumption, and the complete removal of STT and the reduction of ECAL from 10 to 5% is not only in favor of international tourists or hotels alone, it's in favor of bars and restaurants and cinemas and coffee shops and tour operators and entertainment providers, making it affordable for ordinary Fijians too, sir. The campaign has actually served us well in putting to test the new norm, and we're using this time to prepare also for when the borders open, sir. We all know restoring traveller confidence and stimulating demand safely is actually critical at this time. So again, we are being very proactive, and by virtue of this togetherness, I'd like to thank all fellow Fijians and the tourism industry and all the operators within for their resilience and their support during this difficult time, sir, without which many of the businesses may not have survived. I know many people, sir, expected this campaign not to be successful, but it is, sir. To those who have been most critical, I urge you to get behind this effort and give your full support, and I urge all of you to use up the long weekend and make sure you enjoy one of our hotels. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, Honourable Linda Tambuya.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I actually commend this initiative. I think I love our locals. Before I ask my question, I want to congratulate the new members of the Tourism Fiji Board, 3 quite powerful women, Tammy Tam and Loretta St. Julian and Josephine Smith Moffat. Congratulate them. Honourable Speaker, my question to the Honourable Minister, with this Love Your Locals campaign, can they explore the Love Your Local Food campaign along with it? What are the initiatives to use more local foods in our hotels and reduce our imports so that we can provide income, much needed income for our local suppliers? Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Our food, our local food, sir, and this began a very, very long time ago when the Honourable Minister Seraktu was actually Minister for Agriculture. Our local food has been part of our hotels for quite a while now, and they're being more innovative and more creative with the food at the moment, and it's already there. And as you can see, if you go visiting around all the resorts, you'll see a whole lot of creativity with our local foods already happening.
Thank you. Honourable Ilan Walker, you have the floor.
Honourable Speaker, if I can ask the Minister about that food, is it reflected in the menu prices in the hotels now?
I think I heard him say, is that food impacted in the pricing? Is that what you asked?
In the menus.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Fiji has always been known to be very expensive in food and beverage. So going by what I'm hearing today, the menu prices now in the hotels should have come down quite significantly. Is that happening? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for that, for that question. Obviously, the duties have been reduced quite substantially, as you would have noticed from the budget, on imported foods. So yes, of course, the menu prices would have gone down. And I thank you for admitting the first statement that you made, Honourable Member, about food and beverage prices being too high.
Thank you. We'll move on. To the third question for today, I give the floor to the Honourable Simeone Rasola to ask question 118-2020.
Bulganak, Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to ask the oral question 118/2020 under my name to ask the Minister for Infrastructure, Meteorological Services, Land and Mineral Resources, can the Minister update Parliament on the status of the dome mining project in Ngara, my village of Nambal, Kundaba? No.
I now call on the Minister for Infrastructure, Meteorological Services, Lands and Mineral Resources, the Honourable Chone Usumati. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and thank the Honourable Member for his question. Special Prospecting License SPL number 1451 was granted to Domes Mines Limited back in 2007. Subsequently, their license has been renewed and extended. It's been renewed for another 3 years, and that renewal will expire on the 24th of June 2023. These renewals only take place if the Ministry has a look at the terms of their license and whether they've carried out the exploratory work that they said they weren't going to do in the first place. So they've achieved most of the work program that they'd set out to do. And now the tenement prospect is for an area of around 3,000 hectares. And to date, they've already spent around $5.9 million in terms of their exploration. I won't go into a lot of the other details, but I'd just like to say that as part of what they're doing, Mr. Speaker, sir, other than doing exploration, they've also been involved in some community assistance and development programs for landowners development in Ono as part of its corporate social responsibility. In Ngara, some of their projects have included maintaining old roads, construction of new roads, aiding in construction of a seawall, construction of a new school dormitory for Ngara Primary School, for Matawi Mambili settlement. They've assisted in seawalls, houseboat constructions, and excavation of rubbish dumps. And as for all of these exploration, when they give out this prospecting license, the Ministry of MRD, Mineral Resources Department, also has requires them to have environment management plans, and we regularly monitor that. So that's just a very short response to the question from the Honourable Member.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Gerigara Tumbo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Through you, Honourable Speaker, could I just ask the Minister, in terms of giving the landowning units prior and informed consent, would he be able to confirm if the consultations were done in the dialect of Ono?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I was not around when the time when the consultations took place, so I cannot say specifically that it was said in the Ono dialect. But I can tell you that within the MRD, they have a special unit that is there for consultation and meetings with the members of the community whenever this takes place. There are people that do this all the time, so I can guarantee that the consultations did take place. What dialect that they took place, I cannot confirm that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'd just like to ask a supplementary question to the Honourable Minister. What kind of mining will happen in Is he the Minister? I'm asking the Minister.
I could answer that question, but I'll give the minister. You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, sir, at the moment it's all exploration. So whether mining takes place, in the exploration, mining is a very expensive business. This particular company has spent 5.9 million, they have not gained a single cent. But they're doing it in the hope that eventually they'll find enough ore there, and then they will go back offshore. These companies, they go back offshore, they get investors to invest in, and only then the mining takes place. In Kandavu, we have already had 2 companies that came to Ono. Back in the 70s, we had Aurelia Resources, an American exploration company. They did exploration from 1979 to 1982. I don't know how much money they spent. They did not find, so they did not start harvesting, whatever. Yeah. Then we had another company. That did that. But let me explain. Exploration and mining is different. This is exploration. Once exploration tells you that there's something worthwhile to be mined, then we give you a mining license. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll move on. Fourth oral question for today. Honorable Charlie Singarara, question 119-2020. You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to ask question 119 of 2020 to the Honorable Minister of Education, Heritage and Arts. Can the Minister update Parliament if there will be any recruitment for classroom teachers for the year 2021?
I now call on the Minister for Education, Heritage and Arts, the Honorable Rosie Yatta. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I thank the Honourable Member for the question. Mr. Speaker, sir, classroom teacher recruitment is conducted on a need basis by the Ministry. This usually addresses vacancies created through retirement, resignation, deemed to have resigned due to abandonment of duties, summary dismissal, death, leaves such as inpatient leave, study leave, leave without pay and medical board review. Based on the projected exit and the need for 2021, the Ministry has planned to recruit 65 early childhood education or kindergarten centres for both schools attached and standalone centres, 90 primary and special and inclusive education school teachers, and 95 secondary school teachers, bringing it to a total of 250 new recruitments for the Ministry of Education.
Honorable Rivera, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to ask, I need some clarification from the Honorable Minister. For those who have resigned and have joined other places and come back, they want to join the teaching profession, like Air Pacific, some air hostesses, they want to join the teaching services. Are they also eligible to apply and join the teaching services? Thank you.
Minister of the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, yes, we follow the open merit recruitment system, and they will need to apply and go through the processes before being considered to be part of these vacancies that will arise.
Thank you. Honorable Linda Tambuya.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'd just like to ask the Honourable Minister, she mentioned 65 ECE teachers will be hired in the new year. Can she please explain why they aren't paid like primary and secondary school teachers, where they are recognized as teachers and on the same grade? Thank you.
Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, sir, it's a completely new question, but I would like to respond to that. ECE teachers, the ministry has issued contracts to 1,175 ECE teachers who were previously engaged and employed by school management. These teachers are now included in the ministry payroll, and we are providing them with job security and other civil service benefits. Teachers continued to be employed even during COVID-19 when the schools were closed. In terms of the exact specification of what the honourable member has asked, can I put it as a written response to you at the end of this week? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to the fifth oral question for today. And I call on the Honorable Mitieli Bulanova to ask question 120, 2020. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, sir. On question 120, 2020. Under my name, to ask the Prime Minister and Minister for Turkey Affairs, Sugar Industry and Foreign Affairs. Can the Prime Minister update Parliament as to progress of the joint venture scheme between the landowners and Sarawak and Boa and Fiji Sugar Corporation? Thank you, sir.
I now call on the Prime Minister and Minister for Turkey Affairs, Sugar Industry and Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Josiah Bainimarama. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise to respond to the question from Honourable Mitieli Bulanova. But you would find this funny, Honourable Speaker, that a person from Bua is asking a person from Taileu to tell him what's happening in Bua. Unlike the question from Honourable Leonard Angkarangar Tamua, I'm not going to talk to you in your dialect, that's for sure. But, Honourable Speaker, I remember in September last year, I provided Parliament with an update on the overall progress of all of our 9 of our joint venture. And I'm happy to update the Honourable Member again on the progress of the 3 JVs. The 3 JVs, namely the Nuku'Sulevu investment, the Sakusa and Sikeli Ramavu, and the third one is the Salamamba family JVs in Nasarawanga. All began in September of 2018 and collectively cover 125 acres of sugarcane land. To date, a total of 101.6 hectares of cane have been planted collectively for the 3 JVs. 44.3 hectares of cane have been planted on Nuku'Sulevu investment. JV farms, 32.7 hectares of cane have been planted on Sakusa and Sikeli Ramavu joint JV, and 24.6 hectares of cane been planted on Salamamba family joint venture farm. The 3 JVs, Honourable Speaker, have been progressing well with a harvest of total of 2,450 tons in 2019 from Nuku'Sulevu investment and Sakusa and Sikeli Ramavu JV alone. A total of 6 tons is expected to be harvested in 2020 collectively for the 3 JVs. As of yesterday, a total of 2,806 tons have already been harvested from Nuku'Sulevu investment, on day before yesterday. Have already been harvested from Nuku'Sulevu investment and Sakusa and Sikeli Ramavu joint ventures with an average yield of 52.15 tons per hectare compared to only 32 tons per hectare in 2019. The actual cost of establishing all 3 JVs stood at just over $365,000 for 2018 and 2019, excluding the harvesting and cartage costs of $105,000 incurred in 2019. As expected for early JVs, Honourable Speaker, these costs are still being recouped. And last year, the JVs recorded a net loss of over $264,000. But it won't be long until all 3 JVs mature into full profitability, which we expect to happen progressively over the next few years. Under the terms of the arrangement, the Nasarawanga JVs were required to meet all of their initial development costs through bank loans. But my government, Honorable Speaker, through the Ministry of Sugar, actually stepped in to lighten the financial burden of the landowners by meeting 66% of the planting and input cost to the cane planting grant and our fertilizer and weedicide subsidies, as well as our support to the FSC to purchase trucks and mechanical harvesters. Once profitability is achieved, the JVs will follow 70-30 profit sharing models as stipulated in the Master Award. To be clear, that means 70% of all profits go back to the landowners. As it is expected that the Sala Nukusolevo investment, Honorable Speaker, Secusa and Sikeli Ramabo joint venture will start making profits from this 2020 season. For 30 years, the land under the Sarawanga JV sat idle. Its asset value went unrealized, and its 352 landowners didn't see a cent from it. Now, it's on its way to putting cash in the pocket of its owners through a practical and soon-to-be profitable arrangement. In the process, Honorable Speaker, landowners are getting valuable skills in cane cultivation, and most importantly, they are fostering a culture of ambitious enterprise that will reap rewards for generations. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Prime Minister. Honourable Michele Bulnauda.
Yes, just a supplementary question. I thank the Prime Minister for the progress report on the JVs in Sarawanga. Although it's incurring a loss, we're hoping that they're going to be profitable this year and maybe early in the next year, which is good. It's good. There are empty vacant lands there as well. Is there a plan to increase the planting of those areas that are still vacant, besides those Indian?
Honourable Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Yes, of course. Honourable Speaker, if they're willing to give up the land, we'll plant.
We'll move on. To the sixth oral question for today, and I call on the Honourable Albert Maharaj to ask question 121, 2020. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I rise in this chamber to ask question 121, 2020 under my name, and the question is directed to Minister for Health and Medical Services. Can the Minister inform the Parliament if keyhole surgery is available in Fiji and in Fiji's public hospital, and if it is, how can our people access this service? Thank you.
I call on the Minister for Health and Medical Services, the Honourable Dr. Ephraimi Wangarimbet. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The simple answer is yes. It's begun 15 years ago in drips and drabs, and 10 years ago when it was in earnest, when keyhole surgery was actually being pushed right across, beginning at CWM and then obviously then on to Lotoka and Labasa. And I'm also pleased to say that initially about 10 years ago when Honourable Dr. Ratu Antonio Lalambalawu was anesthetizing, there was only about 3 of us that were operators, the surgeon operators using minimal invasive surgery or keyhole surgery. At the moment as we speak, we have nearly 15. And so they include surgeons, using keyhole surgery in the chest, in the abdomen, in the chest to be able to dissect parts of the lung, using keyhole surgery or very small cuts of about 5 millimeters to be able to access into that, and using the TV monitor to be able to utilize that. And now we have also in the abdomen, so operating on the liver, operating on the kidneys, removing tumors from the kidneys and kidneys that have tumors with, and also the bowel, and also the appendices and the gallbladder. And in gynae, certainly with the gynecological operations using keyhole, such as tubal ligation, taking out cysts from the pelvic organs, and this has been quite extensive. And part of it, Honourable Speaker, has been because of the investment that's happened to the doctors in this regard. And Dr. Ratu Antonio was involved. He was one of those in the Fijian government this current government invested in his initial training, because it is important to have the operator, the surgeon, but also the anesthetists who know how to be able to anesthetize this type of patients. Certainly when they are being put to sleep, they will need to be completely relaxed, and they will actually pump in air into the abdomen or into their chest so that we can create a space to be able to operate. And that requires very complex anesthesia, in which certain training has to go into this regard. The benefit, though, is the turnaround time for patients is very fast. So patients are able to actually have an operation, so they have a laparoscopic appendicectomy today, or laparoscopic cholecystectomy today, and tomorrow they can go home. In some instances, when I was training in New Zealand, they actually may go home on the same day. So it's been able to turn over patients faster. Their ability to return to work is even better, and that is one thing that we are very pleased with, because we want to be able to get our people who are young, who are fit, who have a pathology that needs to turn them very quickly, and then get them home so that they can be able to go back to work. And if you look at some of the evidence that's coming through, within a week, people are actually able to go back to work. And as I've alluded to earlier, one of the biggest reasons is the investment in the people, and also investment in the equipment that's been able to make this happen. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Minister. Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Supplementary question to the Honourable Minister of Health. What is the turnaround time for cases, say for the last month, or in respect to your theatre capacity issues? No.
Honourable Speaker, in CWM alone, despite the COVID restrictions and the fact that with COVID we had to go there to go in a semi-urgent and emergency mode, they did 139 patients using laparoscopic procedures. So you can see that despite the COVID restrictions that are in place, laparoscopic operations continue on a regular basis, and the utilization of theatre and the utilization of staff that are available in this field.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next oral question for today, the 7th oral question. And I now call on the Honourable Linda Tambua to ask question 122-2020. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Local Government, Housing and Community Development. Can the Minister inform Parliament what is the current method of rubbish collection from the over 200 informal settlements, squatter settlements around Fiji? Thank you.
I give the floor to the Minister for Local Government, Housing and Community Development, the Honourable Premila Kuba. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I also thank the member for asking that question. Mr. Speaker, sir, municipal councils around the country have been managing solid waste services within the municipal boundaries. In August 2018, the municipal councils were given the responsibility of managing solid waste in their respective extended areas, which were previously managed by the rural local authorities. The councils are currently serving 160 settlements and villages in their respective extended boundaries. Mr. Speaker, sir, for Tavua, Rekireki, Nendi, Singatoka and Lotoka settlements, the waste is collected from house to house. For the settlements in Ba, Levuka, Lambasa, Nosori and Savu-Savu, the collection of waste is done from a collection point, which varies from once a week to twice a week. There is no garbage fees charged to the residents in informal settlements. The councils rely on the government subsidy provided to them for the waste collection in these settlements. In addition, the settlements mainly in Suva, Lemi and Nasinu have two modes of waste collection, that is by skip bins and weekly truck services. Mr. Speaker, sir, there are some peri-urban districts, informal settlements and villages that pay money to private companies or to individuals that collect household rubbish. The Ministry of Local Government provides necessary financial support to the municipal councils through government subsidies to assist in solid waste collection services. This includes introduction of the solid waste management subsidy scheme since 2017-2018 financial year,
allocating 350,000 and increasing to the funding of 1.5 million in 2018-2019, 3 million in 2019-2020 budget, and 2.5 in the current financial year. The provision of skip bin services in these informal settlement areas where garbage trucks do not have proper access have been provided. Grants to municipal councils for the purchase of open and compacted trucks over the last 5 years have also increased. The total investment for these trucks has been $2.8 million. The landfill costs are paid by the respective councils from the waste subsidy grant. The government subsidy is $15 VAT inclusive price per ton. The gate fee is $38.83, but the councils only pay $23.83. So you can imagine each time the truck goes there, this is the amount of money they have to pay. The ministry has also purchased 1,924 compost bins to be distributed for certain areas in Nasinu. Mr. Speaker, sir, in strengthening waste management collection services across the country, Japanese Technical Cooperation Agencies, that is JICA, has been instrumental in providing technical and financial support to all municipal council in awareness raising and also providing money in the sum of 1.2 million in the purchasing of garbage trucks. Mr. Speaker, sir, to remove the inconsistencies and inadequacies in delivering waste management services in Fiji, the Ministry of Local Government is overseeing a pilot initiative which will see the two municipal councils of Suva and Nasinu leverage Suva's good practice to achieve greater efficiencies and effectiveness. Mr. Speaker, sir, under Section 88 of the Local Government Act, shared services in partnership can be developed between two councils. The work is in progress, and we would like to see that the Greater Suva Waste Collection Services is set up between Suva, Nasinu, and Nasori, including Lemi, as we move on with Suva and Nasinu partnership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I thank the Honourable Minister. Honourable
Member who mentioned Suva and Nasinu, the initiative that's going to be coming on board, Honourable Minister, Honourable Speaker. There are two settlements right by the river, Honourable Minister. This is Ndimbulu and Wunisaleka. They are informal settlements that are dumping raw sewage into the river, rubbish, plastic bags, etc., and also using duva, which is a leaf that poisons fish and other living creatures. And these flow down and also poison our part of the river. So could you also look at them when you're looking at Suva and Nasinu initiative? Because what kind of advice or action would you give them? They're very poor and they're living there and all sorts of things ending up in the river. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I think we want to start small, one step at a time. Let's achieve effectiveness and good collection services in Nasinu. As you know, we're having a lot of problem in Nasinu, so that's why we're engaging Suva to assist us. And it's, as I said, it's shared basis, which means that Nasinu has to pay Suva City Council for that collection services. And if that succeeds, then we extend. And hopefully in the greater Suva area, we'll be able to have a proper collection services under a waste management company that we intend to form, which will be owned by all the municipal councils. Thank you.
Honourable Linda Tambuya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. If I could just lay the foundation for my question. I'm being helpful, I promise, Honourable Speaker. Growing up in an informal settlement, and Honourable Usamati will attest to this.
Everybody grows up in an informal.
Growing up, we used to dig these 8-foot pits in our backyards that were like landfills, where we would bury our rubbish in the informal settlements. And that was a solution for informal settlements at the time. The question and that is the largest, the biggest way of dumping rubbish really is landfills. The second is incineration. So my question to the Honourable Minister is if with proper technology you can put these nets inside these landfills, could this be a possible solution in the meantime for informal settlements where those residing there can dig these 8-foot pits with a lid to dump their rubbish with proper lining so that it doesn't seep into the environment? Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, sir, if that is a solution, then I encourage you to go ahead, but before you do that, you need to consult Ministry of Environment. But landfill, you know that we've got only one landfill, but others are all dump sites. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. We move on to the last question for today. And I call on the Honourable Sanjay Kirpal to ask question 123-2020. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, sir. Honourable Speaker, sir, my question is to the Attorney General and Minister for Economic, Civil Service and Communication. Can the Minister provide an update on the number of downloads of the KRPG app and the importance of this app? Thank you, sir.
I now call on the Attorney General and Minister for Economy, Civil Service and Communications, the Honourable Ayaz Said Qayyum. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, on the 21st of June this year, the Honourable Prime Minister launched the National Digital Contact Tracing app called Care Fiji app. Mr. Speaker, sir, the app actually harnesses the use of non-location tracking technology using Bluetooth low energy with privacy and security central to the app design. And combined with other national public health measures, Mr. Speaker, sir, the whole idea is to prevent a resurgence of COVID-19 and to maintain a COVID-contained status. Mr. Speaker, sir, as members are aware, the KFG mobile app actually is based on the what we call open source reference implementation of the Trace Together mobile app or Blue Trace protocol developed by the Singaporean government and mirrors the COVID safe mobile app widely adopted by millions of Australians in their own campaign to eliminate COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, sir, essentially the use of COVID Safe app in New South Wales, Australia has led to the fast identification of close contacts who had subsequently tested positive for COVID-19. This use of digital tool has been proven to be more faster, more effective and life-saving supplement to manual recall and tracing methods. The World Health Organization stated in 2019 that contact tracing performance for Ebola virus disease in the Democratic Republic of Congo significantly increased with the implementation of their app, which is called GoData Contact Tracing Software. Mr. Speaker, sir, I had yesterday referred to the comments by Honourable Gerwin Tambu. Unfortunately, the three members of NFP are not here. They sort of scurried out just a few minutes ago. And also for the comments made by Honourable Prasad. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I had referred to some of the newspaper articles which I had brought with me over here. And one of them says, an act of rebellion, majority of Fijians will not download KFG app, Lenora claims, as the Free Times article says. If you read it, Mr. Speaker, sir, although she may not be necessarily saying, I don't download it, she's essentially saying to everybody, don't download it. That's what she's saying. And Mr. Speaker, sir, it is quite highly irresponsible. And she's sort of citing political reasons. This downloading of this app is not actually a political issue. It's actually a health issue. It's a health and safety issue. And I know the honourable members of the opposition were, featured and had been asked questions from SODELPA. But I'm glad to say at least their responses weren't stupid. Because if you look at what NFP had said, the NFP leader said, we called him up and he said, why are you people asking stupid questions to individuals? Don't ask me this silly question. At least the other SODELPA members actually gave a good, reasonable answer. and I understand that some of them may have actually downloaded that app. It is really important. I please urge you to do that, and I thank you for doing so. Just for those people who may not still understand, I've got my app on. It's on in the background all the time. If Honorable Kepa and she's got an app on, which hopefully she does. Our apps actually, our Bluetooth is simply bouncing off each other. And because we've been in a room for more than 15 minutes, the proximity of 2 meters, all it does, on an encrypted form, her phone records my number and my phone records her number in encrypted form. It does not say that we were here in the chambers. It won't say if I met up for her for dinner tonight. It won't say where I met up with her. It does not give any location whatsoever. All it does, it gives the encrypted number, and that number is stored for 28 days. On the 29th day, Honorable Kepa's number will fall off from my phone, and my number will fall off from her phone. The record is only for 28 days. God forbid that in the process, should in a week's time that I get COVID-19, I get tested COVID-19, what the Ministry of Health will tell me is, who have you been in contact with over the past 28 days? Humanly, none of us, some of us more than others, cannot remember who we met over the past 28 days. All it will then do, if I go up to the Ministry of Health and I have COVID-19, they say, who have you been in contact with? They will then give me a PIN number. They'll ask me if I have KFEG app. Give me a PIN number, and I put it in with by my own self. All the numbers that I've been in contact with for the past 28 days within that close proximity and for 15 minutes will appear on a dashboard in the Ministry of Health. Ministry of Health will then simply get those phone numbers. They won't know where we met. They won't know where the numbers were traced. They simply have the numbers. They won't even have your name. They'll simply call the number and say, excuse me, this is Ministry of Health, we are calling. You have recently been in touch or contact with somebody who tested positive for COVID-19. Where are you? Please quickly come to the nearest health center, whatever it is. And immediately we are able to ring fence a possible contact that could possibly have COVID-19. That's the gist of it. It's very simple. And Mr. Speaker, sir, therefore I find it highly irresponsible, in particular as leaders. We all here agree we need more jobs. You know, I was listening to Scott Morrison, I'd like to quote him, and he actually was very proudly saying on the ABC TV about the download of the apps. As of today, we have 71,000 total downloads. In fact, to be exact, 71,717 Fijians have actually downloaded the app. On average, we get 908 average daily downloads. This means we have about a 13% adoption rate. How did we arrive at 13%? We have approximately 551,643 smartphones in Fiji. In comparison, Mr. Speaker, so Australia has around 16.4 million adults with smartphones. And with over 6.5 million downloads, it has achieved a 40% adoption. If we were to measure this based on the voter population, which is, in other words, everybody over the age of 18, which is 644,749, this would mean that we have 11.12% adoption. Mr. Speaker, sir, there's been numerous studies that have actually shown that contact tracing, digital contact tracing is actually very, very suitable, in fact, very quickly arrests this issue. Mr. Speaker, sir, as we've said, when we do talk, the Minister for Health, he speaks with his counterparts. We have Dr. James Fong, Dr. Alicia Sokan. They talk with the health experts. We've had some communication with the ministers from Australia and New Zealand. They do talk to us about what percentage of Fijians have downloaded the app. Because when we want to set up pathways and get people to come and visit Fiji, the whole ball game will change. People previously looked at things like cost, pricing, hospitality, food and beverage costs. There's now a new added factor. Is that place safe to go to from COVID-19 perspective? If they feel secure, that we have good health facilities, we have the ability to very quickly, should there be a new community outbreak, be able to arrest people from, from it spreading, and be able to contact trace effectively, they'll find us more attractive. In fact, the Honourable Prime Minister was just showing me a particular article that's just come out. It lists about 15 places in the world where it's safe to travel to, given COVID-19. Fiji, actually, I'm glad to say, under this particular survey, is saying it's number 1. Now, we need to capitalize on this. It's great if we can stand up and say, all of you can say, we can all say, that look guys, we've got a 40% download. It's safe, come to Fiji. It will also not just about foreigners, it's also about us too. If more of us have it, if should there be, God forbid, some kind of community outbreak, we go to some function, you won't remember everybody. But if most of the people have their app on, we'll be able to trace people really quickly. Mr. Speaker, sir, the MIT Technology Review, Google Play Store, and the Apple App Store. The Massachusetts Institute of Technology Review has documented 47 contact tracing apps in its COVID tracing tracker database, including Fiji's Care Fiji app, and has confirmed that Care Fiji app is transparent and that there are clear publicly available information regarding the app and its use. The data collected is minimized in that Care Fiji only collects minimum information required to assist in manual contact tracing, and that it is an opt-in app or voluntary in nature. Some countries have actually said to people, compulsory. It's voluntary. It further confirms that the use of Bluetooth means that it is easier to anonymize and generally considered better for privacy than location tracking. Mr. Speaker, so just very quickly also, I wanted to highlight that Fiji ranks above other nationally backed contact tracing apps in Indonesia, China, Algeria, India, Malaysia, Qatar, Philippines, Ghana, to name a few, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, also, the Care Fiji app has, and again because of the misinformation, has built-in privacy safeguards. These are, the technology used is Bluetooth low energy technology. Honorable Prasad, before he's not here, he should note Care Fiji app does not capture geolocation information of where you are at, nor does it need to. The only information captured by Care Fiji app is the encrypted phone number, as I mentioned. Mr. Speaker, sir, Care Fiji app only requires mobile number for registration. There is no other personal information that is required for registration, unlike other contact tracing apps. For example, in Australia, it requires you for your mobile number, your name, your age range, and your postcode. In Fiji, we don't require that. In fact, Care Fiji app protects actual identities of users. Mr. Speaker, sir, there's a number of other features. We don't access your phone contacts, text messages, etc. The other arrangement we managed to achieve, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that when you actually download Care Fiji app, it uses virtually no mobile data. However, Care Fiji app needs 10 MB to download onto your phone. And once you have downloaded, Vodafone and Inc. will, and we've made arrangements with them, will reimburse you with 10 times that amount. If you use 10 MB to download, they'll give back 100 MB data for free. For free. 10 times more. From 22 June 2020, Digicel has also provided 100 MB of data to their customers to download the Care Fiji app. And also, Care Fiji app has been zero rated by the mobile operators post-installation process. So once you've downloaded it, you get your 100 MB. Should you want to go to the app and look at other features, it's for free. Mr. Speaker, sir, it uses minimum battery from your phones itself. Mr. Speaker, sir, I don't want to labor too much the point, but I wanted to actually very quickly highlight a comparison. The Care Fiji app adoption rate needs to be increased dramatically, as we've said, and especially when we compare this to the Wailesi app. Wailesi app has a download of 460,000 Fijians have downloaded the Wailesi app. 460,000 Fijians. The mandatory registration process of Wailesi app, it collects your mobile phone number, your email address. That was implemented from March of 2019, and since then, the app has registered more than 400,000 downloads. The fact is, we are good at downloading. We can download. If you already have 460,000 people watching TV programs or the rugby whenever it comes on their phones, you obviously can download the Care Fiji app. And Mr. Speaker, sir, of course, is for free. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I wanted to just highlight that to date we have 71,717 Fijians have actually downloaded the app. We hope that will continue to increase, and we seek the help of all members of Parliament to ensure that more Fijians actually download the app, so we're able to not just give security to our own people, but also be able to tell the rest of the world that Fiji is a safe place to come to. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Attorney General. That's the end of the questions. We now move on to the written questions, and the first written question for today, I call on the Honourable Mosese Olitawu to ask written question 124-2020. You have the floor, sir.
Honourable Speaker, I would like to withdraw the question. Given the 2018 OPM's annual report was just tabled yesterday, and probably the Office of the Prime Minister just to include those facts in the upcoming 2019 annual report, which we brought to the Standing Committee for Justice, Law and Human Rights, which I am a member.
I call on Prime Minister and Minister for Italki Affairs, Sugar Industry.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I will provide answers under the standing orders. Thank you.
Second oral question for today. I call on the Honourable Ratusuli Martin Tombo to ask written question 125-2020. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, sir. Sir, I get to ask question 125-2020 to the Minister for Infrastructure, Meteorological Services, Lands and Mineral Resources, which is listed in today's order. Thank you.
I call on the Minister for Infrastructure, Meteorological Services, Lands and Mineral Resources, the Honourable Johnny Usabati. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'll be tabling my response at a later sitting date as allowed by Standing Orders 45.3.
Thank you. Third written question for today, I call on the Honourable Rote Mumukepa to ask written question 126-2020. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In the absence of the Minister for Education, this question is directed to the Honourable Attorney General. Can the Minister provide to Parliament the list of ownership of all primary and secondary schools, whether owned by government, faith-based bodies or communities? Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Rosie Agba, you have the floor. Just say yes.
Mr. Speaker, sir, my apologies. Yes, I will table my response at a later sitting date and as permitted by Standing Orders 45.3.
Thank you. Honourable members, question time is now over. I thank you for your forbearance today, and I thank all members for your contributions to today's sitting. Parliament is now adjourned until tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. We adjourn.